Oh, hi there. Welcome to week 3, day 1 of the LCS. We're back. There's a lot to go over. And I just thought that would be a hilarious. It was my idea.
I incepted into your mind 10 seconds before we started.
Yes, you did.
And then you had no idea what else to lead with.
Yeah, it's like, oh.
And that's how we're rolling with this one. Welcome, guys. Why not just start the conversation with the schedule? Why not? Let's just take a kind of chord of what the entire LCS is looking like. It's going to be Cloud9 versus TSM to start. FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses seems to be our best matchup of the day. Then Team Liquid Honda versus 100 Thieves, CLG versus Golden Guardians, and Immortals Progressive versus Dignitas.
I've got a hot take.
Give it to me.
This is the most variable day of LCS so far.
Oh!
In terms of predicting it?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we're going to show, I don't even know what the rest of y'all's predictions are that we're going to show at the end of Waiting Room, but I bet you there's the most variation in those predictions that we've had all year.
We've
That's
had a
true.
lot of everyone saying
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yep.
so,
I like
yeah.
that. Hey, we may have a bet that's riding on one of these games. So let's just go straight to the standings and see where these teams actually stack up. So FlyQuest, the only undefeated team in the LCS. 100 Thieves tied in a 3-way with Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses, CLG, Team Liquid Honda, and TSM also tied for 5th. And then 8th, 9th, and 10th, Immortals Progressive, Dignitas, and Golden Guardians.
So you talked about the schedule and our predictions and stuff. I actually think this is a perfect time to talk about strength of schedule. We are basically at the point in time where this is the most imbalanced it could possibly be. We've done half of a single round robin thus far.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at the schedule and look at some of these teams, it's been very imbalanced for some of the teams at the bottom of the standings.
More than
as well as top.
usual?
Where are you going?
I don't know about more than usual, but the last week had a lot of unfair matchups, I guess you would say, based off our preseason expectations. Those are over there on the power rankings. You can kind of see what we thought these teams would stack up as. And when you look at a team like Dignitas, you know, they have what? They've played what we thought was kind of like the 6th place team. They played the 1st place team, a 4th, maybe, you know, 5th maybe, and then like the 2nd place team, depending on where you individually rank these.
You're getting those from our aggregate.
Aggregate
ranking.
based off what people were talking about in the community. Like, they've basically played all top half of the table teams in the LCS thus far. So a team like Dignitas, you might go, they're 0-4. They look terrible. And it's like, well, they haven't played teams like Immortals, who are the kind of people that you're saying maybe they can actually beat based off the power rankings and where people were expecting before the start of the season.
1, 2, 4, 6, and then this week they play like
8, 9 maybe now.
Yeah,
based off
around
where
there.
We are, and then these guys are actually maybe more like 6, based off what people think about how much the 2-2 has impressed you or not. You know,
Or just a
So,
question mark in general.
Yeah.
That's
got
not
two
a question mark,
sixes
it's
on
a
your
6,
power
there's 2
rankings, Mark.
sixes.
Yeah, what?
I don't know.
TL's a 5. I mean, I had TL as a 4.
Yeah, I put TL as
Most
4.
people did for the memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also had TLs.
Maybe I had them as a 3. Okay.
You
fine.
had them as 3.
Well, so this is Dignitas. This is not just true for the bottom of the standing teams currently. If you flip over to some of the top of the standing teams, like 100 Thieves, and you look at who they've beaten so far, they haven't really beaten other teams in the top half of the table. You know, again, this is like 8th, people were saying. This was people 7th, maybe this was your 9th, you know, and you're looking like they haven't beaten any teams that you would put in the top half of the league. And so while they've looked very good in their wins, the one team that really could have contested them was C9, and they lost that one. So that's a team where I'm like really excited for this week. And when you look at who they're playing, it's 2 more top half of the table teams most likely, and you get to get a much more accurate assessment of this kind of 100 Thieves roster. We'll power through a couple more. Who else we got next? It's EG, I believe.
Drum roll.
Clear this.
Bam.
Again,
You're right.
same kind of story.
Win, loss, win, win.
4. I'll just circle all 4 of them. These are 4 teams
Oh, and
that
they
people
play
projected.
like 1 and 2 this week, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been like incredibly dominant. I was looking at some stats. So 3,500 gold on average is their goal difference at 15 minutes.
But not playing
This
a team
is a
that you
little
would
less
predict.
impressive.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
haven't played a top 5 team yet. And, you know, CLG you can debate a little bit, and TSM, you know, they're both 2-2, and so who knows where it shakes out. But just again, based off preseason expectations, this is a very soft opening to your LCS split. And they did drop one of these games.
Yeah.
Final one, it's not all soft for everybody. FlyQuest has legitimately beaten some tough opponents. This was, you know, a top 3 team for a lot of people. Team Liquid was top half most likely. And then they've been very dominant in their 2 wins against the people that they were expecting to beat. So it's not like every single team that's sitting at 3-1-4-0 has only played teams in the bottom half of the standings.
But this is a tough week for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also getting tested.
Yeah.
Or are they the testers testing the other teams?
The teachers.
I don't know why you didn't talk about Golden Guardians, but like,
Because I hate them.
I know everyone hates Golden Guardians. They're the
Wow.
worst. So
Arrow.
I'm just gonna take this over. So Golden Guardians,
Choice word for you.
GG. I think they I said they were the best 0-3 team, and maybe they're the best 0-4 team. Golden Guardians literally played EG
Yeah.
and C9 in week 1.
Oh.
So for my power rankings, that's literally 1 and 2
Yes.
in the first
Yeah.
week. So like everyone expects them to int those games. And then in the second week, they then played FlyQuest, who I put 4th because I'm a crazy person, but everyone else put them 1. And then they played TL. So
Oh my
like,
God!
of the top 5 teams, they've already played 4 of them.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't expect them to like. You don't expect them to be anything but 0-4.
And they were getting gory in the middle of
Yeah.
that, and they still
Yeah.
almost beat Team Liquid.
Yes.
You know, you're
And
like,
And a
still-
close one with EG.
yeah.
Yeah. So these are impressive games.
They play
So
COG and Immortals. So
Winnable.
things
sleeper.
change. Things change. That's true. Actually, I've not think of it from the context of like these teams are really not being tested, or maybe tested too heavily. Unfair testing.
That's like literally they played all of the best teams right off the bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is wild. So now you've made me even more interested just in this week
It's an interesting
specifically.
weekend, yeah.
But yeah, you had that prepared for yourself. I had something specifically prepared, and I got to ask you guys a
Do you want us-
question. Ooh, there is a social board. So actually, producer got in my ears to react to something that somebody out there in the ether had for us. My man has 3 bracelets,
Oh, I
a
saw
watch on
this.
one hand. He's channeling his inner Johnny Depp. Lord have mercy, guys.
Where's
What
the
is going on
handkerchief
here?
In the back pocket?
What do you got?
I
Oh,
have
he's got
3
it again
bracelets.
today.
That is true. I've literally ran back the same thing. Guys, let's not look, okay? Why are we
Honestly,
watching?
I thought this was gonna be about the notebook.
I
meta
thought the same
with
thing.
like I thought we were gonna get the thing with like you checking your notes like this while doing an interview.
And then I have to change the back on that one. So yes, the fun fact, people wouldn't have noticed when I got in the bracelets initially,
Yeah.
I just started adding more and more. I
So
stopped at
what
3.
what is the story? Like I don't know fashion. So did you start with 1 bracelet and then you got another one, and instead of
Yes.
replacing it, you just started adding?
Actually,
Okay.
I started seeing a lot of people with accessories, and I just started adding more and more. So I'm leaving it with this. I think 4 is too much until I started bulking up.
continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you
Yes.
can just keep adding, and
So-
it'll just become ridiculous.
That being said, a question for all of you guys, because I had also
Okay.
something prepared
All
for
right.
today, is mostly what has interested you guys with specifically 100 Thieves? What do you think is the best aspect of their gameplay?
I think it's interesting how they've played Protect the Double If compositions and won 3 games.
That is actually a really good point. Specifically,
Is
I'll
that,
just
what
pause.
you're, is that what you're covering?
I will specifically look at how they played around Rift Herald and how it has benefited Double If quite often. And I do think that they are, at least from what we've seen from the first 4 games, the best team in how they respond and decision-making around Rift Herald. They've benefited quite greatly. And I'm going to start with the first one, because it usually is exploding their leads, but in this game specifically, it was stabilizing them. Now, out of this context, a minute before this Rift Herald starts, it's actually Tenacity dying in the 1v1. People will remember that play. It actually makes it so C9 in particular can quite easily get control of this. So you see the vision that's being set up for C9. This top laner gets an easier base, so he's actually much stronger. You can see it in the total gold. Does 100 Thieves want to fight this? Hell no, they don't want to fight this. So what they'll end up doing, as we zoom in, they'll get the push on towards the mid lane wave, right in here, as you can see, and specifically Busio and Closer will cut into their red side jungle and try to trade sides. This is always going to be the best play. We don't see it as often from some of our middling teams trying to just trade against a much stronger Rift Herald team. So they do this, and the benefit of this is, as you can already see from seeing how Sven has to path back to bot lane, is that he has to, as I expand and blow this up once more, go all the way around this quadrant of the jungle. They actually, 100 Thieves get this ward down, this ward, all the entries towards this bottom side jungle, they just say, okay, no, you're not allowed to cut through to go to bot lane. And we've seen this multiple times from some of our best teams where you're just not allowed to cut through A. And B, your bot lane needs help getting escorted bot lane, because what's gonna happen if you're just a 2 people bot side? Of course, Closer is going to dive you. So with that threat alone, they actually greed a little bit. Closer, instead of going bot side to threaten, they expect Cloud9 for Blabber to come here and escort them, so they start dragging. So think of it this way. You get 2 camps. You get 2 plates. You get the wave denied, just 1 wave, not too much. So you end up coming out of that one about 500 gold off the trade. So you do more than just stabilize. You keep yourself in the game. That's a positive from a losing game. That is their losing. That is
Right,
their
because
worst.
Rift Herald gives you the local gold and then the crash gold, which is probably more.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is a positive. It feels great with your 100 Thieves. It seems like this is something they've practiced through. Now, this is a play in which Doublelift actually talked to Bwipo afterwards and was a big benefit to them, of course. Because with a Yuumi squad, you're not going to be the one rotating. You're going to, more often than not, be the weaker team. So you're going to stay bot lane. They see that Edward, or specifically Tactical, is staying under the turret alone. So they end up killing him, get 2 plates off the back of this one. This we don't have to go too much in depth on that one, but that's a 1K gold swing in favor of double-elimination. And you go to the third game versus TSM. This one's gonna be a little bit different because in this case, they start the Herald, but this was off the back of them seeing Azir base. So he based at a bad time, came back to lane, had to catch the full wave, and so they're like, wait a minute, we can use this opportunity to just start up the Herald. So they essentially do that. The one thing to take note of, though, is double-lift does not follow. He stays bot lane. And so you see the rotation from Nami specifically, and so while this play starts, they know they're on a timer. They know that this is a 3v3 that's evolving. They can take that fight. Bjergsen with his ulti, they actually end up winning the 3v3. They see Nami on the wave, so they're like, okay, hell no. After this play, we escape. We run, we leave, and off of getting the Rift Herald, they also, as we see at the very tail end, oh, this is the next play. But I'll just specifically highlight the fact that double-lift gets a plate bot lane at the same time.
Has he rotated for Rift Herald yet?
This is the time in which he rotates.
Because I was like, the takeaway is double-lift doesn't leave lane.
Yeah. This is the one time he rotates, and we could even fast forward for this one because this was the first skirmish that comes through. They also respect that Dignitas is going to eventually fight for this. And so when you start seeing them contesting for the vision, okay, now he's coming. Guys, I'm here. But what does he do? As we can just see, the Zeri take mid lane wave.
Oh, I remember this.
Yes. And then he recognizes once Dignitas start leaving and they can take this alone, fast forward, he goes back straight bot lane, only misses a single minion.
Wait.
Hell yeah.
One thing you have to show, go back.
Yes.
Watch him steal the cannon from Bjergsen.
Oh, I love this. This is the type of stuff I do love.
He's leaving mid lane, and he shoots a W over the wall as Bjergsen.
Right there.
Bjergsen W's it. Watch this. Just play it normally.
Yeah, we'll just play this out.
Like, he shoots a W over the wall, this cannon that Bjergsen back.
That's mine.
He's like, I'm the carrier of this team. Don't forget it.
So you can see the consistency. Sure, the compositions are based around double-lift, and I even took a look at the stats beforehand. He actually gets the most benefit from the 8-minute mark in gold difference to the 14-minute mark. The biggest blow up, 600 gold on average. So this is something that they've been consistently doing. You can tell it's practice from the squad, and it's been netting them a lot of wins or stabilizing them even in that loss.
I think this is really interesting. I think double-lift has talked about how teams in Rift Herald plays frequently.
Yeah.
I tend to agree, and it's like, not always. Like, Rift Herald is really valuable, but I would say it's one of the easiest things to drill in practice. Like, how do we take a clean Rift Herald? You reset at this timing, you need to have these wards, and it's just like a play you can run.
Yes.
But I think probably because it's early in the game, so it's more repeatable, and you can practice it, teams will end up over-prioritizing it a lot of times, which leaves this kind of value gap for teams that literally just greed for bot wave, which is kind of the way double-lift wants to play, and it does look like it's working. Yeah,
because that's easily something that you can, as you mentioned, consistently grind without the game being doomed or over or something like that.
Yeah.
And review consistently.
Yeah.
So that's
you can spend like a whole week just drilling Rift Heralds.
100%.
I also think it just showcases how a lot of these plays are like a team thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I remember like double-lift was saying like, oh, I kind of want to be Uzi and that my team is giving me everything, like from the cannon to that. I also have a telestrator.
Oh, here you go.
It's not bot lane related. Well, it kind of is. So last week, Raz and I talked a little bit about top lane level 1s. And so I wanted to go over the evolution of top lane level 1s as we've seen them in the LCS. We started last week by bringing up the one from IG and YSKM. This is Fudge doing almost the exact same thing to Contracts, where he's invading Contracts starting at his red. The reason why we were kind of chatting about why this was happening, or one of the reasons, is because in such a bot lane focused meta, a lot of the junglers are going to start topside to try path to bot to affect bot lane. This is the next one. So in this adaptation, this is one that we weren't able to actually touch upon last week because we weren't able to pull the clip in time during the pause that we had. But this is TSM adapting, right? So they're like, okay, we are expecting an invade from blue side. We're going to pull solo. And we've seen this from a few top laners where they're just going to start with their jungler. If their jungler is starting red on red side to try to protect it. This one is a little bit different where TSM are on the blue side. Maple comes up to kind of shadow, but you see they're not really going to be going for this at all. Solo's just going to be waiting there, which has tenacity coming down, checking, finding him, chasing him out. There's nothing that happens there. This is another really interesting one that we kind of went over when we were talking about early jungle pathing into the Amumu setup. I thought this one was super interesting because you have Blabber, he's placing a ward here and then backing to get a sweeper, something that junglers do often. Fudge is already here.
Blabber does that like all the time.
Yeah,
too.
and you see the bulk of EG is actually here. The big thing I really loved from C9 in this is that the whole setup for this is we want to know exactly where Spica is going to be and where he's pathing. So they're actually able to, first of all, just catch impact coming up here. And Fudge is going to end up placing a really deep, another deep ward at the blue a little bit later. And this ward, these two wards here, along with another ward that's going to be over at Birds, actually allows them to track the entirety of Spica's early path. And it really affected the way that this game ended up going early, even though, again, then we talked about how well Spica was able to recover from that. I just think it's super interesting because in a lot of the conversations we've had about where teams want to focus, these kind of adaptations in topside level ones have been really, really interesting to me as a way for the top side of the map to still try to affect when people want to enact with bot lane, especially junglers.
And it's interesting, especially because of the adaptation that's made from the start of season to now, where at the start of season, you're so concerned about getting pushed bot lane. That's all it is. You're seeing a lot, like 3-man to 5-man, level 1s bot side, just so you can get the first Heimerdinger turret down or just the ward and you can clear the other one. And then they recognized, wait a minute, they're just destroying my pathing from top side to bot. So now the top lanes are incredibly important, the level 1. So that's just being on the ball, being creative, the things that we don't see, like the bottom of the iceberg of scrims that are coming out.
No, I think it's really cool because there's always these times where this default level 1 for that meta kind of emerges and people begin to just assume that's going to happen every time, and you can find these little off-meta interactions with that, such as hopping a wall with champions that have it early, so you go over the Baron wall like Gwen with E or Fiora with Q and stuff like that. So it's always really cool to see paying attention to what teams are just kind of like brain off defaulting to and then finding abuse cases for it.
Yeah, and it's really weird too because it so heavily depends on the compositions. And also
like champion-specific things.
Yeah, and also like practicing level 1s is such a flip, man, because people are so unhinged in scrims. And if you're having a bad day, doing a level 1 can just like tank your whole day. So I think a lot of times you don't practice that many level 1s in scrims because it ruins the rest of your practice. But then if you're able to theory craft them, you actually sometimes just first time these things on stage, and that's the only way it works.
True. I've noticed a lot of TSM within that footage, specifically Solo on the top side of the map.
He's a thinker.
True. He uses his brain first. So I'm more than interested in seeing what TSM has been doing throughout their presentation, preparation. So I want to see what they have to show for us.
Neil, do you want to give a speech? Yes, you want. You do.
Oh, no. Not today. First thing, do good, guys. No worries.
Neo is very funny. Also, he practices a lot of very late. Always willing to talk and willing to run.
Because we have vision, we not face trick.
打 C 友就跟 C9 的话，我觉得我们把我们自己的部分都做好，我们就能赢。就是把我们平常的练习的效果打出来，剩下就看场上当下的发挥。
1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Always nice to see at least just the personable stuff behind the scenes of getting players out of their comfort zone. I don't think I've seen much of Neo talking to begin with, to be fair.
I don't think he's much of a talker.
That's fair. Get him out there, guys.
Get him the speech.
Speech. So, of course, they're going to be the first game of the day. And I think it's going to be going up against Cloud9, correct?
Yes.
So, preparation, thoughts. What are your thoughts going into this matchup? What does TSM have to do?
I mean, it's obvious that I think most people are expecting Cloud9 to be the favorites. And I think you're asking the question of how does TSM attack this Cloud9 to find their foothold in the game? And I think you might have seen a blueprint a little bit last week against FlyQuest in the 2v2 mid-jungle kind of skirmish here. And like Diplex being the newer player, maybe not as much synergy with Blabber here. A little unlucky disjoint on the Akali E. He took the damage from it, but because he flashed the wall, the E actually did not follow him. Like it couldn't place him over the wall with him, so it put him behind the wall. He uses R2 to get back in range. There's a bit of a fumble, and you can kind of see a bit of uncertainty IMT once that, it's not a bug, but like this little thing goes wrong in the skirmish. And I think this is an area where you can try and attack, because after that, FlyQuest had control of the middle of the map, and they ran over the game with that.
Yeah, I still think C9, and this goes back to the start of the year, will end the split higher ranked than FlyQuest. And I don't care that they got completely obliterated in that game, because that fight, to me, was so swingy.
Yeah.
Right? A little... Spica was down in the jungle. Blabber was ahead. They actually got the 2v2 with the Kali ult. They should win that fight if they press their buttons.
Hands diff.
I mean, if that consistently happens, but one, Silas gets a double kill from that. It accelerates Spica. The second big moment of this game, which we don't have on replay, but I can describe it, was Spica gets his Radiant Virtue. I don't think C9 checks the inventory. They try and pick him. He ults. He gains like 10% health. He clutches it out. They kill 4 people. They take Baron at 20 minutes.
I remember that.
Like, those are 2 moments that are very fractionally outplayed by FlyQuest, but have very large differences in the game. So I think I would have loved to see that in a best of 3, and I wanted to see them play again. So to me, C9 still Copium, they're still extremely dominant, and I think should be big favorites in this one.
Yeah, I mean, C9 are also willing to take that like early game and snowball it super hard, right? Like once they get an advantage early, they're going to try to snowball it. I do kind of agree with Mark in that if the win from TSM is going to come from their mid jungle, right? And Boogie and Maple are the 2 players that, like, talking to Chawi in the preseason, he was like, watch out for the combination of these 2 players, because Boogie, even though he's new to us, he has a ton of experience in other regions with a variety of different teams. Like, whenever he's been on a team, he's always improved whatever that team has done. He's been able to fit wherever they want to fit in. And then Maple is a facilitator, right? We've seen him on the Taliyah, we've seen him on the Galio. Like, he is best when he is able to affect the rest of the map and affect other lanes. So if they can get him out of lane and towards the rest of the map along with Boogie, that is their win condition for me.
I really like the Boogie point, specifically because from what we've heard from like Scrim talk, but also just what we've seen on stage, he's not gun shy. He will go for dives, and it may have worked more often than not in Scrim than it does on stage, but it's not going to stop him from still going for it. Elise is banned pretty consistently for him, and it seems like that's something that he really like gels with. So that's something that I really enjoy from him. The same could be said, we haven't talked about Chime, but is a playmaker for this team. So team fighting seems to be the team's strength.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know they can go late game. We know that they can scale. I think that's risky versus Cloud9, who have Fudge, who's willing to take these really aggressive counter picks to solo on the top side. Bot lane's obviously incredible for Cloud9, so that's why I thought the mid lane would be the easiest thing to target. You grab something with setup like a Syndra or whatever, and you can even have Chime roam in as well. And just take a hands test like that C9 lost versus FlyQuest. To that point, you don't know it's always going to go that way, but I think that's a more reliable, like, get a good, strong foothold in the mid lane, probably off a flippy 2v2, and then try and run away with it.
We've talked about mid, we've talked about bot lane. You mentioned solo.
Yes, sir.
I think more people should know solo a little bit more, and we have footage for you guys to listen to.
I started playing League when Zyro was released, so I think that was maybe like a couple months before the end of Season 2. I was playing WoW with some friends, and they were like, you should check out this other game, League of Legends. And I started playing League, and I was like, wow, this game's pretty sick. So I just kept playing League. My first main in League of Legends was Rumble, and he was really OP. I don't know how I started playing. It probably was like a free week thing, and then I was like, wow, this champ is really insane. I think I started hitting Challenger. The first time I hit Challenger was at the beginning of Season 3. I was also one-tricking Rise at the time, and that champ was like super busted.
What is your favorite thing to do on your day off?
I don't know. I just do whatever new things like interested to me. I found out that you can go get like snowboard training in Santa Monica, like a little fake thing. So I'm gonna do that. I used to be like really into pre-game rituals, and then I started playing more and more. I was getting older, and I was like, wow, these are really annoying to do. I hate having to do all these random bogus things. So the only thing I really do now before the match is I usually just run my hands under hot water for like a minute and just kind of like do some hand massages or hand like warm-ups just to feel like really crisp and really kind of feel good. That's about it.
What I want to know is, what was the convoluted ritual, right? Like, what was the apex of his like I don't want to do all that stuff. And then he started scaling it back.
If
That's
we
what
hear
I
it's
want to
like,
know.
I used to run my hands under hot water for 2 minutes. That was too much.
Hey, he was on Ember. People that know.
Also,
Meditating.
this is kind of
Oh
true.
yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
This is kind of true for all these players when we talk about like their origins in League. It's whatever super busted character that they won games with is like, and that got me hooked. So, I mean,
I
maybe
used to
that's a
2v1
lesson
on
to the
Rumble.
balance team. Like, let's just give really obnoxious things and let them be overpowered for months at a time. You're going to hook people for life.
I mean,
feel like
that is
they're
the
already
tinfoil
doing
hat
that.
Reddit theory
Yeah.
anyways. Like, on release, to sell more. It's broken.
Guys, I've heard things about Neo Aurelion Sol. We might have some new players.
Oh.
So throwing it out there. The other thing we'll throw out there is also the predictions for the day. Jat, you said this
yeah,
could
let's
be
see
the
if
most
these are the
flippy
most
one.
varied.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a lot of differences.
Oh, baby. Except the top of the day, everything has upset predicted, depending
Yes.
on your definition of upset.
Yeah, I expect everyone would predict C9. Good job on the EG prediction.
Yes, I have to be
Raz.
consistent.
You doubter, Jet. How long are you going to keep doubting FlyQuest, man?
Mark and Jad are still paid by TL somehow.
Yes.
How is that happening?
We're all different. I think
Venmo.
is the kind of the
Yeah.
We need to audit their accounts.
3 Immortals over Dignitas?
Yes, actually.
Y'all are
Yes.
rude.
Look, you explain yourself.
Yeah, wait. You're the one who's predicting.
I'll explain it in Game 5. There's no reason to spoil it now.
All right.
I got
All
a good
right.
reason. Do you want me to explain it now?
Yes.
Jensen, Centaur, and Armut, very good players.
Yes.
Also, their bottom lane has been getting smashed in, and I don't think Immortals' bottom lane is going to be able to smash them in. So Jensen, Centaur, and Armut are actually going to be allowed to play League of Legends in 5 hours.
Who's the IMT representative here?
All
I
of
go
you.
Emily.
Go
Wait,
Emily.
what? Oh,
let's
God.
go.
I mean, obviously, rough first game.
Yes.
I want to see. I enjoy when a team can kind of come out of something like that. And I know I also had spoken with them in an interview that you guys will see later. But they think they're obviously a lot better than what their record shows. And so they've had a bunch of really tough losses in a row. So getting the win out of the way, I'm hoping it'll allow them to play a lot more freely.
All right. So I've heard from producers we have one last thing to react to
Okay.
Oh,
from
no.
the verse, whatever it is, the Twitter verse. Oh, producers at LCS
Marcy is
out here dunking on Raz.
out to afternoon
While
tea.
Mark's dressed like the grandma out to afternoon tea.
That's a cool-ass grandma,
Wow.
let me tell you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sick cardigan.
What's your favorite tea?
My favorite tea? Earl Grey.
Earl Grey?
London Fog Latte.
Okay, well, there you go. You
fact
are
that you
now
need
the
that
grandma
confirmed.
of the seat. And honestly, I think we're done here. Let's just start with the show, guys. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
This 80 carry pool in the LCS so far is just fun.
Are they gonna go for the 2v2 ties? They still know the flash timer's on their side. Yan and Core, Yan flashing forward. That's how you do it, baby.
We just saw Jan.
Luger tries to get away, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get there, my friends. First blood back up in a Berserker.
We're talking about Berserker.
FBI gets the step on forward. Looks for the triple, dashes it. It's a quadra kill for FBI.
FBI as well, who's dominating Prince and Double Lift.
Tenacity just continuing to march at Dig. They can't get away. Double Lift just pops all of them. It's a quadra kill for Double Lift.
Prince continuing to get stronger and stronger. Biofrost on the retreat, though. They're slapping the spawn around. They get some more damage. Double kill for Prince.
Those core players, I think, are going to really be shining for the next few years.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It is time for some more League of Legends action here in North America, and we are gonna kick it off with with a matchup that has been going on for a long time now. TSM and Cloud9 going head-to-head. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Azael. We're going to be bringing you the first three here today.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. C9, TSM, it's been a storied rivalry for a decade, it feels like now at this point in the LCS. These two teams have very frequently been up at the top. A different story this time around is TSM, has been having more struggles lately. Not as dominant as they once were. But they did have a really strong week one, and they're going to try to get back to that level of performance after a downturn in week two.
The thing that I'm concerned about that in this specific matchup for Isaac is the fact that when we saw TSM get some of those wins, there was a lot of scaling involved, right? Even if they'd fall behind early, they'd scale up. Cloud9's one of, if not the best early game team in the league. So the idea of, it's okay, boys, we're scaling, isn't going to work so hot if the Nexus blows up at 25 minutes.
True. Yeah, just to put some numbers to it, the gold difference at 15 here for Cloud9 on average, plus 1559. For TSM, it is negative 3,668 as their average gold difference here across 4 games. So, severe difference between these two squads, nearly actually over a 5,000 gold differential, between where they are landing on average in that early game. Cloud9 definitely is one of the favorites in the league right now. Did take a big loss to FlyQuest last week, who was their other kind of major rival up at the top of the table that people were looking at. But people still have a lot of confidence in this team. Jat talked about how he believes Cloud9's still going to finish at the top of the table above FlyQuest despite getting clapped up in that first game.
Yeah, and this past weekend, I was hanging out with some people. Fudge was one of them, and I was talking to him a little bit about the FlyQuest game, and he did not seem bothered. It didn't seem like Cloud9 was down in the dumps or anything. And we know for Fudge specifically, who's been a standout guy on this roster so far, he's a big confidence player, right? If he's feeling it, he's in the zone, man, he looks really good. I don't think the FlyQuest loss is really going to derail these guys too badly right now. So I'm excited to see how they come back and once again prove that they're top of the table worthy, and how TSM is able to deal with them, because TSM, they're going to grab the Lucian early power there, as well as the ever-popular Sejuani.
Yep, they're probably going to be playing Lucian Nami almost guaranteed, but of course they don't need to pick that here on 2. Right. They can just grab that as their third pick, take away that Sejuani if they're worried about Blabber going towards that. Cloud9 is a team that can definitely play double melee solo lanes, so Sejuani can be a really strong pairing with that. Zeri Lulu seems like the obvious pairing here. Yeah. Zeri has been so successful in the LCS so far this split, so not shocked to see that come out whatsoever. And now I'm just really interested to see where Cloud9 wants to take us here. Are they going to move towards, just matching roles here with the jungle pick? Do they actually want to have some disparity, go towards top lane? Because if you go towards a solo lane pick here, that puts a little bit of pressure now on TSM to, actually have an answer in their books.
Plus, with TSM having already locked in the Sejuani there for the jungle, as Cloud9, you don't expect TSM to also pick the Vi that is traditionally this lockdown specifically for Zeri, but it will be Jax locked in for C9 there for the top lane for Fudge.
And so since TSM basically have to lock Nami, theoretically you don't have to go it, but basically always that is the pairing. You already knew they're going towards Nami, so that means that they can't actually pick their top laner to match on 3. So even though this is a blind pick Jax, you're going to be able to throw so many bans towards top lane, because in the first ban phase, Cloud9 already banned out Renekton and Cassante, and now if there's any other matchups that they're actually concerned about here, Cloud9 can throw a couple of coverage bans, towards that top lane to protect the Jax. Yeah. So not really going to be too concerned about that. There's so many junglers, it feels like, also now in the pool that I don't really think Cloud9 is going to be very worried about Blabber's pool getting thinned out. We are going to see the Vi taken away. You mentioned it as a good answer to the Zeri, but it's also great to help lock down that Lucian. So it does seem like a smart takeaway. Yeah. Elise also getting banned out, which has been quite popular in the LCS. It's actually rising in priority quite a lot. Oh, yeah. But Blabber also has played a couple of Wukong games. I'm sure he'd be happy to go that direction. There is a lot of different champions you can go towards. Maokai's not actually banned out. We've seen Graves, we've seen Wukong, we've seen a lot of different picks. We're seeing Udyr, we're seeing even a Mumu last week from Spica. So there's so many different directions you can go here for Blabber.
Well, we do have both of those second phase TSM bans targeting Blabber specifically there with the Vi and Wukong. Jace, the first ban for C9 in the second half, targeting that top lane matchup for the Jax, like you already mentioned. Yeah. There's not really a whole lot banned away from the mid lane pool, only Azir, so I don't expect to see a whole lot there. Nope, instead we're just going to get the default last ban on blue side. If Kassadin's open, get rid of him.
Yep, going to be banning out that Kassadin. We'll be interested to see what the answer is from solo. It's almost got to be top laner here, and then you counterpick for Maple on 5. Yeah. I'm thinking, maybe Ornn, maybe GP. Those are things that he's already brought out, maybe feeling comfortable to actually bring it up into this matchup. They have really been prioritizing scaling for the TSM side, looking to go towards 5v5, looking toward late game. Rise would be really interesting. So they're actually going to blind their mid laner here, which does kind of take away some of their advantage on red side. But I guess they're really thinking that this was actually going to be grabbed up by Diplex. And if you're concerned that Rise was going to be taken away before you had a chance to grab it, then line picking it may be okay. Galio has been kind of that standard answer in pro play that we're seeing get banned when people want to play it, and also has come through a few times. So Galio for Diplex would make a lot of sense here. And also opens up for Blabber to play a carry style jungler, which I just think really suits Cloud9's playstyle. So if he wanted to go towards something aggressive, he definitely can do that. We got to see Kindred come out and have a really good game for Kenby last week, and you can look that sort of direction, but you can also just go for a hard engage. Nocturne would be a solid pairing. Carry style, dive the back line.
Now that's fun. The torpedo from Nocturne, the over-the-top mortar from Galio, long-range artillery coming in here from C9 with the jungle and mid lane positions, and TSM are going to use their last pick to grab Gnar for solo.
Yeah, really interesting for TSM. It feels, I mean, they have some scaling, but it does feel, you know, like it's going to be a difficult comp to execute here. You know, Jax, I think, is going to outscale in the side lanes. There's really heavy hard engage here on that Cloud9 side. They have incredible scaling from the bot lane. After C9 laws, playing jungle, GG go next year, or let Blabber care.
I got a lot of respect for some of these signs, man.
That was a
some
good
of these
sign.
signs get hella creative. I see you out there. Good job. Good job.
We got a proposal for Fudge as well in the crowd. Oh, man. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I do really like the draft from Cloud9. I do think that TSM gave up some of their advantage on red side without really getting kind of strong solo and counter picks. That's generally what you are looking for here. Yes, they did get the answer of Gnar here on 5, but they blinded their mid lane. It's actually Cloud9 that got to counter pick there. And Cloud9 got to throw enough protective bans up towards that top lane that I don't think they're really going to be that concerned about the Gnar versus Jax matchup. It's not any sort of really lane-focused counter. So to me, this feels like Cloud9 in their comfort zone.
One of my big problems with Gnar on 5th pick on red is the best way to utilize red side is getting that counter pick specifically, right? And I feel like Gnar, as a champion, he's just so evergreen and he fits into so many different situations. Everybody knows how to play against him and minimize loss against him. It's not like you can pull him out and just surprise somebody. Oh my God, it's Gnar. Yeah. I don't think that phrase has ever been uttered since like a week after the champion's release.
True, yeah. Still, if you play it well, you can get some monster leads. You know, someone who's really well known for that, you know, for really pushing the pace in that lane. That hasn't really been Solo's playstyle, but we'll see what he can get done. You definitely do want to take advantage of the fact that you are playing range versus melee here up in that top lane to try to create some sort of a pressure advantage. Fudge is going to be playing Grasp and, you know, can look to trade somewhat aggressively into the mini Gnar. You just have such low base stats in that mini Gnar that even just a leap strike in, get that Grasp proc off, you can kind of continually look for these trading patterns. Yeah, and it's up to the Gnar to really get something done on the way out. So he's just going to level leap strike, or excuse me, counter strike there as he walks into the brush, just in case Solo wanted to scuffle with him.
Exactly. And yeah, it's kind of the conversation about Grasp versus something like Conqueror or one of the other Yellow Tree keystones is just the fact that Grasp is going to be better for lane. It'll fall off later. But hey, if your main focus is just surviving lane and you already know you win later, like Jax versus Gnar, then why not get past the hard part of the game more easily?
And in this kind of matchup anyway, it's not like you can really stack up Conqueror, right? You're not going to be hitting that Gnar very often, right? So you're going to be able to just prep up the Grasp and then look to hop in, proc that Grasp, have these quick little trades. That's more what Jax is looking for.
Oh, Diplex. Justice Punch onto Maple there. Oh, Blabber and Fudge. Okay, C9's going for a very aggressive invade against TSM here. Blabber is in the pit. Oh, there's the smite onto the chicken. I didn't see which one of those smites actually got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was actually Blabber that got it, but it was split amongst a few different people. So one of the mini Raptors there got taken by Boogie, it looked like. So not actually going to hit level 2, you know, on either side. So they are just going to retreat back. A nice little aggressive start, though. It does work out at the end of the day here, I think, a bit for Cloud9. You know, trying to take away those Raptors and really push pressure onto their opponents. We did see Fudge last week, I think it was, with the Fiora, level 1 invade. It was against Contracts, and being able to push him off. Of course, this is a much smaller win. But still like that they're utilizing level 1s when they feel that they have the advantage. Just really get in there and play in the face of their opponents.
And Fudge tweeted this out earlier today. He spilled coffee on his game jersey for the first time ever, so he thinks it might be a bit of a bad omen. Maybe that's why they weren't able to get the entirety of the chicken camp here at level 1, not be able to completely shut the jungler down like in the Contracts game you were talking about. Sven is at 150 HP. here in bottom lane, trading aggressively with the Lucian and Nami, shoving him in early alongside Berserker, and you can see Cloud9 actually has control in both of these side lanes. It's the Jax pushing up, it's the Zeri pushing up, and that just means Boogie is down here in bottom side. He'll be able to walk forward a little bit, see if he can come around from behind and get an angle on these guys.
Yeah, he is wrapping around behind. Of course, he doesn't actually have the Arctic Assault right now, but they're just going to go in for it anyway. They're looking for Sven, who's already very low.
Heal comes out, Sven's at 300. Boogie's still looking to get him here at the second part of the W. Flash forced out from Sven to make sure he escapes the gank.
Yeah, good flash there from Sven. And that Q early cooldown is so long here. So, he comes in, there was no Q to actually follow it up. It's almost a 17-second cooldown at rank 1 on that
Really long.
Sejuani. So when you use it to get behind him, you're not going to have that coming back up unless you really wait a long time, which does have some inherent risk itself. But that's both summoners off of Sven, which is great because that's a possibility of a rinse and repeat gank. It's a possibility of a roam coming down there from Maple where you could maybe get an easy kill onto Sven.
And that's something that determines whether or not this was a good play, right? If you don't make it back down there in the next 5 minutes and capitalize on punishing the Flash, well, we didn't get a whole lot. But if you do, awesome. Now we're snowballing, now we're moving forward. And again, that's what I'm watching TSM most closely for this game. How well do they deal with the early? How well can they stop the Cloud9 war machine from coming online?
Absolutely, and especially when you're playing against someone like Nocturne, who's going to be power farming, right? He already had the level 1 invade on the Raptors. They're looking for the rinse and repeat on that Raptor spawn. Boogie has not been spotted. Fudge is coming here, but can they actually do anything about this? Blabber has Smite, and Boogie does not, so this should just be Blabber's, and he's already a couple camps ahead.
Yeah.
Sejuani's going to lose this. We'll see if they can get anything done on Fudge. Does Fudge have a ward to actually leap strike over?
Fudge may be in a little bit of trouble here, but immediately using the counter-strike, but now he's got none of those resources left. That should be first blood, easy peasy. Fudge goes over the wall, but he gets chased, and he's in the middle of TSM territory. It is first blood to TSM.
So nice little invade there from Blabber, but great patience from Boogie, realizing he can't actually contest because he doesn't have the smite, so don't mess with the Raptors. Just lay a trap for Fudge, who you're expecting to come down to try to cover that invade. He does just that. It does cost him the flash out Boogie, but Solo gets first blood and doesn't have to spend a summoner. So this is amazing. He's just camping out in that brush. No one checks it from that Cloud9 side. They saw that Fudge was actually in the area as he walked by. And so Gnar just comes down and they collapse on him from two sides. Fudge would have had to instant flash the wall to really have a chance, but I think he wasn't sure. Like, can we fight this? I have counter-strike, maybe I can set something up. But then Maple is faster on the roam as well, so there wasn't really an angle for Cloud9. Something I neglected to mention, though, is they did at least force the flash off Maple, so it is that 2 flashes on TSM side for the 1 flash and the death, of course, on Fudge's. But going to be a lot of XP here that has been earned by Blabber. He is power farming, and you can see already a good 4 camps ahead.
Exactly, and Boogie's flash and Maple's flash are still going to be down by the time Blabber and Diplex are both level 6. So TSM has to be aware of that. If they get in a fight with anybody else, these two can come flying over and instantly turn the tables. Now TSM has to retreat from this bottom lane scuffle here as Blabber shows up. 42-25 farm in the jungle department means that lead that you're talking about for Blabber is a very real deal. And especially with lethal tempo Nocturne being such a good duelist just foundationally, Sejuani's never really going to be able to contest him in open ground for any of these camps.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what build he wants to go. If he's going to go towards, more aggressive mythics, or if he wants to go to the kind of stride breaker pseudo tank build, which can be really powerful for dueling. Do have a lot of options. Also really like how C9 is actually positioning, in this bot lane. We saw when that gank came in, Sven is playing towards that bottom side of the lane to make sure that if they're going to come in for the gank, he knows he's susceptible with those summoners, so they have to fight through Berserker. And Berserker is sitting there shooting you the whole time you're trying to walk towards him. If you hard commit to him, he can blow a summoner and survive. And if you try to walk past him, it's not really going to work to get in towards Sven. So intelligent positioning, I want to see them actually check that brush and find that pink ward, which has been there for a while, and they will be able to do that now.
All right, clear that one out. Make sure that they don't have vision there. Open up a little pathway for a potential lane gank. Nocturne very good at those as well once he hits level 6, but still counting towards that mark here for C9, while Boogie on TSM just now hits level 5. So Nocturne, you can see Blabber's about 2/3 to 3/4 of a level ahead of his jungle opponent there in terms of EXP. Solo level 6, just about to run out of Mega Gnar here. And Blabber's going to just throw out a Dustbringer, allow Fudge a little bit of extra help shoving this wave up.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Fudge already used his ultimate. Solo still had his ultimate. They didn't know where Boogie is, so he just wants to be there to try to make sure that he has that coverage to be okay, to try to reset this wave, to get this farm. You're just kind of showing, hey, you better be careful. I could be here. And now Boogie will show on this ward, but of course that was one that was dropped, I believe, by Blabber. So, keeping Fudge safe up in that top lane. But trying not to spend a lot of time, on this coverage. He doesn't want to just sit behind him in that lane and share XP. He wants to continue power farming. And now he's already up to 6. Berserker getting really aggressive, though.
Yeah, Berserker is ready to go. As soon as he hits level 6, he's in their face, ready to 2v2. But now with that ultimate already used, C9 knows trouble could be on the way. Maple shows up. Rune Prison on Sven. Goodbye, good night, and money in Neo's pocket.
Oh, man, that was actually great timing from Maple. Sven, I believe this flash came up literally while he was in Rune Prison. I don't think he had it right at the beginning of it. There was a tiny sliver of cooldown remaining on it, so perfect timing. Getting the regank, they'd already tried it once, didn't work with Sejuani. They roamed down from Maple here, and they are able to pick up that kill. So making good on that earlier forced flash that Boogie had. Like the pressure that TSM has been putting on. And this is something that I think, Boogie has done well. We saw this even in games where it didn't necessarily pay off in a lot of kills. He was really aggressive at attacking missing summoners. When he saw someone is in a vulnerable position, he's going to go right at them. And he's going to continue to try to tax those resources and punish them for being missing. Boogie may just try to walk in and smite this because Blabber never checked the brush.
There's no smite for Blabber either. That's everybody that's ever jungled had that happen to him at least once. That sucks, man. That's the worst feeling.
Especially when it's a duel that you could win, and maybe if I just check that brush, he wouldn't be able to do it.
I can just scare him away, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately for Blabber, sometimes it's just those little things, those little corners that you cut that come back to bite you. TSM will be happy stealing away the red buff, and because Boogie had 2 charges of the smite, it's not going to stop them from taking the Drake either. So really nice early game coming out in the first 9.5 minutes here for TSM.
I mean, credit to TSM. Yeah, they've really withstood this pressure from Cloud9 very, very well. Cloud9 clearly came in with a game plan to try to tax them early. Starting with that level 1 invade on Raptors, starting with these things that we're going to try to throw them off guard. The repeat invade on the Raptors was clearly the game plan here. And it's actually TSM that has been able to get more from that. Boogie realizing his Raptors were gone, laying a trap, getting first blood on Fudge, then gets down towards bot lane, forces a flash. It's the roam from Maple that makes good on that, but he has been the catalyst for both of the kills that they have, and he's really not that far behind in farm at this point either.
Cloud9 are still trying to apply that pressure, though. You can see there as they were moving a couple players up towards the enemy blue buff. No, they weren't able to steal it away from Boogie, but they made him secure it instead of passing it off to Maple. We know how much Ryze loves to spam spells with the blue buff, so at least taking away a little bit of that pressure the TSM mid laner would otherwise be able to exert. And C9, again, just trying to control all of these camps, control all of the farm. We have Galio and Nocturne ultis available. Both of these champions are now well past level 6, and we have not seen them deployed yet.
Yeah, not just yet. And because there is Shelly waiting to be used here on Blabber, if he can actually execute on a kill, especially, up in top lane, if you can find that Gnar and Mini, get some sort of a dive or a kill there, then drop the Herald, that can turn into a massive gold swing. So that's something TSM is going to have to be really, really wary of. And I think that's why Solo was playing so respectfully. When Fudge was actually pushing up this wave, he just wasn't even messing with it. He actually just went back towards the Krugs, is healing up off of that, and just waiting for the wave to crash before he actually approached to farm it. Because unless they have eyes on Nocturne, they've got to be very, very careful. And when you take a look at the map, there's no forward vision yet from TSM, right? It's just those couple wards down on the bottom side river, and we can see Maple threatening that move once again here. They want to keep this river clear of Cloud9 vision, because if you can keep those wards out of that river, anytime Maple steps out of vision towards the bottom side, they've got to respect the potential of a Realm Warp move. And that little bit of pressure, you push in this wave, you step down towards that bottom side river, it's going to mean Berserker and Sven have got to pay respect to that every single time they're down the bot lane.
496 was the gold lead for TSM when I started that sentence. And honestly, considering what you were talking about with their gold difference at 15 averaging negative 3,500, plus 500 a couple minutes before that, feels like a much better early game compared to expectations for the side of TSM. Blabber is looking here around this top side. The Eye of the Herald's going to run out. There's not a whole lot of time left to decide what, where, and when you want to do it. So Blabber's just going to go ahead, summon it up right there. If that's not already in charge range, Shelly's going to have to scuffle forward like 3 feet, and then she will be in charge range. Looks like, okay, already ready to go. Kaboom! They're going to get the 2 plates and walk away with that one. Unfortunately, looks like it's only about the 1 plate just because the Herald's reduced damage earlier on now. But
not a whole lot to be gained from it. Honestly, not a whole lot of these Cloud9 early moves have resulted in much of anything.
Yeah, you have to give credit to TSM. They're kind of withstanding that pressure very, very well. They're playing around the fact that Nocturne has ulti, not exposing themselves to any early moves. And every single time there's a crashing wave that could be dangerous, notice that Boogie has actually been matching the pathing of Blabber. He's been moving up towards top side. He's been timing the camps that he's farming really, really intelligently. He's not just like mindlessly full clearing. He's up towards top side. He's at those Krugs any single time that Solo could be in danger, because they knew with Herald there and Nocturne ult available, it was likely that he would be that target. We do see the first item, though, coming through for Blabber, so he did go towards Stridebreaker. This is my preferred Nocturne build. You can go full glass cannon, but
it's so good.
Yeah, like the damage is still really high, and just having that slow often guarantees, plus you have the speed up from your Q, you get that slow from the Stridebreaker, almost always will guarantee that you're going to be able to land that fear unless they have some sort of a flash or something to immediately react to it, and that allows you to stack lethal tempo during that fear. You're going to win out in these duels really, really often.
Hard CC or even soft CC that guarantees it is just damage written in a different language, right? You're getting damage eventually, just not a direct plus X to AD. So I like this item a lot. I think it just perfectly synergizes with the Champions kit. Happy to see Blabber building that. Over on the other side, Rod of Ages completed here around 13 minutes for Maple, so around 23 minutes or so, you're going to see that completion power spike with a +1 level. And if I'm Cloud9, I'm looking to try to make something happen before that. Try to get something rocking and rolling here as Boogie is down in the bottom lane with the wave ready to crash. Looks like they're not going to go for a dive here. They don't want to risk giving away the lead that they've earned so far.
It's interesting because there's a couple of schools of thought on how Cloud9 should be playing this out, right? They do have their tools to get aggressive here. You look at Blabber, you look at Diplex, you're saying, well, you've been 6 for a while. I would like to see you use your ult. But at the same time, I think Cloud9 may be looking at it through the lens of, all right, well, if we're just chilling and farming, I'd much rather have Zeri Lulu, and I'd much rather have the Jax, right? So you do have these win conditions that can kind of play towards scaling, but that being said, TSM is going to be hitting these really strong points of the game where if they can continue stacking these dragons, it may force Cloud9 to come to them a little bit earlier than they're ready to do.
TSM is ready to go for their second Drake of the game. They already got that first one earlier after Boogie stole the red buff away from Blabber, and now it looks like they've got control over the pit here for the second as well. Blabber on the other side of the map deciding, okay, we're not going to contest this. We're not going to worry about that right now. Too much of a risk, not enough of a reward. Just go for the second Herald.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Berserker doesn't even have his mythic completed. He did go for tier 2 boots rush, which is pretty standard on Zeri. Whereas on the other side, Neo playing 3 boots, he's got that Gale Force done. So not really looking to scuffle just yet. Going to be happy to kind of just sit back, move this up towards top side. They're going to go in now on a Solo, who should be fine, but at the very least, this is going to be a tower. And I think that's just kind of being used to put that pressure down. They move up here with Sven. They drop the Herald. There's no plates. So they're going to try to play for first turret. And we'll see if Diplex can actually keep that bottom turret safe, but it doesn't look like it. So TSM are going to win out on that as well.
TSM feeling good still. 15.5 minutes into the game, TSM has very similar to the Cloud9 expected gold advantage at 15. Really nice stuff from them here in this first part of the game.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Blabber, at the very least, did hold on to the Herald, so they saw they were going to lose that race anyway, so he holds on to the Herald. He can use that potentially towards bot or towards mid to try to get something a little bit more with it. They weren't going to be safe to actually try to siege the tier 2 top or anything like that, so does just make the call to hold on.
Uh-oh.
You hate to see it.
Yep, you do. Well, hopefully it's one of the quick ones.
Yeah. We haven't really had any super long pauses. I don't want to jinx this, but hopefully it'll be quick.
You just did. It's like knocking your drink over and saying, man, I really don't want to spill my drink, but now that I'm thinking about it, what are you... No. Okay, well...
It's going to be fine. It's fine.
They're making it worse.
Everything's fine.
Okay. Hopefully, he's right. Yep. That's where we're at right now. We'll let y'all know as soon as we figure out anything to do with the pause. But yeah, honestly, really impressed with the TSM early game. Cloud9 hasn't been able to run over him with that invade and everything like that. I think TSM sort of showed Cloud9 they weren't going to be walked on all the way back with that level 1 invade at the chicken camp. Yeah, Blabber had the smite. Yes, he got the big chicken, but you pointed it out. You press tab, you look at the creep count. He only had 2. So that means it didn't effectively give him the type of lead he was looking for by hitting level 2, anything like that. Didn't allow him to get far enough ahead of Boogie to make it feel like they could hard force something when Boogie's been doing this great job, as you also pointed out, shadowing him and stopping the dives.
Yeah, absolutely. And also making some of his own proactive plays. The forced flash flashed on the Sven, which was then cashed in from Maple, laying a trap and actually killing off Fudge. So the refs are now investigating a potential audio issue. That is all the info that we have for you. We'll update as soon as we have anything more, but hopefully it will be quick. We can see a lot of the mythics now pretty much coming through across the board, just the supports remaining to complete them. Nothing too atypical really coming through. Just interesting to see that it is Stridebreaker. That's definitely more common in competitive play, of course. But we do have Radiant Virtue on the other side for Sejuani. And it's felt like a lot so far in competitive that the junglers you want to build are just kind of the junglers that can build Radiant Virtue. Like,
I mean, when an item's so busted, you just kind of need to play around the item. It's not quite, I mean, the most egregious one ever was Ardent Sensor, right? But it's not quite that level, but it's still trending towards the same type of thing of, hey, if the item takes an entire character class and just bumps them up a full letter tier on any tier list, you should probably just play whatever character can build this stupid item, right? Like, it's...
Absolutely. Something else we can check in on, though, while we are waiting on this pause, is Berserker's actually holding the top KDA spot so far in the LCS.
Okay.
19 KDA for himself.
19. 10, 2, and 28.
10, 2, and 28. I would kind of argue that FBI's scoreline is almost more impressive, though. 24, 3, and 24. He does have one more death, but FBI, having quite the year so far as well.
Here's the thing about KDA. The K is the one that matters. That's pretty much the way that stat works. And FBI has 2.5 times the K. So I think FBI should count for more, personally.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if Berserker dies, he's definitely going to plummet down on that list. KDA is kind of one of those meaningless stats, but it is fun to look at.
It's fun to talk about,
see,
right?
How people are performing. I think some of the stats can inform discussion when you're combining, KDA as well as like people, DPM that people are putting out and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Just not dying a lot doesn't mean much unless you're not dying a lot while still doing a ton of damage and still actually contributing in meaningful ways to your team. And so far, I feel like AD carry has just been a really exciting role in the LCS this split. Double If has come back, has looked really, really good. Prince coming over is incredible to see. Berserker's playing really, really well. I feel like FBI is having somewhat of a resurgence. He's been looking really good.
Yeah.
And we've been having some other players as well step up and really kind of rise to the occasion in a number of different circumstances to make it feel like very competitive in that role.
And because that role is also the one that is, the traditional carry of the team, it makes it a lot more exciting because then both teams have this pressure of, oh, you got to take this guy out. Like it's the queen in chess, right? If you have this super powerful piece that everybody needs to play around and so many of the moves have to be calculated around, it can make for some very interesting situations in the big fights.
We're good.
All
Issue
right,
is resolved. We're going back in.
Let's rock and roll.
Thankfully, I didn't jinx it too much.
Yes, we're in there.
Quick one.
I'm proud of you, Isaac.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back in. Both Rod of Ages currently online. We've got a stopwatch for Diplex's Galio ready for whenever Cloud9 wants to decide to go after some sort of a play. The tier is fully charged for Maple, so as soon as he builds that into the upgrade, it will immediately become the Seraphs.
Yep, but that is a really big spike. A lot of champions, you talk about powerful items, that item is so strong now. When you're looking towards champions like Ryze and Cassio, it can actually be so difficult to burst them down now. Just so much bonus health with Aurora, and that shield proc as well on the Seraphs can make you really, really difficult to burst down. But TSM here grouping up mid, 4 members mid here. Nocturne is there to cover, so C9 should be able to wave clear, but TSM threatening.
TSM tried to shove this one down, but C9 bringing in enough manpower to only give them about a quarter of the turret's health. So TSM will have to back away from that one now. It'll be Neo and Chime versus Berserker and Sven here in the mid lane. Duos squaring off over these waves. As you can see, top laners still up there. Fudge still pressuring solo underneath that tier 1 turret.
And it's kind of about this push and pull, right? Ryze now has the push here. We saw that Jax had the push top, so Gnar had to move up from mid, answer top, and now Galio has to move down and actually answer this pushing wave. So it's about which solo laner can really force the response, because now that Diplex has actually gone down towards bot, look at what Ryze is going to do. Ryze is going to move towards mid and give TSM pressure, give them threat around that mid lane. It's this push and pull back and forth because the teams don't really have vision established enough. Like, Ryze can't just push towards that tier 2 tower because Nocturne's going to ult you and kill you, right? So he just gets the shove and then comes down. They do have to pay respect, though, that Nocturne could be in the area, and you see some pings on the minimap coming out. C9 has good deep vision up top to actually cover for the split push, but down bottom, they've got really nothing here, and that is why Sven and Berserker are moving away from mid lane down to help cover Blabber, knowing that a trap could potentially be laid, so they're just playing right behind him, allowing him to clear out some of these wards and reestablish control in their own jungle.
Blabber also getting pretty close here to level 11. Big upgrade for Nocturne. That level 1 Paranoia. Yeah, it feels good to have it, but the range is honestly pretty short. Once it hits level 11, you really start to feel like you can find those holy hell, he just came out of nowhere moments on Nocturne.
Yeah, it goes from 2,500 to 3,250, and then another 750 added on for rank 16, so or level 16, I should say. So definitely does increase massively in range there, especially when you are looking for those types of lane ganks and hovering, in those side lanes, which I do think we're going to see Blabber playing towards. He's also got to make sure he gets that Herald down, because that is going to expire very, very quickly. I think he's actually going to have to drop it in base, or at least walk out a little bit and then drop it, because that is about to expire. You definitely don't want to see that happen.
I mean, Cloud9 made the choice to trade the first 2 Drakes for the first 2 Heralds, and the first Herald got 1 plate, and this second Herald might not get anything at all. So honestly, C9 sort of fumbling the ball here with these Herald deployments.
They're going to actually look to commit to this, though. You can see they're bringing everyone mid. They're even going to TP and Fudge, and Diplex is moving in. So Cloud9 is saying, we are getting this Herald charge. We're going to bring 5 mid, and we're going to use this pressure here to get that Herald down. Fudge threatening forward here, but it'll get the charge off.
Yeah, they'll get the charge, but they won't get anything else. So between 2 Heralds, Cloud9 got 2 separate half health bars on tier 1 turrets and 1 plate.
Yeah, well, at the very least, they did eventually kill that top lane tower, so they were able to take that down. But this one cost them the TP. Solo now, though, has that TP advantage, so that is on the side of TSM. And you can see nice chunk from Neo. Berserker's got to go back to base unless he can heal up off this. Oh, they're going to go in!
They're just wanting to fight instead. It's Blabber immediately entering, but TSM's able to disengage from the Galio ulti, but now coming in looking for the taunt on a multiple targets. They grab 3! Chime's already down, and Boogie's going to be forced to flash back over the wall. Neo runs, and Solo's now the target. But here comes the Fudge Copter, and C9 tears a hole through TSM, but Maple's ready to fight back. He tries to get the damage onto Berserker, but it won't be found. Berserker's got the shutdown, and C9 gets 3 for 1.
C9 come to life, biding their time. They find the opportunity here to go in the mid lane. Neo had chunked out Berserker, but he spent a lot of his resources to do it. And they say, we can just engage. There's so much CC that is there. Blabber gets in the middle of everyone, hits a wall with a Strikebreaker slow. Galio ult's coming in. Everyone has to flee. Yeah. And then in the midst of that, Fudge is on top of your team, pumping out the damage. And Cloud9 able to come out on top big time in that, but they weren't able to take the dragon off the back of it. So TSM still potential to fight for this. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it on the map fast enough, though, because Maple does not have his TP. So if Cloud9 want to go for it, it's got to be now.
That might be a big catch. They force flash out of Sven, but now the taunt, the chain CC back down to Boogie. Solo with a big man. Multi-hit Mega Gnar ulti on to 3, but it won't matter. C9's already found the first kill, and they're going in for the second. Fudge locks them down. Berserker blows them up. Now they're going to switch their attention back over to the top laner yet again. It's Pentaangle, but Fudge has already died. Berserker got a Quadra. Maple's the last man standing. C9.
They want it. They want it.
Little health. Maple's going to try to fight all 4. Blabber goes in with the spell shield. He's able to fight the fear. Diplex coming in for the taunt. Laser over the wall. Berserker firing. Pentakill for the Cloud9 AD carry.
The whole team comes together. One mission to get Berserker that Penta. And it is mission accomplished for Cloud9 here. They get the Penta, they get the Dragon, and congratulations to Blabber, one of the best junglers in LCS all time, has just reached 1,800 all-time LCS assists.
What a play to get it off of. Run it back. Let's see it again.
Yeah, this was pretty amazing here. Great bubble onto Sven. And they think, hey, we can actually take down this Lulu, but Sven has the flash. He flashes out of there, and the CC stack is so massive. Taunt, knockup, polymorph, fear, everything landing onto Boogie here. And despite how tanky he is, it finds the time for Berserker to get going. Berserker has that lethal tempo stacked up. He is just going nuts in this fight. Then Fudge goes forward. Look at the health bars that Cloud9 are working with. Such a good job just balancing this kind of nice edge in this fight where so many of them are so low. They wait for the cooldowns and then they say, we can do it again. The ulti comes up there for Sven. Polymorph into the fear, into the taunt. Everything landing here, and then Cloud9 backs up. They say, Berserker, you deserve it. Take the Penta, buddy.
What a reaction. Wow. Stone cold killer, man. Oh, baby. Now, that's not a Zeri damage graph, I don't know what is. 5,300 coming out of the C9 marksman after the pentakill performance. A 20-minute pentakill is hard to do.
Yeah, no kidding. But look at the damage difference between the junglers. There's 200 damage for the Sejuani, 3,200 for the Nocturne. So Blabber was getting some work done. I mean, you ignore that guy in the midst of the team fight, he is going to get some work done, man. He's got that lethal tempo stacked, and he was slapping him up.
Well, I mean, Boogie was also the initial target who died instantaneously in the CC chain you were talking about, right? So, unfortunately for him, despite the fact that he is tanky, he's not tanky enough to survive that much CC. Solo may be looking for a dive angle here, but C9 clears the wave for now. Fudge is back in the side lane, has his Frozen Heart completed, a second full item.
Yeah, and the Anathema's Chains was the second item there for Blabber, and he has it strapped up on the Neo. So reducing the tenacity on this guy, and they have so much CC, so it's really, really annoying. That is kind of one of the big key components. People think about the damage reduction, but the CC is so important. If Neo doesn't have Cleanse, he's just basically not going to be able to ever move in these fights. Between Counter-Strike, Polymorph, Taunt, Galio, Knock-Up, Nocturne, Fear, there's so many different ways that they can actually lock you down. And that was really, really impressive team fighting from Cloud9. And that's one of those ones that you want to see people go back and watch and do those kind of team fight breakdown style plays on. Yeah. Because Cloud9 really navigated it so well, where there's so many moments, people are at 10%, 20% HP, they're still re-engaging back into the fight and surviving with very, very low health. You know, playing that nice edge just incredibly well.
And those are the moments that can also give you the biggest wins. I mean, Jat was talking about it in the Analyst Lounge before the game started today with the Cloud9 versus FlyQuest match this past weekend, talking about how FlyQuest were the ones doing the same thing to Cloud9, just getting those knife's edge plays that can end up giving you some of the biggest advantages. I mean, TSM was up 1,000 gold before those past two fights before the Drake, and then after those both settled, it's now swung 2,500 gold the other way.
And that's one of the really difficult things when you fight against these incredible team fighting teams. When you think back to Summer Split last year, the team that was dominating was actually EG, right? And it was so much about their 5v5. It just always kind of had this magic that it felt like it didn't matter where the state of the game was. If you got into a 5v5 against EG, they could take you down. And some of our top teams showing that again is we're going to see Sven die.
Come on, man. Come on.
He was in the river with multiple people, but he did go off a little bit of solo mission there. You got to be careful. Got to stay together. It's the buddy system.
I'm gonna call that one a bit of an oof. Not exactly.
As is your right.
The best recall.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one of those greedy recalls back from his AD carry days. His AD carry brain took over instead of his support brain.
I mean, Yordles kind of look like kindergartners, so maybe you need that rope system, you know, where like all the little kids across the street.
It could be like one of those crazy parents in a Walmart puts a kid on like a harness.
With a backpack harness. That's what Blabber needs for Zen.
There you go. Just keep him
Tie
close.
him up.
Make sure he's ready to give you the wild growth when you jump in. Easy money. But we do have 40 seconds before our next Drake spawns. It was C9 stopping TSM's Drake stacking with the previous one. Does TSM even want to fight for this? I mean, the last fight in open ground didn't go so great.
It's tough. I mean, I think that they kind of have to. I don't think you can just sit back and do nothing. But the scary part is Berserker just hit his third item, right? He has the Navori Quick Blades now, so that's a massive spike for him. That may dissuade them from doing it, but I think just giving infinite time to Jax to scale and split push in the side lane is not going to be the play. It's so hard for TSM to play side lanes against Nocturne and Jax, so they're going to look for something here, getting some good damage down on Blabber.
Yeah, Blabber loses half before the fight ever really even starts. Now you got Fudge going in, back up from Diplex. Blabber charges into the back lines, he finds Chime, surely he's going to die here. Fudge is huge, and he keeps pushing forward. A shutdown back of a Berserker, a kill back on a Maple, and another on Solo. Boogie runs away, but Fudge is still ready. A double kill back over to Berserker.
Cloud9, no hesitation, diving into the back line there, and you said it. Blabber surely is going to die, but he survives as Diplex is able to push out Neo, and he's able to buy the time with the stopwatch there. Super high value stopwatch. As Cloud9, no fear on pulling the trigger on these plays. They just get right in there. Some damage was committed in onto Blabber, and you're thinking, oh, maybe Cloud9's going to be hesitant around this play. But Fudge just finds an angle. He gets back into that back line, gives Diplex a way in, and then Blabber's ready to follow up. Berserker and Sven are always ready to follow up. So they're going to get the Dragon, they're going to get the Baron, and this game is massively in the favor of Cloud9 now, really looking like one of the best team fighting teams in the league.
I liked how they split it at the end for the Drake and the Baron too to get both. Let's take another look. at how this started.
Yeah, look at them. They're just trying to go in offensively onto Fudge, and Fudge says, all right, I'm just going to turn around. He just jumps past the front line onto the back line. 3-man counter-strike. In comes Diplex. Blabber dives in the back line, flashes forward, finishes off 1 kill, goes into the stopwatch, and then his spell shield has come back up so he can go back in on solo, absorb of that boulder toss or stun or anything that's going to come right at him, survives that easily. And again, it's just Berserker untouched. They're not even forcing summoners off this guy because Cloud9's front line is just buying so much space for him.
Well, TSM try to find a collapse on the Diplex here. However, his Zhonya's is enough to make it so that attempt is going to result in a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I actually really like the ult there from Blabber. Even though he doesn't take it in, it creates that chaos for TSM. Now, all of a sudden, TSM aren't sure, are we getting flanked by Fudge? Is someone coming in from a different angle? We need to back it up. So they do commit that. But they are going to be pushing multiple waves here, pushing through mid and bot. Diplex has to be a bit careful, though. He's getting really low.
Yeah, he's got no Zhonya's left. C9 looking to approach from the other side now as Fudge finds the counter-strike onto Neo, ready to go after him. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade here at the start. Blabber still in the front lines. Solo jumping back away. C9 still looking and ready to fight here with Blabber, but now he's winning the counter-strike for Fudge. He's gone, or is he? Yes, he will be. Maple takes him out. TSM's able to disengage, getting another. Berserker's under the turret. He pops the cleanse. He won't be able to find the kills. He still wants it so badly. He flashes forward. He goes after Solo. He finds one on Boogie. He looks for a little bit more. He's trying to shoot. Maple, he goes over the wall into the enemy base. What is this man doing? Holy cow!
Berserker has never seen a fight he doesn't like. My man is diving past the tier 2, past the inhibitor towers there, straight into the base, trying to find the kill. As this one got a little bit crazy, a little bit disjointed there from Cloud9. It looked like Berserker was just thinking he was going to head back down towards bot and actually look to push in that wave. Fudge was looking for the fight, so he's going in on the re-engage, and that's where things get a little bit crazy. You know, this is earlier on. Look at the bottom side of your screen here. Boogie is doing a really good job of actually zoning out Berserker. Berserker is not really a part of this fight for a very long time. You watch him on the bottom side of your screen, and as Fudge is going forward here with Blabber, you know, they're starting to get really, really aggressive. Now look at the mini-map. You know, you can see it's right before here. Berserker starts head towards bot, right here. He was heading towards that bot side, looking to farm. Then when they fully committed, he goes straight back in. So a little bit disjointed, but Berserker is so fed. He finds the opportunity here. He has the QSS available. He has the barrier. He has the flash. So he says, you know what? We can make it happen here. Flashes in, tries to take out Solo. Can't quite do it. You know, Boogie does use that Q flash to keep his top laner alive. So a great turn there from Boogie. And it's a 1K shutdown onto Maple. He knows he went a little bit far on that one.
It's like, all right, that one was a little aggressive.
Like, okay, my bad.
It's all right. It's all right. For C9, they're still up about 2,500 gold. Less than 2 minutes before the Drake spawns. About a minute after that, Baron's going to be up and ready to go again. 1,000 gold shut down, critically finding its way onto Maple's Rise. I feel like this is really the TSM win condition at this point.
I mean, he almost has his death cap off of that. That would be his 4th item. And when he hits that death cap, you start to get some sweaty palms a little bit when you're playing against that Rise. You know, Cloud9 has a lot of members that are grouped up in these fights. If Rise can free fire and start splashing across, you know, multiple members here on the C9 side, there is that potential for him to shred him. You know, he's already got his Void Staff. He's fully stacked on the Seraph, fully stacked on the Roa. And when he hits Death Cap, that is a very, very strong mid laner. So that is the question. You know, can they create that space for Maple to really get work done? Because there's so much pressure, so much CC that is going to be flying at him. We know Berserker is going to get space. It's not a guarantee that Maple does.
Yeah, Berserker having all but one item completed, sitting on 80% crit chance here with the Navori Quick Blades too. Very, very scary stuff for the DPS potential.
And look at this. He has his QSS fully upgraded, so he's got the Merc Scimitar, and there's a Mikhail's. So there's double CC cleanse on him. So it's not even like you can really look for that. Boogie now maybe overextended.
Blabber flashing after Neo to make sure he keeps him locked down. With Fudge's follow-up through the TP, Neo's going to have a hard time getting away, and he cannot escape. Sejuani ulti. Not going to get a whole lot there as TSM loses their AD carry. 20 seconds left before the Drake. Neo will be back alive in time to fight for the Baron, but you would think this Drake 100% goes the way of C9.
Yeah, Neo just too far up there, unfortunately, and you can see Blabber just no hesitation goes straight in on him, hits him with the Stridebreaker slow, and just the flash follow on that Fear Tether. Unless you're already at max range, when you flash, he can flash follow, still get that fear down. Sure, you have the cleanse, but you're slowed up. You know, it allows that time for C9 to catch up to you. Blabber now going to be over on that dragon, just soloing it up while his team takes down this tower. There's not really any threat because they know TSM was showing up on top side. That is the death cap, though, completed for Maple, so that's very, very big for them. But of course, this is 3 straight Mountain Drakes now for Cloud9. Back-to-back-to-back dragons. The flat resistances are not going to be insignificant here.
And not just the death cap being completed, but filling the 6th item slot with the stopwatch could be huge here for Maple, being able to survive. Like you said, the issue is free firing time. If he does find himself under that suffocating pressure, this is a chance to get an air bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. Could give him that window, but it's going to be scary. I mean, he's not even playing Merc Treads, right? He's not into actually Resolve Tree, so he doesn't really have any tenacity whatsoever. There's nothing from his runes. There's nothing from his itemization. So if you do misposition at all and you get CC'd, you're never going to get to play your character. There's just so much chain CC that can come through from Cloud9. So, you know, Maple really has got to walk that line where he's not too far forward that he's going to get CC'd out, but he's far enough forward that he can really get the damage done and punish them. And TSM now trying to threaten around that Baron, but C9 doing a good job. They have their bot lane grouped up with Blabber here, pushing forward and trying to reestablish vision, but TSM wants to fight.
Man, Blabber taking a lot of damage. He has a Guardian Angel once he goes in, so he won't be dead for real, but C9 still looking to follow up a little bit more. Solo's here on the front line, Berserker putting some DPS into him. Fudge wants to re-engage here with a counter strike, and he's found the kill onto Chime. Now Boogie's your next target. Laser flies through the wall. Solo's ready to try to escape. Neo just barely walks out, but Boogie won't be able to stay the same. You got Diplex locking him down. It's Cloud9 cleaning him up. I think the whole damn game just ended.
Cloud9 are going to finish it out. What a team fight there. Blabber doesn't even die. Deathless on the Nocturne, surviving on a sliver of health there. Zen just runs it down into the well. Cloud9, 34 in, 20 to 8. They take down TSM. A great start to this 3rd week for them.
What a team fighting squad, man. Honestly, again, I want to give props to TSM for the first 15 minutes of the game they played. It was much better than what I was expecting. But you give Cloud9 one team fight, one chance without a massive lead ahead of them, and they'll be willing to take that skill check.
Absolutely, and congratulations to Sven. 200th career LCS win here. Quite the accomplishment for the support king. Playing well today on the Lulu. It's got to be a frustrating one for TSM, though. There were so many fights where Cloud9 members have almost no health, and they just can't quite finish them off. And the Lulu shield comes in, or someone steps forward and actually peels for or body blocks for those other members. You know, both the culling as well as the Rise Qs are directional and can be blocked, right? Can be body blocked up. We saw Cloud9 managing that really, really well in a lot of the team fights, just kind of stifle TSM from being able to actually finish off those kills. But as you said, you know, it was a strong early game from TSM at the very least, something that they can look to build upon.
Right. I think that's the thing that you take away as the positive, and then you just really look back at the team fights in these VOD reviews, figure out what went wrong, figure out why, figure out how you can fix that for the next time, because they're not on the same team fighting level that a squad like Cloud9 or like the last year Evil Geniuses that you were talking about is, but they do seem to be improving at things. And I think that's a big focus for a team that a lot of people was predicting to be bottom half.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just nice to see that Cloud9 still is maintaining that explosive nature that they've kind of always had, you know, for a really long time. You know, being able to just take that one fight and push it to the maximum here. You know, everyone's still on the same page. You know, a lot of those team fights was really, really fun to see. You know, even fights where, you know, Fudge or Blabber or someone would get pushed out, it was the other one that was going to be able to find that window into the back line. You know, so they weren't just relying on only the Nocturne or only the Jax to actually give Diplex a window, you know, to get into that back line with that Galio ultimate. They were always coming from multiple angles, having multiple members pushing them back. And just layering of the CC was so good in a lot of these fights. And even in that final moment, you called out the stopwatch from Rise, but Rise just gets polymorphed up into a taunt, I believe, or a stun or something, right? And he's never even able to get that off. Like just 100-0 straight up, going to get locked down. So very, very difficult to play these kind of medium range type characters like Lucian and like Rise when Cloud9 is so on point with their CC.
And I like the fact that you word it as this explosive team, because a lot of times when you think explosive, you think like, oh, they come out of the gate, they're playing like Gigabyte Marines from years ago, just killing you at level 3. You're not allowed to farm as soon as your character has his 3 basic abilities unlocked type of stuff. But it's explosive with a longer fuse, because the first 15 minutes, yeah, they tried a couple of jungle invades. They stopped the blue from going to Rise. They took a chicken or whatever.
The C4. They were
yeah. They're ready to go, right? They've planted the spike. Now we just have to defend it and wait. And then they get to this point and boom, as soon as you give them the moment, they recognize it and they're ready to capitalize like they've been dunking on you the whole game. But now, we're joining Raz and Blabber on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. I'm here with Blabber on a big win today. First of all, congratulations on the wins. Just initial thoughts.
It was a free win.
I already love this, so thank you for joining me. But for me, question is, last week, extenuating circumstances, you go up against FlyQuest, huge delay. I remember seeing you around the hallways, like listening to music, vibing. But then you got to get sent back home. Like, how did it really impact your pregame routine at that moment? Just walk me through that.
Well, usually in scrims, I tend to int a lot. And I had to play from the same PC I was scrimming from.
Yeah.
So, I just had to int because I was still on the same PC, not a new setup. So that's
So maybe we got to change up the PC next time.
Yeah, I got to change up the environment.
Yeah, a little bit. This game, you brought out the Nocturne, unique pick. You come out with unique picks pretty often. Last year, like Gwen Jungle, a few things like we've seen that a little bit, but like with you specifically, we're also seeing Udyr bans. So for my question to you is more so like, what's the process like convincing your team on picks that you're confident on? And also why the Nocturne pick this game?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't really prep the Nocturne pick for this game. We just wanted to play Galio, and I was like, okay, it could work well with the Galio, but Nocturne's kind of just a champ that I've been playing for my whole career, and I'm really confident on it, and I know my teammates always have a lot of trust in me and what I want to pick, regardless of like if it's meta or not. So, yeah, I'm glad to have their support, and yeah, the game was really easy when you have Berserker on Zeri.
So you don't have to, you just get the green light a lot of the times. If you have confidence, they just roll with you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I like that too. And also, just like another question for me is like, how has the process been working alongside Diplex? You've worked with a lot of mid laners, Niski, Perks, Fudge, your own top laner, so choose your words wisely. But you've gone through that process a lot. Have you had to change that process because you had to like basically try and be on the same page with the mid laner quickly? How's it been?
Yeah, so this is the first time I've ever played with like a mid laner that I would say has less experience than me. Obviously, Fudge had less experience than me as a mid laner, but not counting him, like all my other mid laners had a ton of experience, and they were kind of teaching me the ropes when I first joined, and I feel like I have to do the same with Diplex now. Like, obviously he's played for 2 years, but it's been an academy league, and it's a bit different, right? And I think he's been improving a lot, and I've been really happy with his progress so far.
Hell yeah, that's great. And another one, just mostly about like the constant state of your personal growth. Just kind of stringing on the last question is like, because everybody's working on something in their lives. Even if you've been playing the game multiple times, you're an MVP, but you're always still working on something. So like, tell me something that you're working on this split. It doesn't have to be within the game, could be out of the game, that you're kind of working towards.
I wouldn't say there's anything specifically I'm like working towards. I want to win again. For me, it's like my future splits is just to build my legacy as a player. I want to prove that I'm one of the greatest players to ever play in this region. So I just want to keep proving that split of split.
There it is. I mean, this game's already one big step. So let's see what we have in the next one. Congratulations again on this one. So we're going to be throwing this right back to the analyst desk. I heard Jats got something for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Raz. Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. But we have a pentakill in the last game, and pentakills are just cool, so we're going to watch it again. This is Berserker's penta from Berserker's view. We're going to watch the whole setup once again. It is a lot of CC blown at the start of the fight, which allows him to go all in right from the start. He knows his limits so well. Here's 2. I'm seeing this for the first time from his point of view as well. Quickly goes over the wall, gets the 4th, and then this was actually pretty dicey. We were wondering if Maple had a chance to turn this around for a 1v4 quadra kill, but C9 layers their CC extremely well. Spell shield plus fear into a low health Galio getting the taunt, and then Berserker keeping his distance so he doesn't get one shot and securing the huge pentakill. So Berserker guaranteed the dub for C9 off the back of that play, and with the Grubhub guarantee, you'll get your food delivered on time at the lowest price. You can use the offer code LCS 10 off 20 for $10 off your delivery order of $20 or more through Tuesday, February 13th. And that is going to do it from the LCS Lounge here for C9 versus TSM. After the break, we have Fly versus EG. See you then.
And away, and it's a Moo-Moo, baby! Moo-Moo previously has been shunned.
Looks like we're gonna get a full-on fight here. Nice bandage coming out from Speaker as Diplex tries over the wall now. Speaker ready to counterattack. He's used both bandages now.
Final flash. Look by. Yeah. Look by. Yeah. Final flash. Keep going, keep going. No skill, no skill. No E now. Nice.
Play for KDA, play for KDA.
Bye. Bye. Go flash. Hero flash. Do W.
Nice.
Kill. 죽여. 야. 죽여. 높여. 죽여. Nice.
Let's go.
FlyQuest are the best team in.
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Other than that, are there any teams or players in particular that you've been excited to play against or that you've been enjoying facing?
I mean, I feel like I versed FlyQuest, Vikla, and Scrims a lot. I mean, he's pretty good, but I definitely think, at least in Scrims, that I'm a lot better. So it's going to be nice versing him on stage. I mean, but like I said, today on stage, I can't really say too much. I just got to practice and play well for the next game. So, yeah, probably Vikla.
Do you expect Vikla to be your biggest rival this split?
I think him and I are by far going to be the best mates in the split. I don't think anyone really comes that close to us, yeah.
And once again, thank you, Travis, for that clip. JoJo said that these are going to be the 2 best mids in the LCS this split. So I wanted to kind of give a rundown because they have interestingly parallel careers as you go through. Obviously, for anyone who paid attention to LCS all last year, JoJo did win LCS Rookie of the Year, was super, super hyped coming in to his time on EG from EG Academy. And the thing I think that's really interesting about JoJo is that, you know, historically, North America has maybe not been so kind to some of their native mid lane prospects coming up. Where on the flip side, obviously, any mid laner coming up in Korea is, I'm not going to say going in the shadow of Faker, but there's just such a large history for really strong Korean mid laners coming up. Vikla was LCK Rookie of the Year last year. He is 19 to JoJo's 18. I think they're only about a half a year apart, actually. Joined the main roster from KT Academy in that February. It was kind of swapping time with Arya. I think the big thing that I want to stress about Vikla, and I'm going to use the words of Caster Wolf from over in the LCK, who I chatted to about this. He said, it's very clear Vikla works hard. His improvements throughout the season while KT roster showcase there's still so much potential in this very young player. He never got discouraged during his rocky start in the LCK, and his attitude towards improvement is why most people chose him as Rookie of the Year. We haven't seen his best yet, and that's exciting. And I actually think you can say something very similar about JoJo, even though he had a really, really strong Rookie of the Year in his own regard. I think when you talk to JoJo, especially after he faced international mids, he was always saying, oh my gosh, you know, there's just so much I can learn from playing against people like Xiaohu, like Faker, the way they affect the map. That's the kind of mid laner that I want to be. So watching these two in the LCS side by side in their sophomore years is super exciting to me. We're gonna see them face off for the first time in a few minutes, but right now we're going to hear about Vikla and why he is a big light in the LCS.
Welcome back.
What will we be
LCS
discussing,
Lounge.
huh?
Thank you, Emily, for that segment. I was just talking about some trash talk that we saw on Twitter and whether or not we could get those on a broadcast.
I'm down for that.
Oh, no.
I always love trash talk. Anything related to violence.
I didn't see it on Twitter. Predictions.
Raz is always
production saw
calling
them
for
on
more
Twitter.
violence.
But
Yes.
Raz is a gremlin, and he sees all this. So
Yes.
Oh, I heard about this. Yeah,
How
Prince.
to be happy after losing a competition.
Prince just screenshots like some random Google search result to send to Vulcan.
Here are the methods: accepting your loss, keeping your spirits high,
Full screen.
preparing
And
for the
people
next
can't
competition.
see me pointing to this, but the personal development, personal failure tagline right
He
here
went
is
multiple clicks in.
amazing.
I mean, what is the advice? There's a lot of, oh, it's gone. Vulcan said, don't scream too hard, it wins him after the support.
What the hell?
It keeps going. I see two more in the prompter.
Oh, keep it going then. Losers pay dinner. Oh, this is a video actually from Inspired with Impact. So they're making a bet on losers paying dinner.
Whoa!
Last time I paid $500.
Whoa! It sounds like they owe Impact some money.
Yeah, just a little bit. Actually reminds me of, I don't know if you guys go out with
Yeah,
like
what?
KBBQ with your guys' friends or something, but like there's always going to be a few people that don't pay up.
Okay, there's
That
some
happens.
pretty expensive K-barbecue places too.
Yeah.
in
Yes.
K-Town. If Impact is treating, he's had a lot of years in the LCS. He can afford it. But
Apparently they owe him $500.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of the elderly. I'm sorry. We don't do that here.
I remember Impact, even though there's a perfectly good coffee machine in Team Liquid, he bought his own like $2,000 coffee machine just to like
Wait.
make espressos in the morning.
Oh, I
So,
love that.
He's a coffee guy. Yeah, also another storyline we have here is Impact up against his former team, and you can see there's still a lot of comfort. I can almost guarantee you Inspired is talking to Impact right now in pregame chat.
Yep, absolutely. I wish we could see that.
I know. I wish we could see the pregame chat
Yeah.
on our side.
So they're getting in a lobby, so we will be getting into the game very quickly. There's a lot to discuss. You already talked about the fact that Impact going up against his former team. Also going up against Someday, who's just always, I feel like we've talked about it last year, gone face-to-face with them, and it feels like a Fury kind of matchup, but has been weighted to Impact more frequently.
Yeah, we're going to be doing Champ Select from here as well, and there's actually so many possible storylines for these two teams against each other. E.g., I power ranked them above FlyQuest at the start of the year.
Same.
FlyQuest has looked pretty unbeatable.
Yeah.
If you just based it off of the 4 games we've seen so far, you wouldn't think that they are going to drop a game for the rest of the split. But I personally think that this EG team is getting slept on. Although Mark, at the very start of the day, mentioned they've had one of the easiest strengths of schedule so far.
100%. And I think a lot of it comes off of like one person who's already getting targeted in the draft. Spica. Spica has been a primary facilitator. He's been working towards Maokai. Last time we saw him play was Amumu, so he's a demonic embrace enjoyer. And when he was streaming, I saw him playing Nautilus. I'm just saying, this guy's going above and beyond.
Nautilus jungle is back?
Well, I don't think he enjoys it, but he was
slow, no?
It is slow, but all you do is 3 camp ganks. So it was successful, and he was bullying Berserker, but at least banned.
We're not going to see Nautilus.
I'm just throwing that out
I'm
there.
calling that here. But I mean, in previous games, we have seen Spica targeted out by jungle bans. Here, obviously, Maokai and Elise bans coming through, and then the Sejuani ban from FlyQuest.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see a Karma coming in from FlyQuest later on, just because they have a lot of push bot side anyways. Banning Varus to allow Caitlyn to get free push, I think, is really important and goes to what FlyQuest has been successful with, which is playing through bot lane, giving resources to Prince, and then letting him work in mid-game fights.
Yeah, before this, we were talking about some prop bets of which AD carry would have a higher KDA during this game. Currently, Prince has a 17 KDA coming into this game. FBI has a 16 KDA coming into this game. But securing the Caitlyn early, I think, edges it out for Prince.
Yeah, so, and I mean, we're probably still going to see Lucian Nami coming out for EG. My question is do we think it's a Caitlyn for Prince?
Oh.
Or do we think it's a Caitlyn? Do you think Winsome would play support Caitlyn?
No, I don't think so. At least the play that we've seen, the furthest we've seen from Go is just mostly like engaged supports, but no, he's going to be playing mostly Enchanters, which is why I think it's actually safe for him to go Karma. I love the fact that he was hovering over the Amumu, just throwing it out there. He can always do it twice. Lower range on Lucian makes it more of a possibility, I guess, but it's actually the Lux being picked. Any thoughts on Lux overall here? I feel like we haven't seen it too much.
These are some cheeky hovers.
I want the Nidalee, not for composition or not because I think it's particularly good, but because I think it would be exciting.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they're going to go jungle here, though.
This early?
Just do like...
Bam! Just like that.
We're doing the typical jungle bot lane trade thus far, unless EG are going to pick their mid as they hover, but my guess is that it's just going to be Nami coming through.
I actually did some digging into this Amumu.
Okay.
Because Spica 1 with Amumu is a ridiculous statement.
Yes.
But Games of Legends, I checked all of the Amumu games, and they track like tier 2 ERLs and like pretty much everything. Amumu's 7-1.
Ooh.
Yeah, actually, every Amumu who's built Radiant Virtue has won.
I like
I'm
that.
just saying.
We are Radiant Virtue enjoyers. Yeah.
I'm a Radiant Virtue enjoyer. One of them built the purple one, which is the wrong mythic item.
Yeah,
Jack Show.
Jack Show, yeah.
The Radiant Virtue is good. So this actually reveals to me, because there were like 6 jungle bans the last time we played Amumu, but it was also in Devi. So I think this is a pretty preferred matchup at this point for a Spica in Devi. It's cool.
Yeah, and it feels like, just taking a look at this, I like this first phase from FlyQuest overall, because they leave the door pretty open what the rest of the comp is going to be. Caitlyn, Lux, and Amumu doesn't really show too much. I think that Vikla has been really good on Azir. And I like the fact, Emily, that you kind of highlighted his level of play and also just his growth, quoting Wolf there, because I think he's somebody that has been really good in lane, has been trying to push and pressure as much as he can, which actually left him a little vulnerable versus Golden Guardian. So I want to see what he ends up looking towards, but I think mid lane is the one that we end up looking. Which would be the counter pick? Because now it's mid lane?
That is the interesting thing. It's like, what do we think they're going to say for counter?
This is complicated because right now FlyQuest with Caitlyn, Lux, Amumu are fairly magic damage heavy, and the Merc Tread's value is really high. So it limits the amount of things that FlyQuest can pick because, Syndra is off the table. Azir is okay, but that is really questionable because then you need your top laner to do a high amount of physical damage, and if you don't have counter pick, that's a hard thing to blind. So Lot to be discussed here. I wonder if EG can make any types of counters, and that's why they banned Azir, because Azir wouldn't have been good for FlyQuest in the first place.
But EG was forcing them to ban Cassante. They had banned the Jax and the Gwen, thinking that, well, of course they wouldn't let us have a Cassante on 4. So I think the Cassante comes out pretty easily.
Yeah,
and then
Jax's counter's already banned.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if they didn't go towards it.
Oh. So here's the thing, EG already has a lot of...
Oh!
A blind Jace? It could be Flex. That could be a JoJo Jace.
We've seen this in the past when you go up against Impact. It seems like it's just a check. They're checking whether or not he's willing to play the counters that force FlyQuest to play topside. Like, Aurelia is one thing that most people think about. But I don't think FlyQuest, who's already built towards playing around Caitlyn and Lux, will then change gears this stage. So Sion has been the pick in the past. Versus the Jace specifically, and there it is.
It's actually so good against those 3 physical damage dealers if he can get through the laning phase and doesn't get dove early. So this is one where Inspired would want to play around Sunday, which is really interesting because they haven't had many games together, and they're definitely not a team that plays through top, but that's what this draft is telling them to do.
I mean, that's a fun hover. Maybe as the game goes on, you can put, because yes, they actually are questioning the fact that they don't have that much physical damage within their team. They already have an AP jungler, boom. And then later on in mid game, you can then match the Jace with the Aurelia.
Yeah, so it's like the Aurelia mid, but it's going to be Vikla playing the Aurelia and then matching Jason side lanes. That's what I think. You could play Sion mid, but I don't think Impact's going to play Aurelia.
That would be hilarious. There have been some games where you just get tormented. And so this is the one thing I'm concerned about EG's draft. Very squishy, very volatile in both side lanes, top and bot lane. Whoever doesn't respect the gank will just be sent behind for the rest of the game. So I'm quite concerned about how EG is able to basically play around what is a psychopathic Amumu gank pattern. So that for me is the most interesting thing.
Emily, who do you think won draft?
I mean, FlyQuest is super interesting.
Yeah.
I really love the Sion pick, actually.
Yeah, I think.
And then they're basically thinking that.
What are you thinking?
You're tongue-tied. The push in bot is what I'm thinking about, actually.
Yeah, I just want to see if Sion can get to late game. I think EG's going to try and snowball this one early because they don't scale that great. But that's going to do it from us at the LCS Lounge. Casters, take it away.
Hell yeah, Jet, that's what we're gonna do. It's time to take it away. I'm still Flowers, that's still Isaac, and this is still the LCS. We got FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses ready to go head to head. I like the fact that we sort of did a little bit of teeing up for Evil Geniuses, talking about the last match, how dominant they were in summer of last year, what a good team fighting squad these guys are, and they're going up against the new hotness in 2023 that is FlyQuest.
Yep, everybody's been talking about FlyQuest. It's also always just fun seeing players versus their old teams and Impact bantering. You know, Jat was saying when we saw Inspired on screen, he was kind of laughing. He's like, he's probably typing Impact right now. He actually was. I was in lobby and he's like, oh, Impact, you got your GP warmed up? And Impact goes, no, I have my Orange all warmed up, and then actually picks tank. So pretty funny. Gonna be excited to see exactly how they want to play this out. You know, we knew it was going to be Vikla piloting the Aurelia.
Yeah.
My kind of question was, you know, would they do anything crazy early? Would they actually swap him to top to try to answer someday? Or even have Impact lane the first early levels and then post 6, put Vikla in a side lane actually against someday? Because that can be very, very difficult. But Sion itself is a really good matchup into the Jace. It's very difficult for Jace to actually punish against this matchup. You know, in those early levels, it's hard to actually push him out. You know, post 6, he has not only the TP, but the ulti back to lane. He can kind of stay in that stable position.
Yeah.
And if you can't super punish the Sion early, he just becomes a brick wall that Jace can't push through. And I think this is actually a problem that's exacerbated by the fighter item changes because you have no Omnivamp, you have no lifesteal on Eclipse anymore. So, you know, any little poke and prod that the Sion could actually get down onto this Jace makes it that much more difficult for him to stay in lane and actually stay sustained.
And we know how tanky Sion gets just for free, right? Like, it's not common to see the power of the Soul Furnace with the passive health stacked up into 4 digits as the game goes on. So, especially for a player like Impact, who knows how to maximize his farm, make sure he's not missing minions that he should otherwise get, this could become difficult as the game goes forward. But Sunday is the kind of guy that you would trust to be able to push an advantage on Jace if he can get one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he definitely is that kind of player. You know, I just wonder, you know, were they expecting the Sion, or were they thinking, you you know, he's just going to walk a Cassante into my Jace, and that's a matchup that maybe he's more comfortable in playing.
Right.
The sign is not something that we see a lot of, but it is one of those picks that Impact always has ready. He's got basically every tank on lock. You know, if it's a good situation for the Shen, he's going to bust it out. If it's a good situation for something like that Scion, he's going to bring it out here as well. And every Q that you can land, I mean, that was a fully charged knockup, but you'll see a lot of good Scions just do the partial charged ones where they don't get the knockup, but they just get poke. That, you can pop your W, walk at him, you know, just get that pop damage on him. The E knock through minions for poke damage. There's actually like a fair bit of damage that Scion can chunk away onto a Jace, and that can become problematic again because you don't have Omnivamp in your Mythic that you're going to be going for anymore.
And I think that's one of the best displays of mastery for Scion as an individual champion is the ability to always get the maximum possible amount of time out of your Q charge, because the icon, the indicator for the AoE is not completely honest. It goes a little bit further. It goes a little bit further, but here in mid lane, JoJo's gonna get ganked. Bandage toss goes in, but Inspire's ready to hit back. JoJo walks away with 100 HP, and Vikla and Spica do not want to try to force anything harder.
But at the end of the...
Oh, never mind! Vikla's ready to go! JoJo can talk that trash all day! Vikla puts him out on the curb!
Nicely done. I was just about to say, you know, they went positive on that play with that chunk. Vikla still had passive fully stacked. They're going to TP it back in. They're going to try to punish here on the push. Will Spica come and actually cover? He does have Q Flash, but no way you can actually go for it there. So he's going to try to at least freeze the wave, you know, force him to not be able to fully reset it, but he should be able to get this in. We'll see if JoJo wants to pull to the side. Either way, great job by Vikla. You know, finds the window there to actually finish him off with the W after JoJo has flashed.
Yeah, the Irelia W can do a lot of damage once it's charged up. So let's take another look at everything all the way back to the start of the play with the gang.
Yeah, I mean, JoJo actually did a really good job. He sidesteps the E, then he sidesteps the bandage toss, but the second bandage toss connects, it actually gets him very, very low. And that's where it starts to get bad. I mean, JoJo, credit to him for really good fingers on those sidesteps, but it's a Q to the minion, flash Q. It's responded to very quickly from JoJo, but then the windup on the W is there and he's able to finish him off.
And so the big thing that I'm watching about this, after we get past this initial part again here with us watching from Vikla's point of view, everything's chilling, everything's cool here. Watch what he does right now. He primes that minion. He already had this plan ready to go. He knew that that minion had to be low enough to give himself the reset. He sets himself up perfectly. I love that level of awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something you'll see all great Irelia players will do, is constantly prepping those range minions. And every time they're walking forward, every time they're threatening to that, they can always use that as the gap closer here. And someday now, got to be careful. If he dies, it is going to be really rough. We'll be able to backstep there and get away, so gonna be feeling good about that. But Impact's in a great spot. The wave is actually still coming towards Impact, and when you can stall the wave out in this sort of a position as a tank, this is like your happy place.
Oh yeah, this is the dream world.
Exactly, you cannot be ganked here, and you are gonna have that Jace in an awkward spot. You can see someday is starting to get a little bit lower on mana, so Impact doing great in these early levels here already.
Inspired hanging out here in the bottom side of the map. He will be able to take that bottom river scuttle crab. Impact will finally not be able to freeze the wave any further, so it will crash into the turret. Gonna reset here, and this should also give Sunday the opportunity to go back and shop. He is recalling on a ward, but Impact doesn't really have a big way to stop that, so that means it completes.
But this is actually great from EG. They have bot Prio here, you know, with Lucian Nami early on. And they're just going to start up this dragon instantly on spawn. We'll see if Spica can steal it. This is big if he can.
Oh, nice attempt. But an even better smite for the Secure coming out from Inspired. Now, what can Vikla and FlyQuest find? Vikla, you already flashed earlier, buddy. Hold on now. Evil Geniuses punish FlyQuest for getting too aggressive. Oh! Beautiful two-man bubble coming out of Vulcan. As now they might just be able to find a third Inspired with the flash away. Spica with a flash follow. The shield's coming out. Spica's going to take Inspired with him. Going to get Vulcan too. No! It's a double kill back over to JoJo. And EG strikes back.
Vulcan was talking trash on Twitter. Prince, don't get mad at Winsome after the support gap, and he flashes forward, finds the double bubble here. It's a bit of an overchase, and you can see there's not much vision here whatsoever from the FlyQuest side. We know JoJo is coming out of base, though, and JoJo's coming down from here. That was very, very close to being able to get it. Actually, Spica didn't have smite, so never mind. He wasn't going to be able to ever really get that, so they're more setting up for the fight. I think they just did not expect that JoJo was going to be there that quickly, so Vikla going forward, he's saying, all right, well, it's just an Lucian, you know, Inspired's going to be running. He's not going to have that much in the tank, but JoJo arrives. That really is the difference maker, and then Vulcan, they're flashing forward, finding the double bubble. When that passive came off cooldown for Inspired there, and he gets that passive shield, I thought he was going to live, but Spica was getting a lot of work done in this fight. At the end of the day, though, you know, JoJo already had a 9 or 10 CS lead prior. He gets 2 kills from this and a red buff. So any advantage that Vikla got from that kill early on is completely gone.
Yeah, things were feeling good earlier for FlyQuest, but it has just swung even stronger the other way for Evil Geniuses. They now have almost a 500 gold lead, and they secured that Hex Tech Drake, which is another nice bit of stats. Ability, haste, and attack speed, useful for everybody.
Absolutely, and I would say it's actually even more important than average here to actually get this Victor to a really strong start, because he's their only form of magic damage. He's really the only good threat here for this Sion later on. Sion is gonna totally stack armor. Sion is gonna be a brick wall to the Jace, to the Caitlyn, to the Vi. So, if Victor's having a bad game, you've really got no answer. You've got no way to push through that. So Jojo has to have a good start here, and now is well on his way to doing that.
Spica looking for the potential gank here in bottom lane. They get the binding from Winsome, followed up with a bandage toss. More damage pours through, but not enough for the kill just yet. There they get it. Prince is gonna pick up that as Spica walks his way out of the gravity well. Chaos Storm takes him low, but it won't take him out. FlyQuest get one for nothing.
Yeah, the attempted roam there from Jojo is just preempted by the gank from Spica. So Jojo unfortunately can't get much of anything. Got to be careful here for Inspired, and he will. He was trying to hold the wave, I think, for Jojo. Not going to be able to do that, so we'll pick up some of the farm.
I mean, Irelia is full build. The Vamp Scepter's complete.
Yeah, that's it.
It's pretty hard to hold the wave against him at that point. But yeah, good play coming out from the side of FlyQuest, setting it up for Spica to make it happen down there. Landing the Lux binding into the Amumu Q. There's just so much CC coming out from those guys. You can put a Caitlyn trap down afterwards. Once one hits, the rest of them are going to hit.
Yep, exactly. And Jojo, despite getting those 2 kills, you went for CDR boots as your first buy. He doesn't really have a lot of damage behind the ulti at this point in the game, right? He drops the full combo there onto Spica, but Spica has enough with just the giant spell and base stats to really be able to survive through that. Spica, though, just hit 6. Jojo doesn't know it. If he gets stunned up, he is potentially going to get 100 to 0 here, but FlyQuest not going to pull the trigger. As Vulcan shows, they realize that there could be a little bit of vulnerability here. And you can see all the FlyQuest pings and question marks over on the Herald. So they want to start up the Herald. They actually move their bot lane up towards it. The question is, will EG contest? I don't think so. But then really they should have had their bot just go straight back down towards bot lane likely and push that out, because they're getting nothing for it.
Yeah, the Herald ends up going the way of FlyQuest for not a whole lot back on EG's side.
Yeah.
Jojo will now be taking up the bottom lane, securing the farm there and getting that one pushed out. You can see some extra minions lined up on both sides. Doesn't have the double hit laser yet, so not the instant wave clear that Victor will have later on in the game. And you can see EG bringing some more bodies up here into the top lane as Winsome and Prince push the wave up into the turret.
Yeah, I mean, there was literally one melee minion that was lost by impact bot lane. He just ults down to actually cover that wave. So that's usually where the answer is that you shove down bot. You force your opponents to lose waves if they rotate up towards the Herald. In this case, they didn't actually do that. So losing nothing there. And it's actually FlyQuest who gets a plate top and the Herald. So they're massively ahead off of that little play. Definitely a nice advantage gain. We'll see how much they can get with the Herald itself, because they're already out here to a 600 gold lead. And if they can get a big cash in, it's going to make a big difference this early on.
That was one of my criticisms of Cloud9 in the last game. The Heralds didn't seem particularly effective, kind of just let the timer ran out, get the default answer from them instead of being able to get any more. So we'll see how much priority FlyQuest places on grouping up and playing around those, or if they do just want to go for the, hey, just get the plate damage, grab whatever you can. Use it as a distraction, because there is a second Drake live now. Mountain Drake is around. EG already got that first Hex Tech Drake for themselves. I'm curious if FlyQuest wants to fight for this second one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big question on everyone's mind, is they're going to let the Nami ulti rip here. Not going to connect onto Vikla. I think they thought he was going to step a little bit further forward, and they wanted to get that big chunk. I think they were hoping that it was either a kill or a big enough chunk that they could then get a guaranteed 5v4 at that dragon to secure it for themselves. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Sion is pushing top with TP advantage. So EG was kind of in this situation where they had to force, right? It looks a little bit funny, but you see Sion is pushing top with TP. Jace has no TP, Jojo has no TP, so they had no one to answer. So the only way they could really attempt Dragon is if they got a pick prior to it, and that's why they hard forced there on Vikla.
And the thing we have to remember as well is this is not 14 minutes yet. Teleports are still not unleashed, so anybody who does teleport down to join one of these fights will not be able to join directly. They'll have to go to the nearest turret, spend another 5 seconds or so walking over to the dragon fight itself. Herald's going to be summoned up here in the bottom lane. Should be able to grab 2 plates guaranteed from this one. Prince and Winsome might be able to get even more here, as Jojo's hanging around, but he is the only one still here.
Yeah, no start just yet. I wonder if FlyQuest is actually just waiting for Impact to have his ulti. You know, you talked about no unleash TP, but if Poseidon has his ulti, you can just TP towards mid lane tier 1 and then ult straight into the fight, and that can be a pretty effective way to join. So yeah, potentially waiting for that, or just waiting to actually get a buy. I assume that Mythic should be completed here for Prince on base, given that they got the crash in. They want to get those first items done. Demonic Embrace was just finished up there. Inspired, though, going to try to preempt the play, and he's on this dragon already. We'll see how quickly he can get it done, though, because Spica's running straight out there from base, and no one is really helping Inspired, so it's going to take him a while.
Vulcan will be seen by some of the control wards there of FlyQuest. Inspired's already got this Drake down to 30% of its health.
It's gone.
Yeah, there's not really a contest going to show up here, so good heads up from EG, recognizing this was an easy opportunity to take it.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that FlyQuest didn't elect to actually try to go for it at all, you know, because they did have TP advantage. They could have that 5v4 type play that they could set up, but not feeling pressured to do it. They're just more concerned about stacking their gold advantages, you know, pushing, trying to get these plates chipped away at. All their major items are coming through. You know, already mentioned the Gale Force was going to be completed. That's done. Blade of the Rune King's done. Demonic Embrace is done. So a lot of things coming through here now for FlyQuest. And they are trying to threaten to die, but this is risky. JoJo's arrived.
Oh, Vikla, man, that was not lined up the way they needed it to be. Spica tried to grab, but he won't get it. Still burning. He does. He manages to collect it thanks to the DOT and the Demonic Embrace. Winsome dies to FBI, and EG just mopped up everybody. That was sloppy from FlyQuest.
Like fish in a bucket there. FlyQuest go for the play, but EG had the read. They're trying to dive Inspire, but he's not solo. JoJo's heading straight down. Vulcan is there, and honestly, they're lucky that they actually had that last little bit of dot damage to finish off JoJo, because Vulcan flashed in, Summoner healed him, then healed him with that W, and I thought it was going to be enough to actually keep him alive, and that would have been a total disaster.
Super close, man. Super, super close. The fight does end up giving JoJo enough money to get his Leandries. Let's take another look at how they did this, because it was Vikla ready to start this off.
Yeah, Vikla just says, oh, you're going to come straight at me? I'm just going to dive you. Spica's coming, Winsome's coming, Prince is coming. But you look at the map, everyone else is coming down here from EG. They go straight in. Inspire just ults him. Look at that flash, Summoner heal, W, Airy, everything actually landing down onto JoJo, and just barely the final ticks there do actually shut him down. That is a big kill swinging back, but an easy one for FBI, picked up on Winsome. They get multiple kills under the turret. So it is EG who are still getting more from this, and they're actually ahead now in the gold. They have 2 dragons to 0, and it is an Ocean Dragon, which is quite a strong one to grab. It's going to help him out potentially in the side lanes a lot here.
FlyQuest is going to want to clean up some of these plays. Feels like they're getting a little bit too jumpy on thinking they can just make anything happen, and EG's doing a good job reading them and counterplaying it. As the Nami wave fires out, won't hit Winsome. And so that means that EG can't get the follow-up there from the Vi. Not really a whole lot they can take down here in the bottom half of the map. In the meantime, yeah, there's a Scuttle Crab, but that's about all you're going to get. No Drake for another 2.5 minutes. Baron will be active in 5 minutes from now, but the Herald is about to spawn here in the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know, I think people will probably be memeing some of the Vulcan ults, you know, that they're trying around mid lane, but I actually don't really mind it. He was looking for a reset anyway, so if you're going to go on a reset, you look for that type of play, you know, maybe you get something. At the very least, you're going to be able to get free push there in mid. He resets, he gets back out on the map, and by the time he arrives back, his ulti cooldown is half done. He may be missing it for this fight, though, if there is actually going to be a scuffle breaking out. So we'll see if Inspired, you know, wants to even take a fight here. EG instead could just look to just shove it up mid and just accept that they're going to lose the Herald, continue to look stacking towards that dragon, and I think that is the smarter answer. They didn't really have an inside track to get there. You know, somebody was already zoned out by Impact. They had no vision in the river, so it would have been a really risky play.
Well, there are no turrets taken yet by either side in this game, but the 2 side lane tier 1s of EG are very, very close to death. You can even see the icons on the minimap mostly empty there, as opposed to their counterparts on FlyQuest that still have a large amount of HP remaining. So for FlyQuest, I want to see him use this Herald to just grab first turret bonus. Get yourself something to work with here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. I mean, when you're picking Caitlyn, that's really what you're looking to do. Caitlyn Lux want to be having that constant push, want to be knocking down towers. Bot lane tier 1 is a guaranteed kill if they want to actually drop it there. Top lane tier 1 also very, very low, so they should be able to get something for sure with this. In fact, Impact's actually just going to take the solo first turret there, so that is really, really good for him. Already has the Sunfire Aegis completed, and Spica walking out here with that Herald mid. Doesn't have too much time, so it looks like it will be a commitment to just dropping it mid. They're going to try to push back FBI, who's now on his lonesome and likely won't really be able to stop him.
Vikla probably has it fresh in his mind that he's got to be careful when he's diving people down here in this bottom lane now. So we'll keep an eye on how that goes here in the 1v1 matchup. These two dead even in farm, so neither mid laner really being able to pressure the other one away from the resources that they should just be passively collecting. It is JoJo with a massive advantage in terms of the kills, having 4 compared to only the 1 of Vikla. But FlyQuest now, you said it, buddy. They're going to use that Herald in mid lane. They're going to utilize the power of the Caitlyn and the Lux, and they're pushing. Bring Sion down here as well, get the Demolish proc, and there we go. That is the second turret of the game brought down now by FlyQuest.
And look at the timing on this. This is actually really, really nice because it's right time before that dragon, right? Dragon's about to spawn here. So they crack mid, Sion shows up, everyone moving down and arriving right at this time. Aurelia's also pushing bot meanwhile. In fact, will get chunked out by this culling, but Aurelia is going to take the tier 1 boss. This is going to be triple tier 1 across the map here very, very quickly for FlyQuest. And we'll see if EG can actually force this dragon, because it means if they start it from this position, Sion could be coming from one angle, Aurelia could be coming from behind you. It does get pretty dicey, but they really want to get this third dragon. They invested heavily into the early dragon stacking, and they've got to be able to get something from it.
All right, FlyQuest clearing out the wards as they move their way in from the jungle ramp. Someday wants to get this blue before any sort of a fight starts out if he can. Pretty low on mana right now, so needs the regeneration to spam these spells.
Also worth noting, Impact, he got chunked, but he just TP'd straight back, so the culling and everything was spent. Doesn't really get much of anything. EG now going to leash it, but it is JoJo having to mark Vikla, who is threatening from behind. And they could get pincered on because Amumu's trying to wrap around. They're going to go for Vikla instead.
Vikla's the one getting jumped on. He just gets collapsed, and evil geniuses find him again. After that first play, after that first blood, Vikla's Irelia has never been able to find his angles.
No, and this is really bad for FlyQuest because he dies there. They committed TP from Impact. They committed everything to really kind of build up to this moment in the game where they're going to say, all right, we're going to challenge at the third dragon. This is where we draw our line in the sand. We stop that march towards Soul that EG has been getting. But EG has been preempting these plays, and FlyQuest, has not been ready, I think, for those responses. I think they were thinking about it, like Vikla's going to chill bot. He's going to come from behind them. But if we watch that replay, Vikla pushes a little bit past that river. JoJo's actually in the tri-brush, so it's JoJo that's wrapping around on him. It's EG that are preempting that play, catching him out and taking him down, getting themselves to Soul point here at only 19 minutes. I mean, if they can cash in on a 25-minute Soul, that's hard to come back from.
It's very, very strong. I mean, FlyQuest, yes, they have a gold advantage, but it's about 800 gold. Each individual dragon's about 1,000 worth of stats. So let's see what Vikla thought was going to happen here.
So, I mean, he sees the ward getting cleared out. Like, that's fully on vision. He knows that this is happening. But then it's JoJo just wrapping around behind him. And Vikla just not paying the respect. He wants to go for this wave, but it is very, very greedy. You know someone could be here. You're moving all the way into the range minions there. It's just way too far.
Yeah.
FBI just dashes in. There's no way you're getting this kill. Perfect CC from Vulcan. Preempted that stun with his ult coming through, and then the bubble's layered there. JoJo's behind you, no way out. Greedy boy gets punished.
Disrespect's a hell of a drug, and Vikla is going to need to head to rehab after that one because there's just no way you can be making those plays against
the minions. They're addictive.
Yeah, man, it's something that you just want to. Hey, just one more wave, but it's not something you can do in the face of a squad like EG because these guys are ready to go up against this squad that has been terrorizing the Rift here in the first couple of weeks. Remember, it was FlyQuest and Cloud9 that everybody was counting at the top of the table. They went head-to-head last week. FlyQuest destroyed Cloud9, and now up against Evil Geniuses, EG's putting up the best fight against them so far.
Absolutely. Everyone's saying, what about us? Forgot about EG? We're a team here at the top of the table that is also really looking competitive. EG, I think, had a bit of a slower start than people were expecting. And people started to feel, well, maybe that loss of impact really is hurting them. Maybe not having impact means they don't have that same strong voice coming from the top lane. Somebody is an incredible individual player, but not known for being that kind of dominant shot caller, that really active person in comms that Impact is. So people started to doubt EG a little bit here, but they are showing that they're definitely ready to go and now laying a trap for Impact, but he is very tanky.
Tanky boy. Impact, can we get out of here?
Yep.
Yes, we can. The Sion ulti, very powerful disengage tool. You gotta get somebody's body in front of him, otherwise he's gone. So EG won't be able to get a whole lot out of that one. They spent 3 ults trying to get him, but now what else might they be able to find here? They're ready to try to collapse. Someday's coming around from the side. Winsome's already got the kill on his Spiders. FBI tries to flash away. He's gonna be taken down by Vikla. FlyQuest finally get a fight, and the rewards are massive. They're going to head on over to Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go straight for this Baron here. Impact's low, but he can TP right back. It's just Someday and Vulcan. Not much they can really do about this as FlyQuest finds the angle to just crack open EG, coming from multiple different angles there. You know, Vikla gets in behind onto the carries, and they get roasted just like that. They're up 4K with the Baron buff. Huge swing now from FlyQuest. That one team fight meaning so much, especially because it's right beside the Baron.
It's right beside the Baron, and the Baron is now going to last all the way through the potential soul spawning to shut down even more of EG's win con. So let's see how it started.
Yeah, so it all starts a lot earlier out here. And you can see FlyQuest pushing up through mid. EG look for this pick over onto Impact, but Impact's just able to ult out of there. You know, he's able to get out, no problem. Yes, he gets chunked down. Then FBI commits the ult. He gets very little onto Spica. His dash is forced, but it's all about this TP. This ward right here at the top of your screen, that's Vikla coming in right now. He's going to arrive, come in from the top, and it's all about these multi-angle fights. FlyQuest coming in from everywhere, and it's so difficult to maintain your battle lines in that situation. They were looking to attack this squad of Winsome, Spica, and Prince, but all of a sudden, Vikla's in from one side with the flash ulti. Impact's coming in from the other side. There's nowhere for Jojo and FBI to go. And once they're on top of you like that, there's no fighting your way out of that situation.
And that's sort of what we saw Vikla wanting to be able to do in the previous fight where he gets caught pushing the minion wave. If Irelia gets a flank, if she can come in from the angle and be this just sort of disruptive force in your back lines, she's doing her job exactly right.
Absolutely, but now the wheels have kind of fallen off for EG. It feels like they need to almost get this dragon or they're in big trouble. Vulcan now.
Oh boy, Vulcan's already gone, man. Impact setting it up there with a little bit of extra damage from Prince thanks to the ace in the hole. And now you're going to see, there comes Spica. Bandage Toss is going to get inspired through the flash. Prince picks up a killing spree. And FlyQuest taking out the enemy jungler guarantees no soul today.
I feel like this game is almost just over at this point now. It seems funny to stay with them still on soul point, but you get the Baron, you win that big team fight. Now all of a sudden you don't have the soul as a win condition here. They have no damage to actually punch through Impact. That one team fight really kind of took away their opportunities here. And it just feels like now FBI is so far behind the curve. You know, he's not able to threaten them. The only person who can threaten the Scion whatsoever is Jojo. And even then, he's going to take a long time to actually knock down this Scion.
Yeah.
And it just seems like EG just keep finding Scion, keep going for Scion, keep putting damage into him, and accomplishing nothing with it.
I mean, there's just no way that engaging on this guy can be the right option at this point, right? I mean, even when they had him quote-unquote dead to rights in the jungle 3v1, he can just get away. So unless the situation is entirely perfect, and even in the amount of resources you have to put into him, I don't think it's worth it.
It's very, very difficult, and I think that's where, you know, Impact is deserving of some credit. He's putting himself in these situations where he is kind of forcing them to either take damage from him for free or do something about it, right? You know, he just walks over to the Dragon Pit, Fly shows up, he just starts fighting, right? And then they're going to fire back, they're going to try to get something done. But Impact is just creating so much pressure. The Scion pick has been doing such a good job for them. You know, Someday wasn't really able to bullet in lane whatsoever, and now he has just become this brick wall. You know, I thought EG had enough where they were really kind of in control of those early stages, where they would be able to potentially snowball to the soul, you know, use that as a way to kind of spring forward in this game and take that as a win condition. But FlyQuest winning that one fight has bought them so much time because they got a massive gold lead, they got the Baron, now they got a dragon, and EG are just going to be kind of playing for scraps.
Old man Impact playing tanks. It is a staple of the LCS for years and years now, and I think it probably will be until Impact just decides he's finally done playing tanks. Yeah. Because this man, he's got the experience. You already talked about his champ pool earlier. It's not like he only plays one or two of them. He knows how to play the entire archetype of character. And it's always a good time watching him. But EG have to dig in now. They've got to find some sort of a way to defend against this. They got to find some sort of a way to fight back. A lot of it's got to be Jojo, like you're saying. The AoE power of the Victor, still only on 2 fully completed items, however, means he's not just going to be able to chew through and delete any body that he hits with a double E plus R.
Yeah, it becomes very difficult. It's also a really tough game for Inspired, because he doesn't have a dive buddy, you know? So it's very, very difficult. If they catch someone out in a side lane by themselves, sure, then you can kind of just pile in on them, but in an actual 5v5, like, what is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to try to run past Impact and ult the backliner?
Goes with you.
Yeah, like, you got nothing, right? Unless someone gets already way chunked down, and then maybe you can finish them off. But I think Impact is just going to be such a brick wall that no one can ever follow past him and the Amumu. Like, your carries can't run through Amumu and Scion and Aurelia to try to get to the Caitlyn. It's just not going to happen. You're just going to die. So, you're kind of just relegated to almost using your ultimate to peel. And then at this point, it feels like it's all eggs in the Jogo basket. You're praying that he gets the Void Staff, that he gets the Death Cap, and somehow FlyQuest are all stacked up, and he can kind of just like AoE win a fight, like be able to actually get so much damage down on this 3 melee squad that they can win. Barring that, it's very hard to see someone like Lucian getting anything done versus this Sion.
I mean, and Vi has 1 fully completed item. That is it, right?
Yeah.
You're up against 3 fully completed items, one of which is Infinity Edge on a Caitlyn.
Yeah.
You're dead in, like, what, 4 auto attacks?
And he has BT, so, he's kind of chilling. He's not even going to be worried about poke from the Jace. The Jace has been pretty worthless, it feels like, this game. We'll see if somebody's going to be able to find, any windows to try to get something done later on. Spica is going to spot Inspired there, and EG are trying to play Bodyguard here in the jungle, try to maintain this line of vision, because they know if they give up all their vision in their jungle, they're not going to be able to check that Baron.
Ooh, forcing the flash out of Winsome there, so Vulcan at least gets some value out of the ulti. But now Vikla's ready to start the fight. He goes in so early again. Vikla, this is like the 4th, 5th, 6th time, man. Spica's trying to cover now. He's going to be in the front. Damage on his own, but Impact makes his way into the back line. Prince grabs the kill and Inspire, and Evil Geniuses will find no more. Prince flashes forward and grabs a double kill. Now looking to find even more after, with the shutdown from Vulcan over the wall. FBI still alive, but Impact flashes in to guarantee that won't last. Spica wants some more, but he only lands Bandage Toss into the minion wave. Someday and Vulcan. Vulcan has no mana. It's essentially Someday versus everybody, and FlyQuest walks it back.
Man, what a crazy fight there. Vulcan honestly going off on the Nami. Had so many clutch bubbles there. The perfect bubble onto Impact to actually buy time for JoJo to get away and not just get CC chain and die 100 to 0 right off the bat. Early in the fight, he forces the flash with Winston before that scuffle even broke out with his ult. Then another perfect bubble, peeling at the end over the wall to help them take down Prince. Vulcan played this fight like perfectly, and they still lost it. As soon as JoJo goes down, just no one can hurt Impact anymore. And Vikla, again, as you say, he just went way too early. Look at his teammates on this bottom side. Prince is way down here, and he's going in very, very fast. But Vikla goes down, and they say, you know what? We can actually just make it happen anyway. And now FBI trying to go forward. Watch this bubble from Vulcan onto Impact. JoJo sidesteps it. The knockup is going to be coming immediately. He gets that bubble right out of the charge there onto him, and then the knockaway from Someday. And then as they're cutting back, Prince just says, I can just go in. He flashes forward, but then Vulcan over the wall, positions to the side, lands another bubble, and finishes off Prince. If you don't kill Prince there, they take Baron. So that is actually so big that they're able to get it. And now, FlyQuest back to live. They take another Dragon here. Not able to stop him. JoJo's got to run. He's kind of in a dicey spot, to be honest.
And it's so easy to take the Drakes like that when you have Caitlyn as your AD carry, or like a high-level Tristana that can just fire over the wall at it, never put yourself in a vulnerable position. So they know they
break his shield.
Yeah, the entire culling almost breaks Soul Furnace. Almost.
That is so depressing. But the Vikla's gonna look for it.
That's a tough way to be. Vikla goes in.
Inspired!
Wave comes out. Inspired may have been able to find the target here with the Prince, but they can't finish him off. Now FBI's way too far forward. Now Someday's getting killed next. It's a double kill back over to Prince, and FlyQuest don't want to stop. JoJo tries to get away with Spica, Impact, Prince, and Winsome all chasing down. Prince spears off, looking to put the damage into Vulcan, forces the flash into the EG support. It's 2-0 for FlyQuest, and Baron is on the table.
Yeah, it just looked like they decided we're gonna full send it for Prince, and they went deep to try to get him, but they weren't able to do it. He stays alive. Inspired goes in with the ulti. FBI is just diving deep, trying to take him out. But he just gets ulted up by a Mumu and just dies instantly, and now it's another free Baron here for FlyQuest, back-to-back Dragons. This game is so far in their favor now.
Yeah, 9.7 thousand gold ahead of Evil Geniuses. I like the fact that the Geniuses are still looking for something. I like the fact that they're saying, all right, look, this is a 2% play, but those are kind of all we got as options now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? If your read is that the game is over if we don't get a massive play, then you have to just go for it.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't feel like it was as desperate as that they had to force there. I still felt like maybe you could just sit back and pray that JoJo could kind of carry that game. They decided to just full send it, but it's so tough to actually dive Prince. I feel like it's such a low chance that you're able to dive past a Mumu and Sion and Aurelia to be able to kill Prince. There's a follow-up is just never going to be there. So it felt like a bit of an overforce to me, but clearly EG's read was we kill Prince or we lose, and that's what they went for.
Well, now they've got to deal with a Baroned up FlyQuest for the next 2 minutes. Ace in the hole firing off from way, way downtown. Takes out, third of Vulcan's health. And FlyQuest have Impact and Prince here in the bottom lane. Impact has around, what, 4,500 HP? He's pretty tanky boy.
Yep.
And FlyQuest are just going to force this one down. Prince has all of the space in the world that he needs to take it out. Impact still just takes no damage from anything.
I mean, there's just no way. Lucian just cannot hurt this character. He's immune to damage. Like, what are you going to do?
The bullets barely move.
Takes 40 shots to break his shield. Like, it's only JoJo. But JoJo literally needs a death cap before he's going to be ready to speak his
I
in.
think JoJo might have more worries on his mind right now. Isaac, they're putting the damage right back into FlyQuest, though. Vickla's taken low. Prince gets a killing spree back onto Inspired. And now JoJo takes Vicla down. JoJo can't get away. Vulcan's going to go next. Prince is going for it, a triple kill back over to the Caitlyn. And FBI, the lone man standing, he jumps back in, he gets baited and outsmarted. The ace coming out for FlyQuest, coming out for Spica, and they take down EG 32 minutes into the game.
Prince had the stopwatch the whole damn time, just waiting for it. FlyQuest 5 straight wins, continuing their dominance here. This one really, really strong stuff from most of the team. You know, Vicla, I think, not having his best outing, but yeah, Prince looking bulletproof as always. Spica and Impact looking really, really good on the top side. Impact just looked completely untouchable on the Scion. EG had no answer for him whatsoever here. This guy was just straight up bulletproof.
It was massive top diff this game. And it feels weird to say that when Sumday's the other top laner, because Sumday's also historically such a good top laner in the LCS.
Yeah.
But the Jace, we never saw any of those moments where Jace is just like, oh no, there's no way you can get anywhere near me. Meanwhile, Sion's a doop-de-doo, just walking into people, takes no damage from anyone at any point for any reason. And it's really hard to move around and maneuver a team fight when this guy just randomly moves himself as a directional wall and stops you.
I mean, he's just walking straight at you, creating that space for Prince. It's very, very difficult. And despite the fact that you do have Vi, that's kind of your pick potential or whatever, there's no dive buddy, so there's no way to actually get in the backline and kill off this Bloodthirster Caitlyn. And as soon as the lifesteal was picked up for Prince, there's not even anyone for somebody to poke anymore. Because Sion doesn't care. You have Prince who has a Bloodthirster that's going to shrug it off. You have Vicla who has the Blade of the Rune King that's going to shrug it off, right? Like, it's very, very difficult. Once EG lost that one major fight over by Baron, FlyQuest took complete control of the game. You know, this is one that EG had to play from ahead, I think, to really be able to threaten punching through that front line, because JoJo was the only one who really had any chance of ever doing it. But the game just fell completely out of their control off that one fight.
Well, it was winnable for EG very much so early on in the game. I think FlyQuest definitely got too trigger happy more than once, trying to force the play, the dive underneath the tier 1 turret. That was Vicla going in too hard, getting caught. Everybody else ends up getting punished,
third dragon as well.
Yeah, the third dragon as well, trying to push the minion wave. And a lot of these mistakes come back to Vicla being the fuse, the ignition for them. So I think for him, this is going to be a VOD that you review and you have to like gauge your own discipline, your own patience a little bit better. But once they got that moment that you're talking about, FlyQuest just completely ran away with everything and they remain undefeated here in the LCS. Soon, for the next game, we're going to have Impact joining the lounge. But before we get to the break, we wanted to take a moment to talk about the tragic earthquake and everyone affected by it in Turkey and Syria earlier this week. Join Riot in support by donating to the International Medial Corps by using the QR code on the screen. Here's Immortals Fleshy and Balulu with more.
Hello everyone, I'm here today with Fleshy we're just making this video to raise some awareness and do something because we feel it's all we can do right now. It's a very dark time for Turkey and we can't imagine what people are going through who are directly affected by the earthquake. But we're so sorry, and the rest of the people can raise awareness, try to help in some way, make donations, even retweet posts, post a message, anything will help.
Ve biz de bunu olabildiğince, elimizden geldiğince bu mesajı yayıp insanların Türkiye'deki moral bozukluğunu, yardım ihtiyacını anlamasını insanlara göstermek için elimizden geleni yapıyoruz.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge, and we have a new segment here where we have been in the spectator client, and Impact is here to walk us through literally any point of the game we want. With your 10 years of pro experience, I feel like we're going to learn something. I do want to start later in the game, though, and you're going to tell me why you felt the need to just taunt EG at this point. Where you literally just stand in front.
I mean, I just dance him because I know their game is over from them because they don't have enough damage now.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, they play like by Jace, Lucian. So Victor, they have to poke to our back 9 if we want to win that game. But I'm picking Sion, so it's impossible to win. So now I thought they have to play to side more to pressure. But I think they should drop the Drake, my opinion, to control top side more. And because they need to get vision first to poking or our back 9 or plank. But they not try to push it side, top, bottom side. I think they should push top side this one deeper,
you can drop
more. And by hiding this way, here or anywhere, like Ulf or here, then we cannot bind easily, right? Then we need to waste time to bind the buy first.
Yeah.
Then they can make time for getting more item because I think Lucian have to buy Dominic fast Esken and Victor need Void, right? If we want to win the fight.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They don't know about their win condition, so we.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I want to talk to you about. Let's go all the way back to the start, and I think we have the draft because, to me, I felt like you had a winning draft, but you said you should have lost the game.
Yeah, because our team running down, so.
Well, okay, so we have the draft. This is really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Lux and Mumu at the start.
Yeah.
Then they blind Jace, and that's what set up the Sion. But what were you expecting them to do at that Jace pick?
But does it make sense to ban Jax, Gwen, and picking Jace?
Yeah.
I thought Jace going mid, but in my head, like, wait, what's AP option? He play Rumble? Of course not. He play Gragas? That's bad. And Akali? Bad. And Bloody? Nope. Then I think, like, wait, then just picking Sion.
Yeah.
Even I think I'm playing one game Sion this game. I didn't play that. But I feel like, time to shine. I have to pick this timing because I can block Lucian poke and Jace poke. And if Caitlyn Lux get control, they cannot walk easily.
Yep.
And it's really hard to them play against, especially Amumu too. Amumu really good at counter engage. So I thought their only option play to side. That's why we're picking Irelia too, because Irelia is strong side and biting that. Also good against Jace too, if Jace go mid. So
surprised they didn't go Cassante #1 and B. What would you have picked instead?
I think even they go Cassante, same happen. They don't have damage either. I think
you still just play Sion and they have all.
Yeah, I think problem is to them top banning Jax and Gwen. They should picking Jax and Gwen to damage. They have to pick last pick top in my head, but they ban the Jax. I realize they won't pick top. Cassante.
Okay, so
but they pick Jace.
This is where I'm confused because to me that's saying you won the draft because Sion's going to counter their whole team.
Yeah.
But then why do you think they should have won?
Because we are playing really bad early game.
Okay, let's talk about this. We're into the game. So first things first. At the start of the game, as Sion, when I knew I was going to have you on, so I was watching your point of view the whole game, and I'm like, you really don't have much of a job for the first 12 minutes. So how do you make sure you don't lose lane to Jace?
I mean, this after buff, Sion get HP and Q damage more. So now Sion can damage straight. It's hard to Jace pressure because now it's really risky about going core and cut down. So now it's not enough pressure. So Sion can farming easily. But just problem is if Jace play well to like just keep farming well and pressure side, Sion cannot stop that won't win easily. So
right, but you could also send Irelia to counter.
Yeah, but I think I lost to Victor won't be either. If Victor like that bad, that's why I said problem. Victor was 0-1-0 and randomly get 4 kill. Yeah, so I was thinking like, wait, then
Did you see how he got the first kill?
No.
Okay, I want to show you. This was an interesting play. So basically, they match ganks in the mid lane.
Yeah. Oh, he missed.
Missed.
Oh.
Yeah. He's in.
Wait, we go in?
Just wait.
Okay. Not bad.
And it's over, you think.
Wait.
But then he just kills him.
Jojo!
I mean, okay.
No, but this one, Jojo need to ask the buy, help push, or he got bugged here.
Yeah.
He really bad situation. Or just TP back. But
after the gank, he's going to lose all his minions. So you want to inspire to stick around until they can reach
He have
right?
to. It sucks. This mid gap sucks, but he have to. But Jojo decided suicide.
Yeah. Well, it's that or get denied. Anyway, it's First Dragon. I know you wanted to talk about this in terms of running it down.
I mean, First Dragon sucks because this timing was bad here before. But it's fine. We get tempo here.
I'll show you. You said reset timing was bad.
Amumu reset timing because we looked at top one time here. I think that was bad.
Right. Yeah, you don't actually need anyone to come up top.
Yeah, I mean, Speaker keeps saying that we can kill top, but I'm thinking like, even I'm 1-0 is useful.
Yeah.
Because anyway, I want just get CS to getting HP more than getting resource
and
to.
Was this lane? It was gonna push though, right? Or is it? Can you just hold it here forever?
No, I have to push this way. But if they gank that, killing Sion, then we get Drake, we win automatic.
Sure. So. Because you're gonna scale anyway.
Yeah. And also he doesn't have information about Amumu.
Yeah.
To going to.
Yeah, because he just sees.
Yeah, Amumu so can go this way too, where he don't have. I counted that he don't have ward either here. At the 4 minute, he get ward, but he don't move the downside, so I know he no ward.
Okay.
So it's fine to actually just let him getting scared himself.
Right.
You know, it's not like
because he won't ward it after the gank.
Chinese top laner, you know, like don't care to ward and just push the 1v1. He not do that, so I knew that.
Did you see the first dragon fight?
Yeah, was.
I mean, it's hard because you're actually CSing, but I'll just show it to you so you can see.
Yeah, was bad, I think.
Yeah, it's tricky because he went for the smite steal, and then it looks with FBI being bad condition, you might be able to win, but JoJo is actually, like, he just had a buy.
I think this one is bad to engage because they're moved to offside, right? We cannot stop that they're going to banana bush. So I think let them go and just push the side, mid and bottom first, and get control vision, you know? Then let B6, Amun B6 better, faster than buy. But we choose that fighting. That's at here. I think something doing wrong.
Yeah.
And I tell them just play slow. Because look at midway. Midway was freezing. You know, this wave was freezing and he just joined the fight. You know. Then this wave is talking here, and Victor now catch every chest and 2-1-1.
Yeah.
I thought he can carry this game.
Yeah, especially because he's the only one who can do damage.
Yeah, because Victor no flash, right? And he needs skill after level 6 to Irelia. But he don't need skill now because he got tier 2 shoes free. He can dodge from move speed. And yeah, normally this situation, Bai need a hover all the time.
Yeah.
But we cannot make waste time.
One play I thought you guys did really well here was the Herald reset. So you get the kill. I think I remember this properly. And then who's calling to go for this? Because they shove in.
Oh, this one is everybody called it because I think Prince called it about he wants up.
Yeah.
Here because we have a tempo.
Yeah. Because a lot of Caitlyn Lux lanes don't like to swap. They just camp for plates. But you guys did the swap at 9 minutes, get the Herald, and just get plate stop.
Yeah, but I think they followed this one. I think kind of occurs because they don't know where's Amumu. So Bai kind of scared about check that.
Right. This is what they
So
say.
they have to play slow. Also, Jace not winning Irelia. So now look, Jace should be scared that soon to 1v1. Wait, where's Irelia?
Yeah,
he
where's
base?
Irelia?
We sub again. Yeah, never mind then.
Because he reset.
And Victor TP bottom right here.
Reset? Yeah, Victor was just mid. He was out of mana, so he needed the reset.
Victor TP bottom here. Yeah, this one running down. He should not do that. I think Jace, when Jace catch bot, Victor push mid.
Yeah.
Then Jace push next bottom wave, and Lucian push top, and they're matching again.
Right.
But they, doing wrong here.
Right. So you wanted Victor mid to shove out and Jace to get bottom. So otherwise they have to.
Yeah.
swap.
So look here, I get top tempo here because Jace waste time here to top side. So now I can choose going down to Drake, or I can choose to like whatever reset and everything. They give tempo.
They did get Drake though.
We think better because we already have control river. Yeah. So it's better me. I'm not moving down. And just matching 1v1, not Jace get gold.
I forget actually right now.
That's really big because Victor stuck in bot side here.
Yeah. So he's not getting much gold.
So they gave time to Irelia getting work.
But they still did manage. They just wait for the reset and then Inspired has a good timing.
But they got Drake too late. Yeah. They should get Drake early.
Right, because their first Drake was at 5 minutes, so this one sat for like 2 minutes and it slows down their soul.
Yeah, I mean, still it's bad, but we got header and Caitlyn get gold.
Yeah, I want to make sure we can get through the rest of the game. I thought this was a cool sequence. Basically, all your hard work starts paying off.
Yeah, there's some problem. Jace should not push that wave and base early to matching that if you want to hold that top turret.
Okay.
Or just TP top that.
What do you want him to do?
I mean, he is moving here randomly to mid. I think he should base early.
Right. So you wanted him to base basically right after killing that wave, he can base and then.
Yeah, here. Because they know we're hitting header, right? They know we cannot stop this header.
Yeah.
So should base and matching the tempo or push this and TP top. But he don't do both ways, so he lost top turret. It's kind of bad to you losing to Sion to getting deep turret.
Yeah, your gold is actually 400 higher than Jace.
Yeah, and now I have pre-move timing here.
Yep.
I move, then I have pressure mid turret. That's snowball because if someday TP top that and pressure 1v me, then move down, he can get poison first to poke me, my teammate. But he give tempo to me to like not tipping and just reset late. That's why I'm using ulti top side too, because I was counting Dragon was when I press ult, was 1 minute 90 seconds, and my ulti cooldown is 95 seconds.
Dragon's in like 4 seconds at this point.
Yeah, but before, like when I press ult timing, I'm matching the ulti same timing, Drake timing. So my ulti coming soon here.
Yeah, I'm actually told we're out of time, but I'm going to sneak one in. I want you to tell me just about the actual fight and what you think went well, because I think this was the game deciding fight. I'll slow it down, we'll watch it once and just talk through it.
I think they're lush. Here, if they, Victor should push top and do 1v me, and we have to catch top side. If we maybe catch top side, Jace moving up and control battle side and keep poking us. But they drop the mid wave now. They drop the top wave now. They drop the bot wave either.
Yeah.
And now...
And they just fight, and you have the TP. Once you place this ward.
We won't fight so bad here.
Once you have this flank, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, they don't clear war. They trap... I don't know, they want to kill us that bad. But Sion, you won't kill Sion. I think that's a problem.
Yeah. Okay, we could keep talking about this all day, but we actually have more games. Impact, thank you very much for joining us. Next game up, we have the casters ready, Azael and Inspired. Take it away.
Oops, actually, I'm blaming too much.
Welcome back, everybody, and Jat was right. We're turning it into a tri-cast here for the third game of the day. I'm still Flowers. That's still Azael.
Got the reigning MVP.
Joining us here for the cast of Liquid versus 100 Thieves. How you doing, buddy?
Sometimes I can do better than
all right, fair.
After the game like that.
Understandable. As someone who's also been in games where you're up against 3-item Caitlyn as a 1-item jungler, I was feeling for you.
I mean, the vibe is that this kind of champion, once your team starts losing and you lose one team fight, then you just kind of have to keep going, and it doesn't really look too good sometimes. So it's okay. I think we could have came back to the game once Caitlyn had no flash, and then I called to try to all just send it on her and try to kill her, and hopefully we come back, but we didn't manage to, and the game was pretty lost after that, because as you said, once Caitlyn gets free items, it's really hard to play.
It's a tricky situation to go into, but we got another banger coming up here next. Liquid and 100 Thieves. These are two squads that also have quite a big rivalry. We've had, the FlyQuest versus EG. We've had C9 versus TSM. A lot of good ones here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great games, definitely to start it off. Some more teams, up towards the top of the table. Bjergsen just gave an interview with Dexerto here, and this is kind of interesting, to me, that he really still feels that he has to prove himself here. He's been in the league for so long. He's one of the undeniable greatest players in the LCS of all time. Has won so many championships here, but TL had really high expectations, did not meet them, and he feels like he needs to prove that he wasn't the problem, show that he's still a great player. How has it been for you coming to LCS, getting to play against Bjergsen some?
I mean, I was watching Bjergsen since a long time. It's pretty crazy to think that when I was a kid and I was just starting to play League or start watching competitive games, Bjergsen was already like a star of LCS, and right now I get to play against him. So that was very
and
nice,
beat him actually quite a bit last year. Well, I guess you guys kind of beat everyone last year, to be honest. So it's going to be an interesting one. Pioshik also coming over. We got Pioshik versus Closer. That's the jungle matchup here. How do you feel about these guys and kind of current jungle meta? Pioshik obviously didn't have the hottest start coming in, but is a reigning world champion.
I mean, I think Pioshik is a pretty good player. I mean, obviously you have to be good to win worlds, but I think the meta in the jungle right now doesn't really show that much. As good you are as a jungler, it doesn't really show sometimes, because I think the most important thing as a jungler now is to have good synergy with your bot lane and play well around what they wanna do. When they wanna reset, then you just try to not buff there and try to get your camps at that timing. And then when they are ready to crash the lane, be there for them. Or sometimes when they are picking losing matchups like Nami, try to sneak the ganks and try to get them ahead, because basically whichever AD carry gets ahead nowadays is just rolling the game. So I think that's the most important part of being a jungler nowadays.
Well, we do have the expected jungle ban for every single game of LCS these days, and the Elise banned out here in the first half. Karma and Gnar, the other two for 100 Thieves, while Zeri The Bjergsen Zillion Special and Jhin will all be banned out by TL. It's a first pick Ashe over for Team Liquid, with Caitlyn and Varus being the immediate lock-ins of the bot lane duo for 100 Thieves.
That's actually pretty spicy, and I think this is the first game Pioshik hasn't had Kindred banned against him in the LCS so far, so we might actually get his namesake. Pioshik, I believe, means mark in Korean, you know, based on the Kindred marks, so it is actually really interesting if we do get to see him lock it in. He is going to swap it up over to the Maokai here. So how are you feeling about Maokai currently? Obviously, there was some demonic brace nerfs, some little changes, but still seeming to be very high priority.
I think Maokai is probably the strongest champion right now because Drakes are very important and he has very good zone control around the Drakes. And about the Kindred, I think he wouldn't lock in Kindred with Ashe because Ashe is probably going to be support. And when you play Kindred, you kind of want to have some engage on your team comp. And that's why Maokai is very good with her. And like together they can, Maokai will sublink, people will have to have very hard time to walk in, and then Ashe can maybe find the arrow. So these two champions synergize very well together.
Yeah, this is really interesting, seeing Sivir come through here as well. Right. You know, against the Caitlyn Varus. Busio has definitely not been afraid to kind of mix it up a little bit with the different support picks. Obviously, Brad and the Azir, you know, we played heavily for that lane matchup a couple weeks ago. I've seen both Caitlyn and Varus as support, so I definitely could go either way here, you know, for Doublelift and Busio. Yeah. I think both can be relatively flexible. We saw Hui actually play a really good Caitlyn support game last week. A lot of people playing Caitlyn with Barrier, with Hail of Blades, trying to get really, really aggressive and just utilize these super early power spikes to try to like push in their opponents.
Well, the first half of the draft is mirrored by both squads here. It's double marksman bottom lanes for each side, as well as a tanky jungler with plenty of CC. Now, what are we going to look at in terms of solo lanes? 100 Thieves are going to remove the Jace. Remember back when Summit was doing his MVP performance when he was first in North America, it was like Jace and Gnar that he was able to really shine with. We got the cameras, we got the Pepes, Twitch chat, live and in person. Kassadin banned out by TL. They don't want 100 Thieves to be able to pick that one up, especially not when you got two squishy marksmen for him to target later on in the game.
When you see a bot lane like this, Inspired, you know, this kind of matchup, it's double range, it's 4 marksmen down on the bot lane, a lot of squishy champions. Are you immediately thinking you're already going to have to pay extra attention to that? That is going to draw a lot of attention down there because it can be kind of more explosive?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how the matchup goes, but I think Sivir doesn't have enough push power on like level 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I think Caitlyn Varus will just get over the push, and I don't think there will be too many trades going on. I mean, Caitlyn is a pretty good answer to Ashe, because once you pick Ashe, you go Hail of Blades, and you play for that level 1 power spike with just W forward, go, use free autos, get the push. But if enemy answer with Caitlyn support, and she can do pretty much the same thing, and you have a stronger AD, which is Varus, I think then you basically counter the Ashe in the early game. But the consequence of that is that you have Caitlyn support. So if the game goes longer, you kind of don't have a support, right?
It is a downside.
Yeah. The upside to playing Caitlyn support is, hey, you've got Caitlyn in lane. Downside to Caitlyn support is, ooh, you got Caitlyn out of lane with no money.
With one item forever.
Yeah, that's not a good vibe. 1 second left here for TL to lock in their first pick. Do they actually want to go with this? No, not quite the spice we're going to get. So it's Jax versus Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah, one of Summit's classics when he was here last time around. And Harry going to go for the Azir. So pretty interesting going for the Azir. A little bit of wave clear here in mid lane. It does seem like it could be a fairly explosive top lane. I mean, I think both Tenacity and Summit are players that are pretty aggressive in nature. You know, they like to really go at each other, really like to actually try to go for some of these 1v1s. We saw, you know, Tenacity fighting it out against Fudge. We've seen Summit time and time again really trying to push these matchups to the limit. And how do you expect... Well, if we get to Leah, it's going to be a lot of it playing the both sides. I was going to say, how do you expect...
Twitch chat's not even as bad as some of you guys. You'll need a cold shower.
How do you expect the junglers to actually path in a game like this then? You know, trying to take in consideration, you know, both the bot lane and the top lane, which mid feels like more like a farm fest and push and move, but both bot and top could be fairly spicy.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure how the bot will go, but I would imagine that it won't be too low health bars because the range champs, I feel like they will just accept that Varus and Caitlyn are pushing, and both junglers will go try to do something on top side because it's obviously Renekton against Jax, and I think once someone gets ahead there, it's just over for the other side.
So, both of these drafts fully complete, all 10 champions locked in front of you right now. If you had the choice to be playing from either one of these junglers' position, which one would you rather be playing from? Would you rather be the Maokai or the Sejuani in this matchup?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it's a very close draft, and it's really hard to say which one is better. I think the draft with Azir obviously always scares very well, but the Taliyah has a lot of playmaking in the early game, so maybe playing the Sejuani side will be a bit easier.
I mean, we had your teammate Vulcan on here a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about, you know, scaling versus playmaking and which kind of draft that he likes to play. And he said he always prefers to be on the playmaking squad that's put on the timer because you don't just have to sit under your turret and pray for 20 minutes. You get to decide what happens in the game a little bit earlier, and he sort of likes having that intensity. But it's Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves, locked and loaded, ready to go here. Bjergsen going up against TL after feeling like he fell short with the performance with them, wanting to prove that he's still got it, that he's still up there on that greatest of all time pedestal here in the LCS. Doublelift obviously right there next to him, coming back out of Co-Stream jail. He's ready to go and get back on the stage.
I mean, Doublelift has had a great season so far. You know, he's impressed me, come back, and I think, you know, performed quite well. A lot of his team fighting has been very, very strong. Their one loss, I think, was that Azir support game that obviously, you know, went pretty well in lane, but didn't really work outside of that. And it is, in fact, going to be Varus support for Busio. So it will be Doublelift playing the Caitlyn. It is going to be Busio on the Varus, you know, with the Halo Blades as expected here. Core, of course, going to be playing Halo Blades as well on the Ashe. So will be interesting to see how that goes. You know, how do you kind of take into consideration, obviously, Taliyah, you know, in this kind of matchup against Azir, you want to get the push, you want to be moving out of your lane. If Azir and Taliyah are just AFK farming forever, it very much feels like in the Azir's favor. So how are you weighing, you know, helping getting mid prio versus just attacking the side lanes first? Is it more you want to try to play through mid, help Bjergsen get prio, and then move to the side lanes more with him?
I mean, Taliyah nowadays is not even that weak in the early game, in the late game, especially if she has good setup around her. And this game, she has Sejuani, Jax, Caitlyn, Varus. So every champion has some sort of CC, which Taliyah can easily follow up on. So I feel like she will be very strong even going into the late game. And she just have more early game playmaking potential because she can push the wave and run to any side with level 6. So
quick update for everybody at home. Yes, we are in a pause. As you can see, hardware issue on your screen. Apparently, one of the players' monitors just immediately went to black screen upon loading into the game. So League officials are investigating this, making sure that everybody's ready to go. Hopefully, it'll bring us back in ASAP.
Yep, both players from teams on either teams are already hitting ready in chat. So I think we probably are just getting final ready checks. I assume that's already fixed because I don't even see any refs there with them anymore. So should be good. All right. Should be hopping on into this game here pretty quickly. TL versus 100 Thieves, you know, both trying to keep pace with the teams at the top of the table here. TL having a much better second week, but I think the expectations are a little bit more tempered for this team now. They do have their 2 rookie carries here that I think, you know, maybe people are expecting to take some time to really improve and get to that LCS level.
Yeah, and we know both these guys were pretty standout players in their academy days. They've been in an academy system for a while. Now they're stepping up here. They get to play on the main stage. But it's a rebuild for Team Liquid, right? Yeah. Compared to everything from last year. So let's see how they stack up against 100 Thieves with only that 1 loss on the record like you're talking about. Core JJ, he'll take a little damage, but he wasn't close enough to get jumped on there by 100 Thieves.
It's also interesting, you know, you obviously inspired playing with EG last year. You know, you had JoJo and Danny coming in. TL's kind of in a very similar situation now, you know, bringing up 2 rookies and trying to incorporate them into the team. You know, how was that for you, you know, working with EG?
I mean, I just told them to not take the regular season too serious, just to try to get used to stage and try to get used to the pressure you have while you're playing, because I think that's how you should use regular season, especially if you are a rookie. And I think Team Liquid could have similar approach. I think Harry and Yon will just get used to playing LCS, get used to playing at like very important games or like important games because it's LCS, and I think they will play better in playoffs because I mean they are rookies, they're for sure gonna learn. But it's same on the 100 Thieves side. I think Tenacity and Busio are also like gonna pop off in playoffs because they are young players and you never know what you can expect from the young player, because especially if it's his first split, he can like improve suddenly, like out of 3 weeks. Week 1 he can play bad, week 3 or 4 he can already be very good. So it's hard to say.
And we've already seen some good plays coming out of Tenacity and Busio so far in these first couple of weeks. But Busio gets chunked pretty heavily there at level 1. The volley plus Halo Blades in the Ashe, like you're talking about, along with the Boomerang Blade from Sivir, makes it pretty easy to get some burst out there. But going back to what we were talking about a little bit in draft, you brought up the point asking Inspired, Isaac, do you think junglers are going to be focusing more on this because it's all marksman, because it's so much more of a volatile lane? I'm hoping we get a lot of early jungle action from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we have opposite starts here. Obviously, Closer starting on top side. We have Pioshik, you know, starting on bot. So Closer, you know, more pathing towards bot, and it's Pioshik looking to potentially path towards top, but he's actually moving like he wants to just wrap around and go for a level 3 bot here. Doublelift and Busio are very far up, so this would be really dangerous for them.
Yeah, Doublelift and Busio have level 2 versus the level 1 of their opponents, so they're trying to keep this pressure going. All right, the heal's already used. As soon as Core and Yon hit level 2, they're ready to get the chase going. There's a flash. Pioshik, he gets twisted advance. He knocks him back. Boostio, first blooded by Pioshik.
I think 100 Thieves bot lane got way too aggressive here. Like, Team Liquid already gave the push away, and it's kind of common nowadays that the jungler should just do free camps into bot and try to punish you if you play over aggressive. I think they shouldn't have stepped up that far in front of the wave. Like, they should be happy with the fact that Sivir, Ashe are getting pushed in, and they just have priority, but they really wanted to push forward.
A little bit of disrespect.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Summit's really low, and Closer's up there. It would be a little bit risky for sure. He does have full fury, but is this a dive angle you think here? He's trying to shove the wave really fast, and Closer could potentially start this up.
The Jax has no E anymore. I don't think
they're gonna leave.
It's looking way too risky now, especially with Pioshik being here. I do believe Closer saw him. He's going to fire off the Scryer's Bloom, see Closer making his exit. Arctic Assault over the wall means that he doesn't have to actually run into the Maokai there. It was a little dicey, but it's still very early on in the game. Neither player from 100 Thieves had more than half HP, so that dive would need perfect conditions to succeed. Pioshik grabbing the top side Scuttle Crab. Gonna maybe apply a little bit of pressure onto Harry in mid lane now. Backing up Harry, I should say, to make sure that he can get things shoved in versus a Bjergsen that's almost out of mana. Both of our mid laners just about ready to go for that recall, get themselves a mana bar refuel, and you can see them both channeling their recalls now.
Yeah, we'll have to see how 100 Thieves bot lane can actually play this now, because now it's really dicey for Boostio. And he's not playing Cleanse, so he was the easy target there. And if Pioshik goes past double lift, he's not going to kill him. They get that free kill on Boostio. But when you're playing these double range matchups, it's like the way that Caitlyn wants to exploit her advantage is by pushing in, poking out. And now you can't really do that safely anymore because Boostio has no sums.
Yeah, and also I think Maokai has advantage in the jungle on this reset. He has already 2 Ruby Crystals, while Sejuani has only boots. So going back to the bot briefly, I think Maokai is just way too tanky to die at this point of the game, so whenever he wants to make some play around the bot, I think they will be able to. They might be just waiting for his level 6 and then try to do something, but I think if they really want to, or if 100 Thieves bot lane will start trying to play aggressive again, I think they can easily punish it.
See the hawk shot used by Core JJ there just to check that back brush in the lane, make sure Closer wasn't coming down from a lane gank. You can see his current position is in his bottom half of the jungle here on the side of 100 Thieves, just clearing back through his camps. Both junglers pretty even in terms of the farm they've been able to collect so far, but Pioshik will now make his way into this bottom lane. But there is a ward from 100 Thieves there in that second brush. Core JJ is going to clear that one out now, which then should allow Pioshik to move up if that's what they want to do, but he's just going to go ahead, take a recall instead.
I think he's just covering the push, right? Yeah. You know, they're shoving in there. They don't necessarily know where Closer is, so he's going to recall on bot side, head out top anyway, so feels pretty simple for him. So from this position now, you know, as Pioshik, as Closer, are you just more looking to just kind of farm into 6, look to try to make a play around that, or are you still thinking that there are some opportunities you could get aggressive on?
If you are Closer here, you don't really have too much playmaking before level 6. Like, you want your ult, you want Varus ult to have some sort of setup to make any play happen. I think the only play they can do is like lane gank Summit if he plays over aggressive, but I think when he's level 6 he's just too tanky, they will not have enough damage, so I think both junglers will just try to get level 6 as fast as possible, and we might see a team fight around Rift Herald.
I would love to see a fight around Rift Herald. Both of our games so far have been sort of a handshake, trading neutral objectives early. One team goes Drake, other team goes Herald. Cool, no fight over it. I'd like to see that change up here a little bit in this game, especially with some of these powerful early game picks available for both sides.
Something I'm really curious about is how much do you cater your play to the player versus the champion, right? Because you mentioned Summit. Summit obviously has this reputation of dying to ganks, of being this incredible laner. Do you change your strategies a lot based on the tendencies of the people you're playing against, or is it more just like, that's a Renekton, I play it like it's a Renekton?
I mean, I think sometimes you do. I think Summit is the extreme level, so yeah, for sure you think that you're playing against Summit, so he might try to get over-aggressive, trying to push his lead. But for example, playing against Fudge, I think Fudge is really good at sniffing the jungler out, and he really dies to gank. So I think when you play against C9, sometimes you don't really go top too often, but against Summit, I feel like he really wants to win lane, so sometimes you can like find him, pick him up.
Bjergsen has level 6 now on that Talia. You mentioned the roaming power of this pick. If you're playing from the 100 Thieves side, where do you want to see sort of this first Talia ulti head towards? What kind of play do you want to see made with this?
I think something around bot side, around Varus ult, and that's probably the best playmaking they will have. I think killing Renekton, it will be hard. If he just plays like with his wave and ult up all the time, they will not have enough damage to kill him. So I think Talia will try to play around bot side.
Both junglers also hanging around the bottom side area. But you can see them also heading back to their respective camps now as Core's going to clear out the control ward. Harry versus Bjergsen back in mid. I do believe Bjergsen got the seismic shove onto Harry there to get him stuck inside the field of rocks. And then Harry can just get the wave shoved up. Even though it's only a 1-kill lead, TL does currently have almost 1,000 gold ahead of their opponents. Closer's wrapping around here, seeing if there's a play to be made, but Pioshik's waiting in the jungle, and that means that Closer will not be allowed to get the angle that he was looking for.
Yeah, Closer spots him with the sweeper there, and now it just becomes him covering them so they can actually push in. You know, Jan is out of mana, so it does look like TL are at least potentially going to base here. I don't think you can base, though, with the wave this close to your tower, so he's going to have to cancel the base. Core will finish his, but I think Jan is going to try to stay around and just hold this. I mean, there's no level 6 on Busio. I don't think there's any risk of a dive or anything like that, so should just be able to farm it up, but potentially 100 Thieves can at least get some plate damage down.
I think Busio is trying to...
Oh! Hold on, Closer's coming in mid. The chain CC is...
Oh, no way!
But it ain't nice enough. Harry gets away.
Scale of 1 to 10, how tilted are you if he gets away there?
That's a tilted.
Oh, man, that's rough.
I mean, I don't think it would evolve into anything else but getting the gold off of the kill. It would be already nice. I think Talia would have her first item way faster, but I don't think... Maybe Team Liquid can look for the Rift Herald now because Sejuani doesn't have ult, and I don't think the start of it is that good by Closer. Oh.
Well, bottom side, 2v2. They got the damage on Core JJ, and Busio's going to take the kill. Now ready with the piercing arrow. Spell shield is done, but Jan outplays it to take him out. It'll be a 1-for-1 with those two, but a 2-for-1 overall.
And that was actually really well played by 100 Thieves. You know, perfectly layering the CC, the Verisol into the Caitlyn trap. They burst down Core, and I love how long Busio just actually held the piercing arrow there, winning out that mind game on the spell shield. You know, so many people are just so quick to let it rip. As soon as they charge it up, Silver Spell Shields, they pop it right into it, but he just waited it out. And you can actually charge the Varus Q longer than the Spell Shield lasts.
Yeah.
And that was critical there, forcing out the Spell Shield. Let's double-if get the kill with the ace in the hole.
Nicely done. Jan at least gets the one back on the Varus, despite the fact that he held the arrow long enough to guarantee the kill for his carry. Meanwhile, Team Liquid was able to grab themselves the Herald up here in the top half of the map, so sadly, no fight for first Herald, but there also wasn't a handshake trade for the Drake Eye.
Yeah, and a lot of scrapping around bot lane. You have to give credit to 100 Thieves. In this 2v2, you know, despite the fact that they got ganked early, they die, they're up 20 CS, and they get 2v2 kills there. So, you know, very well done by double-if and Busio, you know, playing this really, really aggressively. And as far as the item pickups as well, you know, Busio now has a serrated Dirk, which is going to be a lot stronger than just the tier 2 boots that Core has. So we can watch this one more time. You know, Core walking up, you know, potentially just trying to find them to stop a base. Straight into Ash Arrow. There's the trap. There's the net. Following it up. Everything is there. Busio flashes in. And this is what I'm talking about. He just holds the Q through the entire duration of the spell shield. Waits the last second. Nails everything. And that ward gets him the ace in the hole over the wall.
I think JJ just got a bit too excited there. I think he could have just pressed W into the brush and tried to stop the recalls. And maybe, I'm not sure if he saw that Varus hit level 6. Maybe Varus hit level 6 once he got into the brush. I'm not exactly sure right now. But that was very aggressive by him to just walk straight into Varus if he knew that he's actually level 6.
Oh, okay, you know, he hit it just barely as he was walking into the brush. So I think he was outside of the brush, but they would have had to notice immediately.
Then I think JJ just got a bit too aggressive. I think he could have just blindly W it to stop the recalls.
Well, sometimes that little bit of missing information ends up costing you a lot, and for Core JJ, it ends up being a loss in the 2v2 against 100 Thieves because of it. He does have his ulti now. Remember, this day and age, whenever we see these support Ashe builds, Isaac, you and I were talking about this in the green room earlier today before the show began, how much ability haste the champion's able to stack and how frequently these arrows are flying out. It gets to be every 30 seconds or so. Inspired as a jungler, how do you play around this when you're up against a champion like that?
Yeah, I think you have to keep reminding your teammates and yourself that there is an Ashe on enemy team. Because like once the arrow flies, you're like, okay, maybe we can play more aggressive now. Someone walks up and the arrow is up again. So you need to remember that this spell is very low cooldown and then just play with it in mind. I think once the arrow is down though, you have a little window to make some play because it's Ashe support. Without the arrow, she's not really useful. So that's the downside of the champ. But the window is so short that it's like really hard to make anything happen. They go to play.
Yoshik letting the ulti rip here. Only gonna find the Sejuani, but he flashes in for the twisted advance on Busio anyway. Busio's down to 300 HP, but Core JJ dies at the same time.
Harry's
1-for-1 here on support. Harry looking for a chance to get in, but double-if and Closer have made it back underneath the protection of the tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, topside, Summit versus Tenacity! Tenacity's been getting whooped on the whole lane, but him down in the solo kill.
Oh, that is a huge solo kill for Tenacity because there's no TP on Summit as well, and they know everyone just show bot, so he can potentially push us in, maybe even take a plate if he wants. Doublelift pretty low here. Yon threatening the dive. He's got to respect the Boomerang Blade. If you get attacked by that, he can dive you. So Doublelift having to back up, and now Closer is here, and Yon could potentially get chased down. Bjergsen's coming as well and has the ulti.
Yon throwing out Boomerang Blade. Bjergsen's ready to arrive with the Weaver's Wall. Yon trying to escape. He can't use the spell shield to block the stun from Sejuani's E, and that means another kill for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves winning out across the map there. Wins in top lane, wins in bot lane. You can see the Sunderer completed for Tenacity off of that as well. And you talked about how snowbally this matchup can be. With Jax ahead now, things could be tough for 100 Thieves, or rather for TL.
Yeah, I think Jax will start slowly taking over the matchup right now, especially considering the fact that Renekton doesn't have his item yet, and he doesn't have TP. So he will be stuck in the lane for a little bit while not having items. So I think Jax will be able to push out the wave, chunk him under tower with like 1W, jump out, and Renekton can't really trade back. But let's see what happened in that 1v1.
Yeah, Summit has been pushing so heavily in this matchup.
Sami has a big wave control and he feels confident taking the fight. Now Jax wasted his Z, so you think he can just push out the wave?
Yeah, did he go for a Demolish proc and then just start taking damage?
Yeah, greedy Demolish proc.
Yeah, it's the top lane greed, man. As long as you want to go in for that. But then it's free hits for Jax. You can't actually start trading back under the tower. You're going to die to the tower. So he takes about 200, 300 damage, and that's just enough to make the difference. And Closer now should be able to get out of there. Busio has flash, doesn't gonna need it.
The ulti, but Busio, too greedy. He stays too close to the wall and he gets picked. Harry cleans it up. Nice job from TL, but now they've got to be able to escape. Tenacity coming around from the side. Counter-Strike's going to find the lockdown onto Pioshik, and Bjergsen's able to shove him back. Kill credit back over to Tenacity. Doublelift picks up one on Yon. It'll be 2 for 1 for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, the TP advantage coming in massive, and Closer was so clutch with that ult on the Sejuani. He ults Harry right as he's coming in and actually prevents the sweep. Would have been able to get Doublelift and potentially him as well. At the very least, Summit does get mid lane turret back, and now Harry getting aggressive on Doublelift, who...
I don't think it was supposed to go that way.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think 100 Thieves was very, very lucky there that it was past minute 14 and Jax was able to actually TP on a ward that was placed in the pit. I think if it was before that, I don't know what exactly is the timer when the play is happening, but if he can't TP behind him, I think TL just gets a pick and gets out of it without anyone dying. So I don't think it was too planned, but it just came out on the fly. I think maybe Team Liquid didn't consider the minute 14 mark and the TP advantage from Jax while making this play.
Yeah, Busio just not taking consideration of the fact that when he steps forward there and gives auto, he gives vision, right? So Pioshik can just jump over the wall, gets that free kill, and then there was that TP coming in. But yeah, great ult from Closer, stopping Harry from being able to sweep in Doublelift and get another kill.
All 4 of Team Liquid's kills are Busio. No other player on the side of 100 Thieves has been killed yet.
He's making space.
Yeah,
he's creating pressure.
Yes, he is creating space for the rest of his squad. They are still ahead. 3 kills overall. They are down in gold, however, as Team Liquid is still up about 800. Tenacity in a 1v2 versus Pioshik and Yon, and obviously not feeling too bad about it.
Yeah, not going to be feeling too bad, but he did let the ult rip there. Didn't connect with anyone, and now he's kind of zoned out. This is getting a little bit awkward. Tenacity on the flank without ulti could be a bit sketch, but 100 Thieves do seem to have the HP advantage. They have better poke. We'll see if they can actually land any of it.
TL. 100 Thieves just push mid and top, so Team Liquid's in this awkward position where they either have to rush the objective or go back to lanes.
Bjergsen,
up for the fight.
Nice placement of the wall there, cutting off the bottom lane of TL from the rest of the fight. Now Tenacity stuck here in the middle of everybody. They're going to shut him down before anybody can back him up. 100 Thieves. Now he goes in. He finds the shuffle, but it's only on the Closer. Now they're going to chase him down. Pioshik wants it. Harry has nobody to body block. Ace in the hole takes him down. Doublelift's going to grab another triple kill. Is it a quadra kill for Doublelift? He just tears through him.
Doublelift team fighting rips him a new one as they try to push in there. But diving into the Taliyah is so dangerous. If you are not killing off this Caitlyn and this Taliyah immediately, you are going to get roasted. And they just go straight into the meat grinder, trying to finish off Closer, trying to kill off Busio. Bjergsen and Doublelift were completely untouched.
Yeah, honestly, I think if Team Liquid just played a little bit slower, like after getting the first kill on the Jax. I think Jax is going in a bit too early. Talia W misses. But right now, if Team Liquid just uses their cooldowns on Jax and then slow downs the fight and disengages and plays it again, I think they're in a very good spot, but they get very ahead of themselves and they keep chasing. Like, I don't think Aze needs to do this play, especially if the enemy carries get flashes up. I think the Herald is already theirs and they basically take 1 for 0. But yeah, they opted to keep fighting and it didn't go their well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard with a heavy melee comp to fight into Talia, right? If you were not killing off that Talia at the start, charging straight into her, you were going to get shredded. I mean, double pick up a lot of the kills there, but Bjergsen was obviously getting a lot of damage done as well. And I mean, it's a tough flank to make happen. As the Jax, without ult, like you don't have that ability to get the extra resistances when you're getting into the middle of the team. So as soon as Counter-Strike ends, you die like instantly.
Yeah, I thought 100 Thieves will just keep pushing top and bot, top and mid, and try to maybe engage when the Herald gets lower, but they opted to engage instantly, even though Jax didn't have ult and was like splitted from the team, but it worked out well for them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a slight lead for 100 Thieves, but despite the fact that they're up 5 kills, the gold is very, very close to even because it's a couple towers that have gone the way of TL. You know, Summit was pressuring very heavily up in top lane, did finish off that turret. They already knocked down that tier 1 mid as well. So they're not in too bad of a situation here. Next Dragon spawning in 30, and I think 100 Thieves really want to play for it, but it is so tough playing around this area, trying to play for brush control against the Maokai.
Yeah, but this game it will not be as hard because Maokai is not buying any AP items, he has no Demonic, and he's not going into Liandry's. He opted more into the tank Maokai, so it's a bit easier to face check his saplings.
Well, they'll summon up the Rift Herald here in bottom lane. Bjergsen's already done enough damage to the turret. The charge should guarantee the kill. There it is. That's the second turret of the game claimed by 100 Thieves. They're going to tie TL's turret count, bring themselves up to a 2,000 gold lead. Double-Lift's trap line going to force Team Liquid to walk the long way around the river there as the Drake is secured by 100 Thieves. 2-0 lead in that department now too. Tenacity arrives to cut off Bjergsen's escape. Bjergsen's going to throw the Weaver's Wall in as well to make him walk even further. However, the Sun Disc is summoned up in mid lane on the ruins of the previous turret, and that means Tenacity is all alone. Team Liquid do a good job turning that back around and maintain priority over mid. They'll get a second turret here.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like he needed to TP on that play. They had already gotten the Dragon for free. You know, he's trying to go for a TP flank on a full tank jungler. You pointed out, it's no AP on that Maokai. And now they are just really out of position to defend mid lane, so they lose another turret mid, they lose the Jax, they lose that TP, and Tenacity hasn't really been able to kind of establish the vision that or the advantage that you were expecting after getting that solo kill.
Yeah, I think it's, I don't know what happened on the Rift fight, but I mean, even though they won the Rift fight, Jax didn't get anything out of it, right? Yeah. He died before the kills even happened, so for him it wasn't the best fight, for his teammates were good, but right now he's not too happy about the place he's in. I think he for sure expected himself to get more lead after that solo kill.
Yeah, he's actually down 1,000 gold individually now because Summit got the solo gold on the turret. You know, is quite a bit up in farm. You know, 30 CS advantage as well. So despite the fact that he did get that solo kill, has +1 kills, you know, not really creating that big advantage. But Double-Lift now, IE already complete, is massive for the team fighting. He didn't actually have that for that Dragon fight. And Caitlyn on this really big spike with Yon delaying his IE to 3rd. He is going to have that power spike much later. I feel like Caitlyn is way stronger than the Sivir right now.
It feels like a Caitlyn game. It feels like the most important champion for either one of these teams is Caitlyn. If 100 Thieves can protect, then hey, they're going to win. If TL can get that Azir shuffle or get the lockdown from Maokai onto the Caitlyn and blow him up, I feel like the fight is going to be there.
So with the full tank Maokai build, you know, how should Pioshik be looking to play out these team fights, right? We know that Double-Lift is a big threat, Bjergsen is a big threat. Does he need to just be full sending out on a dive? Should he be peeling for his own carries?
I mean, you usually want to peel for your carries if you have more damage on the enemy front line, right? But right now with how strong Caitlyn is and how strong Talia will be soon while she gets her Archangel completed, I feel like he might just die faster than the Sejuani will. So it might get a bit tough. I think maybe they will need to look for some shuffles angles for Caitlyn, as you said, in order to win the fights. But they have Sivir ult in the fight, so they can, if the fight is split up, maybe they can turn on someone that is like not group from 100 Thief side, so maybe that's what they will be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened a few times. They've caught Tenacity when he's trying to look for that flank. They turn on Tenacity, and you call it the Sivir ult, obviously, you know, really powerful when combining, but with this Maokai and this Renekton, Ash Arrow as well, so pretty good forms of engage, definitely on TL. If 100 Thieves are split up, there's a lot of squishy members that can get caught out and burst down. It's really only Closer that is safe if he maybe gets hit by like an Ash Arrow or something like that. Pretty much everyone else could be relatively killable.
Isaac, can you check the cooldown on Ash's arrow right now for me?
It is 52 seconds.
52 seconds. Okay, so we're not down to the pure spam point yet, but still feels pretty good. Less than 1 minute on every arrow.
Yep, he's only got 2 stacks on Ultimate Hunter. You know, and he didn't go straight for his Mythic, so Umbral Glaive, you know, doesn't have a huge amount of...
Oh! Nice job, forces out Cleanse.
Still, very good trade, right? Cleanse is a much longer cooldown there.
That's a very big pickup. I think the Drake is up in the minute and a half, and Caitlyn's cleanse will not be up on that. So I think one Renekton flash W, Maokai flash W, and if CC that will hit the Caitlyn might just win them the teamfight.
So do you think 100 Thieves just shouldn't even fight for the Dragon then? Is it too risky, you know, to try to take a fight there without Cleanse on your Caitlyn, potentially, you know, throw your advantage?
Yeah, that's a tough decision to make. I think they can still win the fight. Caitlyn plays very well, but it's for sure more risky.
Yeah, gotta really be tracking any potential flank wards as well. They're looking for an engage now, though.
Lucio flashes over the wall, but he still gets grabbed by the second Maokai Tindril. You have to see the flash from Closer as well to be able to escape. Team Liquid utilizing these Maokai ultis to just be that go button and get ready to launch the assault. And you can see as they were moving forward, they summoned up Harry's Sun Disc at that tier 1 turret ruin again, just in case 100 Thieves tried to turn it around.
I mean, now a potential Dragon fight looks so sketchy, right? There's no cleanse on Double Lift, there's no flash or heal on Busio, and Closer had the flash as well. So the resource is definitely getting taxed pretty heavily there. All it really cost them was a couple ults on the side of TL. And the ghost from Yon, but honestly, who really cares? They pretty much got everything else ready to go. Busio would be a guaranteed kill. You know, Double gets flash stunned or flash rooted. That's pretty much a guaranteed kill. So it does feel like if 100 Thieves are going to take a fight, they've got to really track any sort of flank. You have to have tenacity marking the Renekton. You've got to know where they could be coming from, because if all of a sudden the Crocodile shows up in your backline, I think it's game over.
Closer just trying to sweep around, find any of the vision, clear things out here around this Drake. 100 Thieves don't seem to be ready to surrender it. It is Busio and Closer moving back behind the terrain, making sure that nobody's going to get picked while the rest of the team is still on the way. Bjergsen's the furthest out, but he does have Weaver's Wall to join if need be.
And that's one of the really nice things about having the Taliyah is you can actually stay longer around mid lane and try to get that push, try to force them to respond, but he is trying to get a good angle here potentially for that Weaver's Wall. He's up in the jungle, so maybe he wants to cut some of them off so they can actually engage on that front line. Look at him at the blue buff there, trying to get an angle to just zone off some of the back line here. But it's Summit that's on this flank angle, and there's Tenacity looking for that isolation.
Yeah, Summit's just running away from everybody else. Tenacity wants to chase him. The Weavers won't. Harry! Damage now, they've already popped the enemy mid laner. That's huge for 100 Thieves. The Drake is taken low. Who's gonna get it? It's stolen away by Closer. They grab their second kill. The Thieves are absolutely slaughtering Team Liquid in this fight.
Yeah, Harry just got way too far forward. It looked like Bjergsen just straight up hit him with the seismic shove. I think it was Closer that hit him with the ulti after. And you get burst down like that, you lose the Azir for free, and all of a sudden it's a disaster because Azir is down, Summit is marked on the side, and as soon as the Azir was dead, Double Lift just goes up there with Tenacity and finishes off that Renekton, so TL getting nothing here. You know, it's a good angle that Double Lift is playing at. You know, he's so far back, they can't really get to him. They see the Crocodile trying to sneak around, so Tenacity looks for the mark. In comes the Weaver's Wall, and then, yeah, let's see this one more time onto Harry, but I think it was just straight up seismic jump. Yeah, Harry had flash, you know, thought he could walk out of it, not able to do so. And as soon as you're tagged by that, Sedge ult is coming through, and you're gone.
Yeah, I think it was very well played by every 100 Thieves member. I think Double was in a good position, not being able to get flanked. Tenacity was very good at marking the Renekton, so he couldn't really get access to the Caitlyn. And as you said, Bjergsen found a very good engagement to the Azir. And once Azir is dead, I think it's pretty hard for Team Liquid to fight because it's the main source of damage for now until Sivir gets her IE. But just overall, very good fight by 100 Thieves.
And Double Lift is like a full IE ahead now as well. He's 3k up, so this Caitlyn is just not going to be stopped unless you can instantly kill her at the start.
I don't also even know if it's IE on Yon. He has a Caulfield's Warhammer. Yeah, that's a Navori Quick Blades component. As 100 Thieves, they're going to find Summit and just blow him up. By the way, my friends, Baron is on the table.
Baron o'clock.
That's 4v5 for the next 40 seconds. Team Liquid's going to have to come up with some sort of an answer here. You know, they don't just want to give this one away. Harry has unleashed Teleport to join the rest of the team, and he's going to use that right now on a ward in mid lane. 100 Thieves starting up the Baron, deploying the trap line from Double Lift, cutting off the river, trying to make it so Team Liquid has no way in to access this pit. Pioshik has Flash to go over the wall and try to contest here with Smite. Tenacity's wrapping around the long way, but he walked over Ward's doing it. TL knows the Jax is moving like this, but now Bjergsen's coming in to cut him off. It's Harry stuck again, this time flashing away to make sure he doesn't get caught. Gon and CoreJJ want to pop the ulti to get out. Tenacity goes in. Oh. Goes legendary, and 100 Thieves go off. They're chasing Team Liquid away now. The Baron is stopped, so they essentially trade CoreJJ for the Baron.
Yeah, I like that they didn't actually flip that. There's no reason to flip the game. You're in such an advantageous position. They don't have anyone that could really push Bjergsen out, and he had Flash, so I didn't think there was any reason for 100 Thieves to try to commit to finishing. It seemed way smarter to turn.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they realized that there is no way they can zone out the Maokai, as you said, and they just went for the turn on the easiest target, which is probably Ashe. And I think Tenacity did very well. He went all the way from the blue buff. He got spotted on one of the wards, so he went all the way to the mid lane, and then Bjergsen took over his position and ulted from that point. So honestly, that was very, very clean by 100 Thieves.
2,000 gold and 3 Drakes is the lead for 100 Thieves here in 2 minutes. Team Liquid are going to have to fight them in open ground at the Drake to stop them from getting the Ocean Soul.
So what do we need to see from TL in these next couple minutes to really have a chance then? We're assuming that 100 Thieves are going to show up, try to get Soul. You know, from your point of view for TL, is it about getting deep vision to try to set up a potential TP flank? Well, they're not even going to have TP, so that's off the board. But how do you try to set up a potential comeback fight?
That's a tough one, honestly. That's a tough one to be in when you press tab.
Yeah.
See the Caitlyn with 9 kills and a lot of items.
These 3-item Caitlyn's, man, they are causing problems.
He might have 4 before it even starts as well.
He's might even get the 4th one.
Yeah, he's got 1,900 gold in pocket. So
oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's LDR.
Yeah, that's another item there, probably completed. Becomes very, very difficult. You know, are you thinking, clearly you can't play front to back now anymore, right? Like you're gonna just die to the Caitlyn and Talia. So how do you try to facilitate that sort of a flank then? Is it Maokai coming from a different angle than the Renekton, trying to really just get on top of this backline?
Yeah, I think so. They need to get very creative and somehow manage to take the Caitlyn down. But I think if Double It plays it well enough, he will just carry the game, and he's known for his team fighting. So I think the 100 is in a really, really advantageous position.
45 seconds now on the Drake. You can see Jan going ahead and taking his reset, going back to purchase those Nabori quick blades we were talking about. So at least he's on 3 full items. Doublelift doesn't look like he's quite going to be able to make it back in time to get the completed LDR. So 3 items completed versus 3 items completed. Not as bad as it could be here for TL, but the challenge is still massive heading into this next one. The Caitlyn traps are down around the Drake, but the 100 Thieves players are up around Baron.
Yeah, Doublelift, you know, just electing to stay out with his team. He doesn't want to lose tempo by resetting, you know, giving over all the vision around the dragon. This is something that I've talked to him about before. You know, he talked about in the past in his career, he would always prioritize completing the items, but realize that positioning is often more important in these fights. You know, wants to be the first one there, and they're going to start it up now. TL going to try to push through this trap line. CoreJJ trying to look for an angle, and Summit is on a potential flank, but they're just going to be Talia ulted out.
Yeah, they're like, we have the damage. We can just burst the Drake down while the Weaver's wall is up. The Drake is low, and it's secured. Closer's got it. And now TL want to disengage. Tenacity's here, but it doesn't look like he wants to collapse. TL is still far too grouped up. His team's too far away. But 100 Thieves will take that. That's Soul confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, you can just wait out Summit's ult. You know, the Croc Pops is ult. You can just wait that out, wait out the Sivir ult. No problem whatsoever doing that. And they have Ocean Soul. So now I think you want to get Doublelift his reset, allow him to buy his next item here, then get out on the map, start pressuring around this Baron. Because with Ocean Soul, it becomes so easy to bait at Baron. You're never really worried about getting chunked off from the objective.
Yeah, I think the only way for TL to play this fight out better was Piotr maybe trying to go around the pit and flashing into the pit, trying to steal the Drake. I think if they stand on vision next to the Caitlyn trap, next to the Talia wall, it's really hard to get into the pit, and it's just really hard to get anything done. So I think maybe they should have gotten a bit more creative there if they wanted to come back.
Definitely going to be really difficult now, and it just feels like it's kind of up to 100 Thieves now to try to clean this one out. It is a BT purchased up there from Doublelift, which I actually really like. He honestly doesn't need more damage. He's so strong at this point that I think the BT eliminates any possibility of maybe getting 100 to 0, right? It gives you that sustain. You're not going to get poked out. You're going to have that BT shield. So it does just keep him safe.
No armor at all on Renekton either. He has a Force of Nature, a Black Cleaver, and a Gore Drinker, so the only heavily armored target is the Maokai. So as long as you're not stuck shooting him, you won't feel the loss of the LDR as heavily. But 100 Thieves now, still the gold lead itself is not astronomical, 1.4 thousand. But the soul itself is worth about 5K. So That thing is really going to make 100 Thieves feel comfortable about the current state of the game. You can see Closer getting hit, taking a little bit of damage, but remember, his second completed item after the Radiant Virtue is a Warmog. All he has to do is wait for the Leandries to stop burning. He will regenerate the health. Together with the Ocean Soul, it'll regenerate very quickly as Bjergsen goes for the Weaver's Wall. Jan gets cut off. And no, buddy, is it? Okay, you got away from it. I was wondering how many auto attacks it would take from double-lift just to kill him off there. Maokai ulti's not gonna get much. Again, only Closer, and none of that damage can stick.
Yeah, I mean, you have Ocean Soul plus Bloodthirster plus a Warmogs, all these things that you have to try to get through here. Very, very difficult. You know, Bjergsen looking for that Weaver's Wall, just trying to zone off the rest of the team from Jan, trying to allow them to move forward and knock down that turret. But I think it was a pretty good response from Pyosik, just dropping his ult to be able to force them away. This is going to get really tough for Summit, though, in the side lane. Jax, at this point, feels like you have definitely outscaled, and the fact that you have Ocean Soul as well allows you to trade really aggressively, even taking tower shots, healing back up off the next wave. Summit is going to have a really, really tough time trying to get anything done. And he can't just sit isolated in the 1v1 because there's no way to come back if all he's doing is AFKing in a losing matchup. So he's got to try to find some sort of angle to rejoin his team, because a miracle team fight into a Baron take or something like that is really your only hope of maybe making something happen.
So in games like these, we often talk about like getting to the point where you have to make a low success play because of the fact that if you just continue doing what you're already doing, you're going to lose. Are Team Liquid at that point inspired? Do you think we just need to see a Hail Mary YOLO go for it, or can they still try to wait this out a little longer?
I think they can wait it out and hope that 100 Thieves makes mistake. I mean, right now, for sure, 100 Thieves is in the driving seat. I think they control the game, they control the side lanes, they control the vision around Nash. So it's up. Oh, maybe there will be some fight.
Okay, a little bit of damage onto double-lift and Closer here. Maokai ulti goes through. double-lift's going to be protected. Closer's not.
Jax,
but again,
both lane.
You can't focus the Sejuani. They just don't have the damage to bust through him here.
And you can see, we showed that total damage done throughout the game. Buzio was actually getting a lot of work done. He had as much damage done as Harry throughout this whole game here on the support Varus. You know, they're really struggling. And when you bring up the Renekton here towards the team, it's Tenacity who's just completely unmarked down in the bot lane. So Closer's starting up Baron at the same time. It's going to be multiple members that have to answer the Jax to stop them. So if they show multiple members up at Baron, he can just go right back for it. But instead, he's going to TP. They're going to commit to just finishing this. Maokai's not even anywhere close.
Oh, we've got a teleport coming in.
Oh,
very,
no,
very
not again.
100 Thieves. Tenacity's now in a 1v4. Summit's going to be in a 1v4. Summit's already losing his. Tenacity barely took 25% damage. 100 Thieves get a free kill on top of the Baron. 4,000 gold ahead now with a 5v4 for 45 seconds.
And they could potentially close this game out during the Baron. It feels like bot lane is already cracked open. They're pushing through top here, pushing through mid. Going to be able to really extend this gold lead. It was about 1.5, 2K like 2 minutes ago, and it's now already going to be up to 6K here. They're knocking down so many towers on this push. It's going to be a massive buy when 100 Thieves does go back.
I don't even know if they need to go back, man.
Yeah.
They're just hard forcing
Tenacity.
here. Tenacity just about dead. They will at least get him. That's going to stop this for now. double-lift and 100 Thieves managed to crack open the mid lane, but they didn't actually take the inhibitor itself. Pyosik goes in looking for double-lift, but alone he can't get it done. Ace in the hole fires off. double-lift still might be under pressure, but no, he just turns his gun right back on Jan. And now Harry teleporting behind the enemy team, trying to get the angle. He could be in trouble next. Tries to walk it off, escape out to the right. double-lift still looking to collapse on him here. Bjergsen knows he can catch up. Talia is faster than Azir. Goes for seismic shove, doesn't hit it. Throw in another rock, just keep him around, keep him distracted. Wait for double-lift. 1,022 damage.
Late game has arrived. The 1K headshot there for the 11th kill for double-lift. I feel like this is 3 games in a row where we've had an AD with over 10 kills.
Yeah, AD is very balanced.
Bot lane is strong this match?
Yeah, it's looking very, very good in the bot.
Oh man, it's gonna be tough now. And a full LDR purchased up after that from double-lift. So all the items coming through here, multiple members buying full items there on 100 Thieves side. Elder has spawned. They're just gonna start it immediately because why not?
Azir has no TP. It's gonna be 4v5. They try to contest.
And no flash as well on Pyosik, so how does he even get in there? It seems almost impossible. double-lift just dropping the trap line. They see him there, and Tenacity's going to look to push him out.
Yeah, Tenacity doesn't want to let Pyosik anywhere near this. Bjergsen's going to ride in the Weaver's Wall. Just let that one keep everybody separated. This is Elder Dragon. Honestly, if double-lift gets a headshot into Core JJ from full HP, I think he kills him.
I think so too.
With one bullet.
Yeah. a good chance. I mean, he bought an extra item. Core has 1900 health, so.
Honestly, I think it's the last chance for Team Liquid to win is Core acting a bit juicy there, and maybe
just bait him in.
Maybe WF will like go for the montage play, trying to rush the team and throw the game. I think honestly that's the best way they have of winning the game at this point.
Sometimes you just gotta bait him in with the goofy plays. But 100 Thieves, they are taking no chance with anything so far. They're just shoving in as a group. Bjergsen is still a little bit removed from the rest of the team. So remember what I said about one bullet?
Forget Core. Kill Jan instead, dummies.
Just shoot the guy with one bullet and you'll win the whole game right there. Pioshik even takes 800 damage with the 10-shot crits. double-elimination has no fear and he doesn't need to have it, man. Nobody can survive this. 100 Thieves with the Elder Dragon wastes no time pushing Team Liquid back into their own fountain. The Elder Dragon's just puking on everybody. Double kill for double-elimination. There it is, 37 minutes in, 22 to 8. 100 Thieves get the dub.
double-elimination's looking a little bit strong, guys. 14-0-6 on the Caitlyn. Monster game from double-elimination, who has been on a tear, honestly, these last 4 games. It feels like he had back-to-back-to-back Zeri games he was crushing on. Great team fighting on the Caitlyn as well. You know, they got the 2v2 kill, killed both in bot lane, and we're up 20 CS as well after getting 3 camp ganked. So 100 Thieves, really doing well here. Felt like a pretty bulletproof game. Like they were in control for a vast majority of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can safely say after this game that double-elimination is back. I think when he had the Zeri games, everyone was just playing for him. The Zillion in the mid lane, the Lulu, and right now he played Caitlyn with not that much setup around him or like peel around him, and he performed very well. So
yeah, it's really good to see. Bjergsen deathless, Closer deathless. Very, very nice stuff from them. TL on the other side, still some growing pains. I think still figuring things out somewhat. They are playing, with I think a team that has a lot less experience together. It's fair to say, they're bringing a lot of different people up from Academy, people in from other regions, trying to kind of get things going. They had their moments, but it did feel like a tough one for TL.
I mean, Inspired said it. When you're playing against Caitlyn with 3 items, the game becomes pretty difficult, and there wasn't really a way to apply pressure past that one time where it felt like, Core got him with the arrow, he popped the cleanse, maybe we can force a fight. But after that, it was just like there was never any way to get him.
Yeah, I agree. I think the fight on the third rate, it was when Caitlyn had no cleanse. I think that was the point where Team Liquid could come back to the game, but they didn't manage to execute it well enough, or maybe 100 Thieves just executed it perfectly. And after that point, I didn't see many openings for them.
I mean, TL had that one fight over by Herald, I think it was, where double-elimination was just kind of completely left free and got, Quadra, I think, at that point in the game. And for me, that was like, okay, well, now the game gets really, really hard, right? They hard committed on some of these members. You talk about how they played that fight a little bit more slowly. It could change a lot. But that's one of those moments in a game where you go back into VAR review and it's like, that's what you're going to be focusing on, because had they played that fight a little bit more slowly after they killed Tenacity, the whole game can change, right? All of a sudden, double-elimination doesn't have 4 kills. All of a sudden, he's not on those 3 items way ahead. And maybe you can just play front to back where the game is a lot more simple to execute.
Yeah, I agree, for sure. Like, once you start winning the team fight, you very often get excited as a team, and you want a little bit more. I think they just couldn't go for a little bit more there, and they should have been happy with 1 kill, but it is what it is.
Yeah. And I think that goes back to kind of what we're talking about with, the Team Liquid roster coming together just now, needing to sort of go through those growing pains that you mentioned, everybody getting used to being on the same page together and being able to temper some of that hype a little bit. You want to strike when the iron's hot, but not so hot that it's just going to turn back and burn your hand, right? Team Liquid, they had some moments, but 100 Thieves are showing that they are indeed one of the contenders here in Spring Split 2023.
Yeah, and they're deserving of a lot of credit for that. I mean, I think a lot of these teams are kind of trying to take like the EG blueprint from last year, where you guys were able to do with, Danny and JoJo, surround them with veteran experienced players and kind of build them up. Both these teams are doing that, but it's 100 Thieves with Tenacity and Busio. We're talking about them like there's kind of bulletproof team in this game, but they're having rookies on their team as well, and being able to, I think, really make it work very, very quickly.
Well, Inspired, thank you so much for joining us here for the cast today. It was a pleasure to have you, my friend. And now, a quick reminder to all y'all out there, we are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and 9th. Head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. And now we're joining Raz and Closer on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome, Closer. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
I got a few questions for you.
Okay.
So we'll take it point by point. First things first is mostly on, actually, when I saw you first, we were on Golden Guardians together. The one thing you said you wanted more than anything was winning a championship. You won once, you got or at least you went to the finals 3 times, and just overall, like, you're kind of still seen as an underdog with this team. Not a lot of people are expecting you guys will be a champion. Let's walk through that a little bit. Tell me about your goals and if you think that's valid.
I mean, my goal is definitely to be remembered after I'm done. And yeah, I won once, but I think winning second time is harder, so I'm pushing for that. I don't really care. People see us as underdog. I think if anything, it's just an advantage, you know. I have many veteran players on the team, many GOATs, and I have rookies as well. So I think we are a good team and we are scaling.
That's what I like to hear. The one thing that I've noticed you guys are doing really well right now, though, is like, it feels like your Herald setups have been consistently strong for the 4 games that you've had, or at least this game was also strong, at least with your Dragon setup. Like the slow contest you guys have had with Dragon, feels like the smartest team so far. Is this something that you go through review focusing on? How have reviews been with your team?
Yeah, for sure. I think we are just trying to make sure we get our fundamentals right. We are not like winning every scrim, but we are improving every day. And I'm sure we will be a good team when the playoff time comes. And our C9 game wasn't a good showing from us, but this week was we were facing TL and FlyQuest. We took down TL and FlyQuest is undefeated, so we are going for them tomorrow.
So I'll have to hear. And I have one kind of point. There's something that you wanted to talk to the people at home, struggles that you've been going through.
This week has been actually rough for me because, as many of you know, there was a devastating earthquake happened in Turkey and Syria. First of all, my prayers goes to people that got affected by it. And I also want to say, if you support me, I hope you support my country as well in these hard times. And I want to thank my teammates. They supported me this week. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for going through this one, brother. 100%. There's going to be many resources out there for you guys to be sending any donations, anything within your powers. So please, I appreciate you guys. And thank you for taking this interview. All right, thank you guys. And after this break, it's going to be CLG versus Golden Guardians. Stick around.
Well, bottom side, 2v2. They got the damage on Core JJ, and Bucio's gonna take the kill. Now ready with the piercing arrow. Spell shield is done, but Yawn outplays it to take him out. It'll be a 1-for-1 with those 2, but a 2-for-1 overall. He finds the shuffle, but it's only on the closer. Now they're gonna chase him down. Pioshik wants it. Harry has nobody to body block. Ace in the hole takes him down. Double Lift's gonna grab another triple kill. It's a quadra kill for Double Lift. He just tears through him.
what's up, everybody? Dash here. We are out in Taft, California, about to do something a little crazy with a couple of LCS pros. And let's get outside of the scrim room and have some fun.
My name is Philip, also known as Poom. I play support for CLG, and I mean, right now we're at skydiving Taft School.
My name is Dokla. I play for CLG, and we're here skydiving.
Let me take pro players and go out and do wild stunts, things that make them uncomfortable or different, you know, challenges, things that they either haven't done before or are uncomfortable doing, and let's try and tackle those insecurities, those fears.
Woo! Jesus.
Jesus.
These guys are always
right over the top of the fence, too?
Yeah.
I'm like, come on now.
Oh my God.
Oh, the running leg didn't even have to hit.
Yeah, right above.
I think it would be so funny to see him freak out. Like, I just want to see him, like, be super nervous, you know, in the plane and, like, freaking out and not knowing what's about to happen. I would love to see that.
I mean, I think everyone's has some degree of, you know, like fear jumping out of a plane. You know, it's only our second time, but yeah, we're not comfortable yet.
Once when the doors comes open, we're gonna scoot down the bench. And then once we're in the door, we're gonna crouch. Lower, 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 lower. That's perfect. Head's gonna go back on my shoulder. And then ready, set, we leave the airplane, arch.
Autobots, roll out.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. A little bit nervous, but not that much.
All right. Watch your head, okay? All right, watch your head, man.
I think order-wise.
Yo, what's up, everybody? We're all loaded up, ready to go.
Diving out of a plane, let's go! Flight crew, please prepare for takeoff. My dude is still wearing a cast! All right, boom. Wait, other than yourself, who's the best support in the LCS? Why? Okay, done. Dokla, I need you to re-justify Jax into Cassante for me.
That's easy for me. Jax wins first 3 levels, and Cassante wins lane phase after that.
Okay. Let's go! How we doing? How you doing?
We fucking made it. Let's do it. We did it, man. We survived. We survived.
How was it?
I mean, it was crazy. Like, it was actually insane.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was insane.
Better?
You are sweating. I see it on you.
I feel fucking. Oh my God.
The free fall was so long.
I still feel it in my heart.
First of all, credit to these two, because like we said at the top of the episode, these guys jumped in with less than 24 hours notice and committed to jumping out of a plane, doing something crazy with me on their first weekend off day. But we want to make it a little bit of a tradition on this show that if you come on, you have the right to challenge a future LCS pro to do something crazy. So straight here to this camera, I want a name from each of you, not from your own team. That's the only stipulation. They can't be from your own team. Who would you like to challenge to be on the show next? It'll be something other than skydiving.
I challenge Speaker.
Speaker! Let's go over from FlyQuest.
And I challenge Tenacity.
And Tenacity in the top lane for 100 Thieves. I think those are fantastic call-outs. All right, well, there you have it, Speaker Tenacity. The challenge is out. Do you accept? That's the question.
Hey, I'm Poom. I'm Dokla. And Dash made us go skydiving.
Let's go!
Hello, and welcome back to the LCS Lounge, where we just saw two members of CLG jump out of a plane. I'm going to quickly cover some things from the Golden Guardian side. Obviously, they've had kind of a rough start. I wanted to point out a few cool things I've noticed from their support, Huhi, who I think has done some interesting things in their early to mid game. So this is going to be a roam mid, where he's going to affect a play in the mid lane for first blood in this game. Prior to this, River had actually gone mid to protect Gory at around 338 to help Gory get the first back. And then Huhi was shoving the wave while Stixay backed. So just gonna see this here. He's headed up already because he helped shoved in the wave. Stixay's back. He's gonna go back here to catch that while Huhi roams. And the interesting thing about Huhi doing this is actually in the current bot lane meta, we've been seeing a little bit less roaming from a lot of the supports because we're focusing so much on like getting that push 2v2 and the bot 2v2 matchup. So I thought this was a really great follow-up to River's protection for him in that first part. This is a second clip from the TL game where he's actually matching a back started by Core JJ, who gets first reset on the Blitzcrank. And he's going to be here to match a play where TL eventually gets separated and they end up getting first blood onto Harry as he rotates down. The thing I kind of just wanted to touch upon while we're going through these clips is that Huhi actually has the lowest bot support proximity. He's 10th at 54.5%, but the highest top and mid proximity of any support. Here's where he is going to actually end up collapsing in with River and Gory onto Harry as he gets separated from the team. And I thought this was really interesting, again, just because of how heavily focused we've been on bot 2v2s. I think this makes the most of Huhi's map awareness as a player. Obviously, he used to be a mid before he became a support. And in the engaged support days, we saw so much more roaming from support. So it's been really interesting to see how he can affect the map early. We'll see if he can do it to maybe get GG's first win against CLG now. And for that call, we're going to Rafa and Kobe.
Muchas gracias, Emily, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got two more games to wrap up day one of week 3, Kobe.
And guess what? You've got Huhi not only reunited with Stixay from CLG, but they're playing CLG. These two players who won the LCS in 2016, one of my favorite years of the LCS.
Good year, man.
Actually are going to be going against their former organization here. That year, not only did they win, they also went to MSI and placed second place at MSI. Of course, as Emily alluded to, Huhi was the mid laner back then, and they've actually reunited in the bottom lane. Super excited to see Golden Guardians take on CLG today because Golden Guardians are 0-4 to start this year. Obviously have much higher aspirations for themselves.
Yeah. As we are heading into the draft phase, I want to quickly shout out a Garen ban here. There's been some dark tech over in the Challengers League on the weekends here. Shout out to Moose Hater from Wildcard, who has been terrorizing everyone over there. I guess Golden Guardians are starting to pick up that dark technology a bit too.
Yeah, as well, you know, Adam and LEC, Garen right now, the very, very robust champion. So I like the target ban as well that you call out here. A couple of jungle ones that followed up here from Golden Guardians, though. They're trying to whittle down on contracts. And these are two very different jungle bans, Sejuani and Elise. But Contracts is such an aggressive player, loves playing Elise, even though he hasn't got his hands on it yet, and has had mostly games of Sejuani so far, playing that tank, playing that front line for CLG in the opening weeks.
It is a bit of a double ban for Golden Guardians too, because Elise is something that has been prioritized as a ban against them in most of their games, I think.
Pretty much every team.
Yeah.
Pretty much every game getting banned out.
Yeah. Cannot let River be on the Elise, but neither can Contracts. This does slim down the jungle pool a bit. I mean, we still have viable options, Vi being one of them. Maokai probably going to be the other trade going back over to CLG.
CLG looking to pair Caitlyn here with one of those pushing supports. Of course, the Lux is the tried and true combination here, but we just saw a Varus Caitlyn as well. So very curious to see what CLG are actually going to pair the Caitlyn with, if it could be the support Caitlyn, you know, who he also piloted that really well. The AD carry champions, even when they get picked early on in draft nowadays, have so many different options.
You just never know what is going to be coming through these draft phases these days either.
And Golden Guardians pick up a very strong laner here. Karma can be played as a solo lane. I'm definitely not a big fan as a solo lane, but is one of the biggest tools that people use to combat these hard pushing Caitlyn lanes. So you could pair the Karma with a Ezreal or something like that, go with the double poke. And we'll see what they rounded out here with CLG, though. They pick up the Cassante with no Jax bans, no Gwen bans coming through here. They're just going to lay it down. Dokla picks it up. He has confidence. And Golden Guardians, they're forcing Golden Guardians now to pick.
Yeah.
Do we grab our AD carry now? Or are we actually going to try and answer Cassante with one of those two? And there's the Ezreal I was looking for.
So that's the choice that Golden Guardians want to pivot, making sure that they select their ideal AD carry counter of choice. But one of those things that might come up as a result during the second pick of ban phase is those top bans against the Cassante.
Yep, that's what you get now because going with the Ezreal we were talking about. So I expect, Jax at least. Some people have been okay with leaving the Gwen up. I personally think it is the best counter to Cassante. Definitely depends on your team comp though. And it looks like Golden Guardians here pairing a couple bits of poke with the guaranteed engage of Vi, banning away the Maokai, trying to whittle down on the extra junglers for contracts since CLG has forgone that very early on.
Gwen's already taken off the table. You called that as the other one, Jax. I mean, I imagine if CLG fear and respect that from Licorice, that should be the next thing on the table. Whereas the Golden Guardians, they can continue going down just the jungle slimming pool if they really want to force contracts into something that would be different.
I just think, it gives really scary split pushing options later. Having to face already double poke as well, it feels a bit scary. So I feel like they'll follow it up with the ban as well. Kindred getting banned out again as well. Another pretty aggressive jungler. Contracts is going to have to dig deep here. Wukong is still available. They could go with the team fight frontline though.
I'm actually curious if they've allowed all of these jungle picks to be banned, but then Wukong being left up. That last week we saw Contracts was bullied out of his jungle on that Wukong during the level 1 in one of their past defeats. Do you think that Golden Guardians have something similar up their sleeve going into the level 1?
I mean, that's something that's easily correctable. You know, it was something that people were not looking for with the top laner solo invades. Definitely not something you're gonna have to constantly worry about here.
Fair enough.
Let's take a look though. He goes Graves. All right, finally we get a Graves, and this is actually a good patch to do it on because Black Cleaver was buffed.
Yep.
So it's always looking for a second item there for Graves. Pretty core item. Being able to shred armor as well for the Caitlyn, for the Cassante. Shout out to Huhi! Shout out to Huhi from CLG. I like it, Boom here. You know, back in the days when Huhi was the mid laner we were talking about, 2016, his days with Stixxay on the team, the Aurelion Soul, his champion.
That's right. The Aurelion Soul is getting a rework. And now, I don't know if they have any dark technology of trying to put it into any other lanes, but you know, the way that support meta has been so crazy these days, maybe we can have other things. Maple, or not Maple, Gory, trying to hover on this Talia.
I mean, how sick would it be if before the rework, you get one last Aurelion Soul hurrah from Huhi, the iconic Aurelion Soul player? Not going to be the case, though. And they pick up roaming mid lane, regardless here for Gory from for the Taliyah. I really like Taliyah just also as the general answer into Azir. You can go like the, assassin, kill threat answers, Yone Akali style into him, but Taliyah is so good because you also have kill pressure, plus you can get some roam side plays off. So I expect River to look for some mid lane plays, try and blow Palafox's flash, maybe even look for the kill. Vi plus Taliyah is a deadly combination.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to worry about the early power here with the Graves. I'm always looking at contracts, see what kind of level 1 play they can get done. They do have a Lux on their team, so they have some threat for some level 1 bindings. Push in, get a deep ward, make the most of this Graves early. See if they can set this Vi behind before it gets to level 6 and can have that real scary kill pressure on mid lane.
Yeah, the curious thing about this draft for CLG as well, this is contracts on a champion that is going to enjoy taking a lot more resources this game. Whenever we've seen it, something on like a Maokai or a Sejuani, you are the dedicated front line. But being a Graves, this gives a little bit more agency to contracts, allowing him to be stepping up to be one of the carries for CLG. You have a kind of a differentiated battle lines for CLG, whereas Golden Guardians, it's all about heavy priority, heavy agency in the early mid game. You want to get Taliyah off the map, maybe teaming up with River. Level 6 is going to be the key for Golden Guardians.
All right, let's get on to the Rift. CLG versus Golden Guardians, baby. Stixxay and Huhi reunited against their old team. Will the champions prevail again after the separation? It's been quite a long time. Contracts here. I was talking about level 1 possibilities, maybe trying to push in and fish around with a Lux, but very defensive opening from CLG. Just spreading out with the fan here. Bottom side ward for the Caitlyn Lux to make sure you can look for some of this brush control. Very important when you have the Caitlyn Lux versus the Ezreal Karma poke lane that we were speaking of.
Get that early priority in the laning phase. Already, you see Golden Guardians just hovering around. You already saw Gory just escorting their bot lane to make sure that there wasn't any cheese going on, at least in the river bush. But Luger and Poom having full control of the lane for now.
Looks like it is going to be an attempt at a late river play here from Stixxay and Huhi to move in, try and get some pushing power done. Having some issue with my headphone. Hold on. Take over. I got some headphones.
All right. Well, solo cast moment here. Gonna feel like the old days of coming up through the amateur scene. Sometimes one of us casters would get disconnected during the remote pandemic days, but Huhi and Stixxay are able to make it through in the laning phase just fine, and everything is gonna commence us forward. Already a little bit of a lean from River, just hugging around towards the bot side. Actually, you might just queue over the wall here and look for an early invade.
Yep, River gonna take the chance. Goes for the counter on the red here because Contract started on his red and doesn't want to be left out to dry redless. See if he gets the level 3 completion off, because you can just then go down to Krugs afterwards over the back of this wall here and get behind the Caitlyn Lux.
Is that a concern for Luger and Poom? They have a ward in the tri-bush.
Well, Contract is coming to cut it off. Just goes from red back to his side, so wants to see if he can chase it off, sniff it out. Success here for River in not being denied his own red, though. Nicely navigated from him. Contracts will be up a little bit as far as the jungle goes, though, because he gets on his Raptors earlier and is going to be able to go supplement the pushing here for bottom side.
Yeah, it just protects them from being what looked like it could have been an overextended situation from Luger and Poom, but just coming in at the right time. Red buffs are traded. Now, going back to what we were looking at during the draft phase, or River and Gory, we're really looking at to be the super active ones during the early stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely will be more deadly once you get the level 6. But, you know, Vault Breaker flashes, also pretty effective tools. Pre-6, you can Vault Breaker flash on the Azir to blow the Azir's flash. You know, maybe do that around level 5. Then when you ding 6, you already have used up the flash, so then you can have your real kill there, because that's what you really want.
Yeah.
Is the 6, so that you can hold her in place for the seismic shove. Contracts, though, gonna make sure he's got full control of vision for the bottom lane for the Caitlyn Lux, so that they get to push in. The bottom lane, of course, is this huge war over pushing. If the Ezreal Karma get too much access to the wave, too much jungle help, then they can get the push back and start poking you under lane. Definitely want to keep on the offensive with the bottom lanes as of right now. Trying to get in, get some turret plate damage earn the extra money that way. Have resulted in River crossing back to this top side to get a Scuttle Crab of his own. Of course, Contracts, if he's able to defend his own jungle and finish up on the rest, will be ahead of River. But River does have Smite too if he wanted to go in for a contest.
CLG on their side, already saw a lot of pings, just trying to figure out where River is going to be. I feel like the game plan for CLG is, even though they have some aggressive pushing lanes on the bottom side of the map, Palfox should be fine. Not gonna enjoy getting punched in the face though, but CLG just want to get through the early stages of the game. Oh,
they've got it!
2v2, the root from Huhi, Stixxay and Huhi coming up huge for first blood.
Oh my goodness, they pull it off, Stixxay and Huhi. Huge play here from Huhi with the flash, keeps the tether there, Boom goes down, and they manage, even with the Ignite ticking on him, Stixxay picks up the first blood money. This is huge, huge stuff for the Golden Guardians. 0-4 to start their year. This could be the moment here that they start climbing back up the standings, that they start get some momentum going back in their favor. Getting a really, really big buy for Stixxay. Sheen tier, double long swords. This Ezreal is going to come back and be a massive, massive poke threat.
And it's a really nice bounce back considering that the push war was on CLG's side for the first few levels of the game, but Golden Guardians bot lane, Stixxay and Huhi just making sure that they could step up the right time, find that angle, and now this is where Golden Guardians could look to pivot around this newfound strength of this bot lane push.
River trying to steal away Raptors right now, but he's got support roam to deal with as Poom comes up.
Poom checking for vision, using the Lucian Singularity. River is not level 6, so he can't threaten Poom quite yet, but he has no stuns. He's got to be careful, but they turn on to Palfox, get his flash out. Now Golden Guardians will make do with what they got in terms of burning summoner spells.
Yeah, that's the critical flash I was talking about looking for. River is still quite a bit of ways away from level 6. Palfox could be able to threaten Gory just with the attempt at the Azir sweep.
1v1, Dokla and Licorice, both level 6. Dominus is out. Dokla still has his all out. Hasn't popped it quite yet.
That's a lot of rage too, though, on Licorice. He's got ready, full empowered abilities, so Dokla is going to let it time out. Backs right up, and flash for flash in mid lane. Simply with support standing behind him there, Palfox goes in. He's able to even up the summoner spells in mid lane. Another!
And nice punish. Contracts is there for the follow-up. Alley-oop to Contracts. Now CLG, you're dealing with Huhi, who has arrived in the mid lane, but all he can do is just really focus down.
Yeah, really, really tenacious play from Palfox. The first sweep we saw earlier burns Gory's flash. He did not use the Azir ult. Goes in for the second one, calls Contracts over to wait here to be spoon-fed a kill. Azir sweeps him in, and this is going to be the story for Graves. Can CLG get Contracts enough money here to get to his very early lethality? Bonus is going to cost them a dragon, though.
And you know, I was curious what kind of build Contracts was going to, because we've seen a lot of Graves builds go for that kind of like Drain Tank build, more on the Gore Drinker side, but this is a full lethality build, or at least an early lethality rush, so this means Contracts is going to be packing a huge punch in the mid game.
Yeah, well, it's probably just going to be the Umbral Glaive. Super important for Graves to be able to kill off these wards with 2 shots, only having 2 shotgun shells. Really annoying to play without it. So I'm guessing he'll do that into Black Cleaver, and we'll see where it goes from there. Wonder if it is going to be enough power to try and keep this Taliyah contained.
Sure.
Because that's what my big worry is here for CLG moving forward. Having Taliyah into Azir, if they can get this Taliyah.
Oh! River was trying to flash in range to get in on top of Palfox, but goes for Contracts instead. Great CC combo from Golden Guardian. Contracts flashing away only just to die. Gory cleans it up.
There you go. You say his name, and instantly they get a kill off of it.
Wow.
The Vi plus Taliyah combo.
Kobe, I'm still not used to the power of caster cursing. I need to be more careful with it these days.
Go. All right. It's going to be a bonus of the
huge damage. Jeez. Huhi and Stixxay turning up the heat here, but Luger flashing forward, looking for the Piltover combo. Still not enough damage on the Stixxay. They burned both of their summoner spells, but Luger is still the one without a support now.
The thing is, Luger also knows everybody is up by the Rift Herald. It's just on him to dodge these skill shots now. He knows he's not going to get ganked, but if he's unable to deal with the extra pressure there too, it looks like Huhi sticks around, trying to poke at him under the turret, trying to harass him, make sure he doesn't get everything to his name. Turret plate pretty low here. They can try and push in for that one in the next reset. But here's another look at it, and Boom just gets attacked. So Huhi has eyes on him constantly, dodges out on the Q from Luger first, able to hit it, plus the Comet lands as well. Stixxay zones him up. Oh, man, he still gets hit with the damage, and he has the bad positioning. So obviously the idea there for Poom is, okay, I'm going to dodge the Ezreal ult by having bad positioning, walk back into lane. Wait, that is just the worst of both worlds. Takes the damage.
You're in a bad position after already taking the damage too.
That was definitely
tragic.
Bit of a flub there. Does cost them too, because look at this. Essence Reaver's already done for Stixxay. Mike.
Don't worry, River. No one saw that. Well, we can erase that from the VOD after the game.
It's okay. Everyone is looking at the items here with the Essence Reaver already done by Stixxay. Free 10 minutes.
You saw nothing.
Exactly.
River definitely wants to pull off a dive here, but Poom and Luger just a little too careful here.
Yeah, I feel like the way this early game has gone means Golden Guardians have such an easy way to play out now. Just play around Stixxay. Play around this bottom lane. You have a roaming top lane. You have Vi for guaranteed picks. Even uses the Rift Herald down here. This is going to be turbo-fed Ezreal. And it's pretty difficult for CLG to actually get to that Ezreal unless you have a good teleport flank from Cassante. Cassante ult him back into the rest of the team into, you know, an Azir combo. Then, you know, Stixxay is in a position here to carry against the old organization.
Yeah, and you've seen how well Golden Guardians have just pivoted immediately off of that strength. This wasn't necessarily a bot lane that was expected just by how Luger and Poom were playing the early lane out. Maybe it was going to take a little bit more effort from Gory, but top lane 1v1, Lurker's forced to flash away. Zokla already going all out on him. Flashing forward, big Dokes on the board.
How many times are we going to see it? Enemy pushes up to the tower, and Cassante knocks him back in with 3 different knockbacks. The Q3 knockback, into the W knockback, into the all-out big Dokes takes down the big Croc.
You know, he was feeling a little confident in the hair and makeup room. He was like, yeah, I got this. I got this. He's feeling good.
He does. Plus, you know, I love that the buffs to the Grievous Wounds items, all the other Grievous Wounds items besides Thornmail got reductions to the actual stats. But Bramble just got straight buffs, so good early item for him.
Okay. It was a bit of a close one for Mr. Palafox in the mid lane here. CLG poised as the second dragon is coming up to play. Golden Guardians having superior vision control in the river means it's going to be a little bit difficult for CLG to get in.
Yeah. All right, let's take another look. As we say, we count up, wait for Q3. Here's knockback number 1. Get him with a little suck in. Then W knocks him back again in tower range. Then all out a little bit further into tower range. Gets his splash. And at that point, Licorice is down to 150 HP. Big Dokes flashes on him. Finish off the job. Tutorial on Cassante kills at tower.
Licorice in the preview or the replay, just saying, yeah, that's on me. Well played, well played. The Dokla there. Doesn't seem like CLG, as we talked about before, could not contest for that second dragon. It just easily goes over to Golden Guardians. First brick also being awarded to 6th NGK.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get observers to toggle gold right now, but it is such a massive difference here in the bottom lane with those 2 kills and the full tower. Nice Ezreal ult from Stixxay, even attacking the CLG bottom lane when they run away across the map. He still finds them.
You can't escape me!
Holy moly.
Stixxay just doing everything. I mean, this is quite the glow-up game and the bounce-back for the 0-4 start that Golden Guardians have had, but already with a nice early game like this, now it's up to them to be able to close it out.
And his front line is built double black cleavers, so they will very quickly be stacking up this armor shred.
Yep.
So armor shred plus this very heavy Ezreal poke definitely looks painful. For CLG, though, the other side is everything away from the bottom lane actually can give them some hope. Contract's got an early kill. Always nice to get an early Umbral Glaive so you can start getting those zombie wards out really quickly, trying to combat the vision takeover that happens when you have an early fall of the bottom lane tower and enemy bottom lane starts moving around. Plus, of course, Big Doke, super early Iceborne Gauntlet on top of the newly buffed, very efficient Bramble now that we were speaking of. You even forego boots just to be able to instantly
You don't need that.
get the mythic. Exactly. He's so tanky. He's got so many jumps, so many dashes in the champ. You don't have to walk around. Just dash around.
Dokla is just rocking it barefoot right now, you know? Doesn't need to
There we
cop
go.
any new shoes anytime soon. Now let's get ahead of the game here. So Golden Guardians with this pretty sizable lead in terms of map control on the bottom side of the map. 2 dragons to the name. They're already stacking up the soul very efficiently. At this point, what do CLG need to do? Do they need to like find picks to slow it down?
I mean, it's good that Big Doke's got a kill because it's on him, I think. Never mind.
Well,
it's gonna be another one.
Uh-oh, Poom is in trouble, and Golden Guardians are cleaning up another one after that.
Yeah, I think it is going to be on the Cassante, though, to be able to find some crazy angle onto Stixxay. As we said, it's going to be super difficult. Stixxay with double summoner spells on this Fed Ezreal, plus Arcane Shift. But if the Cassante can find a flank angle, then you can combine that into some Azir play, plus, hopefully some fallout from Lux, if Lux isn't dead at the time.
I mean, Poom will be able to get up in a little bit, but CLG just trying to brute force their way into the river. But once again, it is Huhi blocking them, denying them any entrance whatsoever. And Golden Guardians just continue sailing on forward.
I love it. This is our matchup of the game. These two right here. Can the Cassante do something to help the team kill Ezreal or not? If not, then it's going to be very difficult. Caitlyn Lux still trying to rotate around the map, still trying to push though. Even with the devastating early kills that happened down there and losing their tower, they're trying to scrape together some money here so they can actually fight back.
That's right. And we've definitely seen Cassante do, I guess what we call Cassante things to marksmen in the past, but Ezreal is just so slippery, and I think it's so critical that Golden Guardians were able to secure that early on in the draft. They knew that it was going to be important for them, and the fact that Stixxay and Huki able to come up huge early on in the lane. Now we're just looking forward where Golden Guardians, this isn't the first time that they had a decent early game lead, if you remember back to week 1, and they couldn't close it out. It's now building upon what they can learn from the first 2 weeks together.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed their video that they put out as well at the beginning of the year. It was unfortunate that they dropped the first 4 games, but stay true, Don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your memes either.
That's right. I mean, Inero doubled down when he was speaking to Travis Gafford. I think it came out yesterday.
Nice.
And it's like, so you released a video that, is going to get me blocked, but, and Inero's like, yeah, and we're fine, things take time, but he believes in the process and he's not worried at all. So, and the confidence, might be showing through today.
All right, well, CLG trying to make a move up top side. It looks like everybody has vacated the area for Golden Guardians, though, so the attempt at the lane gank here from Contracts won't get anything. You definitely see the idea, though. They've got Palfox with Flash on his ear. They want to try and make a scoop play onto the Taliyah in a side lane because they know they're going to have a difficult time mid.
Luger, I don't know if you can stay there. Unfortunately, burns the Flash, but there's no way he was getting out of that one. They had cut off all corners. Poom throws out Final Spark, barely damages them, and Dokla is here, but he cannot fight all 4 of them.
Contracts is coming too, though. They're not done. Another flank. Contracts walks over on the Graves. They could force it.
But they have no ways to be able to lock him down, and he's extended most of his mobility. He's forced to flash and retreat. Huhi and Stixxay have him on the run.
Yeah, meanwhile, they are just losing bottom side. Azir, Palfox did get top outer turret for CLG during the mid lane play, but Licorice for Golden Guardians on the Renekton was able to push up bottom lane as well, and it means this is going to be that very quick Dragon number 3 for Golden Guardians. So we will be approaching that Dragon Soul pretty quickly, Rafa.
That's right. Golden Guardians about to claim the 3rd one of the game. And it doesn't necessarily put CLG on a timer, but when it comes to options about how they want to pick these fights, you already talked about before, you're hoping that Dokla finds the flank of a miracle flank and is able to find Stixxay when he's already exhausted most of his mobility spells in the fight.
And guess what? They just used his teleport mid trying to defend there, and were unable to salvage anything out of the play. Good job by Golden Guardians. Hard shove mid. They force it with River, dropping the Rift Trail, by ultimate onto Luger. Caitlyn now finally does have Gale Force, but is going to be lagging so far behind as far as DPS output for the team fights. I think a lot of that is going to be shouldered by Palafox, who now is getting attacked.
And Dokla and Palafox a little overextended. Reinforcements are coming for them, but Golden Guardians might arrive first. River isolated Palafox and goes through the Emperor's Divide with a well-timed cease and desist. Dokla still overextended as well. CLG cannot save him. They donate the kill over to Gory, and Golden Guardians continue accelerating.
Yep, they strike first, and looks like they're going to be able to finish it too. CLG in no condition to fight back. Golden Guardians can spread the map. They leave Ezreal up towards the top side. 4-1 split push here. Gory's going to shove the second wave in.
All right, Kobe. Tell it to me straight. Is this a tough situation for CLG? Oh, okay.
So he's charging up his Vault Breaker. He wanted to be able to smite it as the red is going down, then Vault Breaker over to leave, kind of steal and get away at the same time, but Contracts was able to defend it, does at least secure his own red before River's able to escape.
And Golden Guardians mostly in command here. As I was trying to ask you before, is this too tough for CLG at this point in the game?
I mean, it is a very significant disadvantage that they are facing. So it's definitely going to require some outplays, maybe some fortunate luck as well. 6A not going to face check, double skill shots.
But Ezreal's very slippery, very difficult to lock down in Contracts. I mean, he has a tower there, but can he get to the tower in time? And I don't think so. Contracts, no flash available. Golden Guardians, that's a jungler down off the side of CLG. I think it's Baron time.
I think you're right. Baron o'clock here for Golden Guardians. They are just steamrolling this one. 4,000 gold. Casante's coming up. Teleport is available on Licorice. So CLG got to pressure enough to force the teleport while not allowing themselves to get trapped. Very difficult.
The Golden Guardians, if they can finish this Baron cleanly without any interference from CLG. Licorice is teleporting in. They should be. Whoa, wait. Oh! But he flashed back in and he secures the Baron. Now Golden Guardians potentially have baited CLG far too deep into the river. They take them out. And even on the back end of that, congratulations to Stixay as well for his achievement. But Golden Guardians just continuing on pressing this forward. This is probably the best.
It's a massacre is what it is.
This is the best that we've seen Golden Guardians so far in the spring split. And if they can continue this up, if they can clean this game out, this will be a hell of a way to bounce back.
Yeah, they definitely played a lot of good teams. Obviously, strength of schedule is a really, really big deal. Overreactions off best of ones in the beginning of the season literally happen every single year. Palafox teleports out, though. They want to get Gory.
Well, Gory. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Now, Dokla.
Oh my god.
I mean, you talked about Dokla having a lot of mobility in his kit, but I don't know if he can get away from Gory. I don't think he can lock him down, and now he's the one that's on the run. Gory just playing with his food. He's just laughing in the face of his enemy. Dokla's got nowhere to run. You said it was a massacre. It's one, all right.
Oh, is this where we hit him with the 2v1 suck? Oh, the CLG. Oh, no. They went at Gory. They missed. He gets the double kill in the 1v2. 6 kills to Leah, 600 gold bounty, 6 stacks on his Rod of Ages. And Golden Guardians, they're looking to finish CLG so quickly. It turns out they were just charging up their Spirit Bomb in the first 2 weeks.
That's right. I mean, in week 1, granted, they didn't have Gory with them on the first week. You know, shout out to Young, who stepped in and played with Golden Guardians during that time. And then week 2 was Gory's first 2 stage games with the squad. But now it seems like with a full week of scrims under their belt and just, you know, time with the squad, Golden Guardians definitely looking a lot cleaner than we have seen from the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, and CLG just collapsing like paper here.
Oh, Contrast is trying to just find damage into Stixay, but he just combats it right on back, forcing another flash. Gory almost cutting him off with the Talia's wall. And Golden Guardians are going to take their leave. They know they can't get any more done for now, but they have full control of the map, Kobe. I mean, they can take their time.
Yeah, they can definitely go wherever they want. That's going to be the easiest Dragon Soul we have seen in quite a while. Almost to the 10,000 gold lead at only 23.5 minutes here, plus the Soul. My goodness, these objective bounties are going to be really big, though.
That's right.
So you always look at that. Here's a look. at the ill-fated attempt at the 2v1 collapse. Look at that. Vi even completed recall too. Vi was like, I'm out. Gory, you've got this. River said, no problem. I have faith in you, buddy. Palafox walking through all of the Baroned up minions as well. The minions actually doing a significant amount of damage. Holy moly. Anyways.
You know, we jumped from one slaughter to another. Golden Guardians, they just see free food on the menu. CLG just scattering like the wind, doing everything they can to just retreat and defend as long as possible. But Golden Guardians, with this massive lead that they have surmounted for themselves, this is the best that we have seen from Golden Guardians. This is why an arrow was not worth at all. All right, Licorice, a little too far forward, but you know what? It's okay. Now Golden Guardians looking for Palafox. All right, this is cleaning it up in the books. Golden Guardians just taking their time. They're having fun with it. They're padding the KDAs. They're making sure that their split is looking to bounce back.
This is definitely the ideal look for Golden Guardians. Massive stuff. Outplays out of the bottom lane. Straight up 2v2 as well. Not even with jungle ganks for the majority of it. And they're looking to finish already. Teleport comes in. 25 minutes quickly approaching.
Yep. Licorice even has teleport in case they need an extra crocodile to assist in the base end. But it looks like Golden Guardians, without the next minion wave, need time to reset before the rest of CLG come back.
Yeah, they're not looking forward to the return visit. Please don't come back, Dad. Give us 15 minutes. Come back in 15 minutes, you know, farm your own jungle, farm some minions, why don't you just relax, take a chill pill, Golden Guardians. We'll be ready for round 2 in 15 minutes.
This is one of those times where you wish you could pause the game, but instead of like pausing the game time,
just for your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, can you just like not play the game for the next 10 minutes?
I would honestly love to be able to do, pause the game for my opponents anytime. That sounds great. Double Radiant Virtues followed up the double Black Cleavers for the Golden Guardians front lines as well. So they're just playing on the really strong items right now. And Dokla,
I mean, poor Dokla is just trying to scrounge up any farm that he can get and just find windows where Golden Guardians maybe were not on the map, but they were just waiting for someone to be picked off. They're going to go clean up an easy inhibitor, stack up the super minions in the mid wave, and it should be business as usual. But, remember, Golden Guardians, this will be their first victory if they get to close this game out. They're hitting the Nexus turret, CLG on their last legs, River initiating on forward, Licorice follows up, a beautiful true shot barrage from Stixxay, and Golden Guardians is, Palafox scoops them all up. Oh, it could have looked beautiful, but Golden Guardians still don't manage to drop a single member in their final push and pick up their first win of the spring split.
Yeah, just sweep it off the steps there at the end. Keep them nice and clean for the Golden Guardians. Ascent. Big win. Holy moly. You see that look Stixxay just gave Huhi? It was like, wow, we demolished them. In the bottom lane for sure. 2v2, it just starts with their own kills. Huhi flash ignite with the Karma in. Then Boom gets kind of cornered off with the Ezreal ult.
Yeah.
Takes the damage, goes down again, and Stixxay with that early money.
A little bit of a reunion there from Huhi, hugging some of his old teammates there on CLG. But for us here, I think this just goes to show how CLG just clearly did not have a chance to prepare for such a pivot from Golden Guardians. That isolated 2v2 kill from Huhi and Stixxay just changed the whole game plan, and Golden Guardians adapted beautifully.
Yeah, CLG just straight up getting outplayed in this one. The bottom lane, yes, definitely one thing down there. Mid lane as well. Gory, really nice movement from him. Talia cross the map there, able to make some big plays, and good job snowballing for Golden Guardians. Yeah. Take a bow, Sam. Coach up there on stage with them. Excited to see what they can do moving forward. As you said, took them a while to get Gory here.
Yeah.
And now that they've got him, coming together nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some of the moments, even though that lead didn't necessarily come from Gory himself, it was mostly from the bot lane. When Gory got to turn things up, oh man, he looked fearsome. And there's a lot of people that were saying, oh, we have a lot of hype AD carries, we have a lot of hype mid laners coming in, and not many people were talking really about Gory, but you know, Gory gets to show a little bit of moments like, hey, you should also be talking about me. Look at the way I handled that 2v1 up in the top lane.
Yeah. Oh man, the most cursed 2v1 of all time from the two people perspective.
It just sounds like you never want to see that one again. But don't worry, we're going to be joining Jat and Huhi for our Verizon post-game interview.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, guys, and Huhi, congratulations on the first win of the split. You've also done a lot of winning in the last 2 years. You went to 3 consecutive finals, but with the difficult strength of schedule, you guys started 0-4. How did you deal with that difficult start to bounce back with this crushing win?
I mean, I don't think there's an easy way. I think we struggled a lot as a team, and like also in scrims, we didn't have like great results. And I think we were just kind of trying to like justify it by like saying that Gory wasn't here. Oh, it's the first week with Gory on the week 2, and then this is the first week that we actually feel like we had a chance. And I mean, we're pretty happy how we played on stage today. I think everyone felt a lot more confident, and I just want to keep this momentum.
Yeah, you and Stixxay had a really good performance. I also just heard that you received Player of the Game, so congratulations for that one.
Thank you.
But in terms of the bottom lane, you're with a new bottom lane partner. You spent years playing with FBI. You also spent years playing with Stixxay, but you were the mid laner and he was the AD carry. So what's that been like, playing with Stixxay now as his support to his AD carry?
I think surprisingly it's a lot harder than I thought. I think especially with FBI, like I was like more like really we were pushing ourselves to the limit, and then if we int, like yeah, it sucks, and then we are trying to win as hard as we can. And with Stixxay, I think my mentality had to shift a little bit, and I think right now we are kind of like ramping up, and I feel more confident with him, and I think it will just get better and better with time.
Love to hear it. Congratulations once again on the win and the Player of the Game. That'll do it from here. We're going to send it to break. Final game of the day is going to be Immortals versus Dignitas. See you then.
River, isolated Palafox, and goes through the Emperor's Divide with a well-timed cease and desist. Dokla still overextended as well. CLG cannot save him. Licorice is teleporting in. They should be... Whoa, wait a minute. Oh! But he flashed back in, and he secures the Baron. Now Golden Guardians potentially have baited CLG far too deep into the river. They take him out.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Hello, I am here with victorious top laner Revenge, days after your victory over CLG. So first of all, congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. It still feels really good. You know, I've been thinking about it every day. So, you know, glad to be doing this now.
Yeah, I know. So I'll put the jokey pen aside because I don't want to keep doing that gag. But seriously, in all seriousness, congratulations. I know you've kind of been in this position before where it's like losses kind of can snowball mentality. So just generally, what was it like getting this win for the team? Has it been like a huge like stress relief going into this week of prep?
Yeah, definitely a huge stress relief. I honestly expected us to win sooner against some of our other opponents, so it was a bit unfortunate. I think we've actually had some really sad games so far, but just from like our practice and like I feel like the ceiling of our team's really high. So I was really glad we finally got a win because it like reinforced that to everyone that like, okay, how we're practicing's fine. We're doing things right. We just need to like show up on stage and do it. So I'm glad they like did that versus like a pretty decent team, you know?
So I have to go, and I'm not going to go through the entire play because obviously it's just unfortunate. But the Baron call at 24 minutes in the game, obviously this is days later, so it's not fresh off of on stage. But actually what I want to know is like, what are your comms in that kind of moment, and how did you guys recover from losing that objective?
Well, as a top laner or just as a solo laner, when you're pushing a side lane, which I was at the time, you usually tell your team way in advance that you have a timer. Usually that's move mid, get control, and then usually play on the other side of the map, get deep jungle control, push out other waves, and go back to your waves. But since we had Azir Kindred, I believe, I forgot who mentioned to start Nash, but we just thought we could burst it in time, and then when it started getting lower, we were like, okay, we could just finish it. So it was definitely spontaneous, definitely wasn't like the initial plan. A bit of improvising. Obviously there was a bit of mechanical mistakes that happened, but to be honest, even after we lost the Nash, I knew that like our comp was so much better. And we were just in a way better spot in the game. Like I think their Gwen was a bit too behind as well to deal with me in side lane. And we were already 3 dragons, so like we lost it, but I wasn't really panicking. I was kind of just like, okay, that was really boosted, but it's fine. Like we're still gonna win the game, so it really doesn't matter. And then yeah, so it was okay.
Cool. You already mentioned kind of your role as top laner in that kind of play. I want to look at top lane specifically because I think a lot of people, myself included, even on broadcast, have some misconceptions about like the state of top lane right now. So I guess like what do you see your role on this team specifically?
I feel like my role more as a top laner this year is to be very stable and winning lane without resources, which I think I'm doing right now, and I think I'll keep doing. So that doesn't mean I can't use resources, but I just feel like it's such a bot-centric meta that I've learned a lot better now how to just win without resources, so I think that'll help our team a lot.
Going forward with IMT, so obviously we talked about your role in the current meta. What do you think, if everything is like firing on all cylinders, the team's doing super well, what kind of team do you look like?
I think we want to show that we're a team of many styles, and I think, you know, obviously it's not really easy to just say what our team identity is, but I feel like at least I know that we'll always have strong laning on our top side, and we will be able to use like our bot advantages. Like especially if our bot is like winning hard, I feel like the game will be really easy. And I want people to see how we're like how we play as a team, especially like our macro and like our just team play in general. I want that to really show this year. I think that will be like our identity, is like our team play.
Okay, cool. Well, congratulations again. I am glad, jokes aside, that we did actually get to catch up and do this interview. If you're also wondering why we're doing it in vlog format, Mo does vlogs that are on Twitter, so go check those out. Thank you so much again. And back to whatever is on the other side of this, I don't actually know because we're shooting it days in advance.
Cool. Bye, guys.
It is the LCS Lounge, and that was great with Revenge, but we wanted to zero in on another Immortals player. The support. So take a look at this play.
Okay. I mean,
right?
had a
This
great
was
game.
a remarkable play. Yeah, he had a great game. And I think if we pause it here, are you seeing this, Mark?
Oh, I do see that.
This is weird. So
yes. All right, let's break this down.
Yeah.
Because this is interesting.
We all noticed this during the game.
If you didn't catch this live, get your eyes checked. Look at Kenvy's name.
Yeah.
And look at the spacing between the T and the K. Now,
what's the space?
From the ASCII far left of the K, that's as far left as you can get from the T. But if I bring your eyes down to Fleshy, that's bigger. That's instead of like 1 inch, that's like an inch and a half. No, I think his name is actually Space Fleshy. No. I think we've been saying it wrong this whole time, Jack. If you look at that, his name is definitely has an extra space, and it should be pronounced Space Fleshy on the cast.
I understand, because yeah, if you look, I didn't know you could put a space in your name.
You can get more in if you just look.
Okay, I didn't know what it was, so I actually caught up with him earlier to ask how to say his name, and I think this makes sense. Let's check it out. How do you say your name?
IMT Tactical.
And you?
IMT Fleshy.
Oh my God!
Oh, it's not Space Fleshy, it's IMT Flesh.
You just pause. That makes sense. Raf and Kobe, now I know how to say it.
What? So the space is silent? IMT.
Wait, what do you mean the space is silent? The space is always going to be silent.
Yeah.
What else would the space be?
Well, if we had called him IMT Space Fleshy, but instead they're saying you don't say IMT Space Fleshy, you say IMT Fleshy, right? The pause is significant in there.
Well, you're the play-by-play. You better remember that when you call him out.
Oh, hell no.
I also have another call out. There's a fan here in a Mad Lions Armut jersey who came up afterwards and was like, yo, I'm here just for Armut. So
hell yeah. And shout outs to the Mad Lions fan. There it is. Let's go.
Hey! This is the game for you, baby. They are still working on something up there. So we've got a little bit.
Just working through all.
I guess we'll get an update on what the delay is.
Yeah, maybe the hamster wasn't fed enough.
Maybe they're all just waiting for space. There's like 400 spaces in between start and game. It's start and then you wait.
What is the new space meta that we're entering right now? I feel like then we get into LCK territory since they're like the spacemen over there and the carpet space and everything. But one of the things I wanted to bring up about these two teams, if we're going to be honest about the standings, they're not doing so hot. Immortals picked up their first win last week. Dignitas.
What if we weren't going to be honest about the standings?
Oh.
Let's do that.
Oh, okay.
Let's do that take.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, Immortals and Dignitas, they're the top two teams in the LCS right now.
Boom.
Let's go.
Immortals did get their first win, of course, as Emily was interviewing Revenge at their...
a little vlog thing.
I don't know what we call it. Their setup that they had there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like their morale definitely has been boosted. Of course, pretty rough opening, a couple weeks, obviously, but definitely really good to try and build on the momentum from a win. So both teams pretty hungry for this one. I don't think anybody expected, Dignitas to be winless at the beginning of the split, considering the names that were signed. Definitely have a lot to reach for here with this lineup, but they're joking around right now. You can see them laughing.
And that's the cool thing too. Recently got to hang out with XU, who's their challengers level jungler, and I was asking, hey, how are things at the dig camp right now? I know, like, going 0-4.
The day camp?
Yeah, no, the dig camp.
Oh, dig camp. Okay.
Yeah, at the dig camp. The dig camp. What are we running a babysitting thing? But he was just mentioning, like, the LCS team is still in high spirits. I mean, Santorin is like a very happy-go-lucky dude, always super positive around the team, and always just looking optimistically towards the next game. Even Armut is also a super fun guy to have. So just having that kind of environment, even in the opening 0-4 week, is something to build upon going week 3. I mean, take a look at Golden Guardians. They got clearly through some of the things that they were struggling with, and they just got their first win. Who's to say that Dignitas can't pick up their first win today?
Let's get right into it. Karma and Caitlyn bans here from the side of Immortals. Everybody trying to whittle down on some of these powerful pushing bottom lanes. Ash the response here from Dignitas. Respect band of the Kindred at Kenby. We've got two very big Kindred players in the LCS, Fyoshik and Kenby, of course. His most known Academy champion for sure. What are they going to round it out with? Some more bottom lane focus here from Dig. or continue to pinch jungle.
Ooh.
It's the Draven from Tactical. I saw your eyebrow raise.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, listen, like you can respect the tactical Draven ban, but it didn't do so hot in the first one.
Certainly. It does kind of act as this boost to the Lucian Nami side of it if you really still wanted to keep going with this.
Yeah.
Personally, I have fallen out of love with Lucian Nami after the last round of nerfs as well. And Immortals clearly here have as well. If they go for the Lulu, you expect it to be Lulu Zeri versus Lucian Nami.
That's
Yay!
right. Guys, if you can't tell, Kobe is not actually enthusiastic about,
You shut your mouth! I love me some Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami, baby. And they get the Sejuani on the Dignitas side. So we've got the Vi, the Wukong, the Maokai is still available. Whoa. Let's throw down a Maokai, how about? That sounds like an amazing team fight. Immortals couldn't round it out here. Lucian has a hard time fighting around Maokai ultimate.
Yeah, I mean,
short range.
Yeah, short range. You only have so many so much mobility in your kit. You got to be able to dash around it. But Immortals gonna forego the Maokai. They're gonna look for the Cassante for Revenge instead.
It's too juicy. Revenge has had some massive Cassante games for Immortals. Really big performances, even in their loss. I thought he definitely had. He was definitely the star. I would say.
Yeah.
On their side.
That very first game against TSM, I mean, Revenge had a massive lead. He was super far ahead of Solo. It was just an unfortunate mid-game throw from them around that third dragon, the second dragon. Happens. But you know what? There's still some things to build off upon. Revenge still having a massive time in most of these solo lanes. We're moving into the second round of pick and bans here, as you called it. Lucian Nami, nothing different there. Dignitas. Stop capping, Kobe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Rafa, sir. All right, ban here is going to continue to take away jungle then, of course, since Immortals went for the juicy Cassante pick instead of getting their jungle that we were kind of going over. So Dig, presumably, will double ban jungle by, plus, I would say ban the Wukong and leave him with the Wukong. Wait, what did I say? Maokai! And then leave him with the Wukong. But either of those two, pretty good bans. Meanwhile, banning away Armut's Gnar in second phase.
You know,
the classic.
The fact that the Gnar made it through the entire first round of ban phase is an evolution in the draft. Already. Immortals taking that further step.
It is, you know, the pick up your top laner, last pick of the first round, and then double ban top lane is also pretty much the only variation that I like on the, you know, not picking jungle plus double bottom lane in the first rounds of your pick phase. I think that one is probably the only other one that's, unless there's something is super OP at the time, I'd say probably 85% of games will probably go that way.
I want to flag this Cassiopeia ban.
Okay,
is that
set up some Rise pick maybe?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking is going to be in the tank for a Blaze Olive. Dignitas, though, hovering this Jace. It's not the Gnar, but it's something that Armut can get very aggressive with, or at least still provide great mid-game damage with.
So, you can sometimes start to identify, you know, scrim islands, basically, that have emerged. You know, the Lucian Nami bottom side with the Jace on top side, you know, having two different lanes that you can go to play. We'll see if it works out for Dig this time. Did not work out earlier today. Santorin is on the Sejuani, and he has definitely been a master of Sejuani during his time in the LCS, getting off some really early ganks. He's very creative with it. So he's super good at going for the level 3 insta ganks. But wow, we got a lot to catch up on. The Rise that we were also very, very surprised about.
We had a thought, you know, we had a premonition that it was going to come through, but Kenvi, I mean, Kindred, definitely one of his most known champions, but the other definitely has got to be the Graves. And now, we haven't necessarily seen it do too well in LCS. It does take a little bit longer to kind of come online, but it's all going to be about how well Immortals can force skirmishes around Kenvi. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to invade. He wants to look for control, especially against Santorin on this end.
I think a lot of that is going to you know, fall on the shoulders of the Immortals solo laners. Revenge got his Cassante, and a Blaze Olive has the Rise into his ear. If he gets a little bit of push early, help out with those, you know, Graves invades or Graves roams, Realm Warp down there, make some early plays. Rise has gotta influence side lanes because of it when it comes to the team fights later on. Jensen is going to farm up to be a powerhouse in those. So we shall see. Can Ablaze start to affect those side lanes? Can he play with jungle? Rise plus Graves is a really nice combo because, you know, just the slow from Smokescreen can be enough for Rise to get in range for the Rune Prison combo, and it's a lot of damage, different damage types. We'll see.
That has been the big conundrum for Immortals. This team, talking to their GM, James, just one of the things that they were looking forward to is they know how powerful, how great these individual stars in Kemvi and Fleshy, based on the leagues that they came from, how much hype was delivered around them. And it's like, okay, well, why don't we try to make sure this roster can facilitate them to as possible? They kept Revenge because it was great as a solo laner, obviously, but bringing in a Blaze Olive as well, this is someone that is willing to sacrifice resources. And on someone on Rise, if he can just force prio and move with Kemvi into the jungle whenever he wants to force fights or gain resources and advantages for himself, that has been the formula that Immortals are trying to build up towards in this spring split.
All right, let's get rowdy. Last game of the day. Trying to pull out all the stops. Looks like probably going to go for a delayed invade. They've got a sweeper here on Lulu. Grouping up. Fleshy's got the sweeper. They go for the Graves delayed invade.
Uno, dos. They don't see all of them, though. Looks like Fleshy is just going to take the recall here. Not going to go for super aggressive, just planting that ward deep into the red buff. Santorin not going to be able to at least take it out, but they should know that Immortals will have vision of where Santorin's trying to start.
And a big thing for Graves has always been counter jungling. If the Sejuani goes for the 3-camp gank, you want to know where you're going to be able to exact that payment from. So having the wards on red, they both will know. Sejuani starting opposite side.
Well, we got some time, and everyone just returning to the laning phase is kind of standard as usual. For this Dignitas squad, you know, we were talking about no one necessarily expected them to be, you know, 0-4 at this point, but there are some great pieces. It's going to be around Santorin and Jensen to see if they can kind of stabilize the early mid game, the skirmishing, then Immortals want to power through and bounce back.
And I want to point out that ward there in the river that was placed by Arma. Arma is doing his job trying to protect the red buff here for Sejuani because they know that Kemvi got the ward onto red. He wards here to make sure they will see if Kemvi goes for the dash over the back of Baron Pit play to try and do that red steal. We saw in the previous game, Vi did that in answer to the Graves invade on red and transfer, but isn't going to be attempted this time around. Regardless, is a really good ward to put to protect your jungle camps there. This way they know that Graves is going for a regular top-down clear.
Oh, look at the differentiating path, though, from Santorin. Instead of just fully committing towards the top side of the jungle, he's waiting in the wings because a Blaze Olive might face check here. Kemvi's clearing Raptors, so he's in the area, but not necessarily right there in case a Blaze Olive steps too far forward. Santorin is just waiting. He's waiting for the right moment.
Very, very patient.
Is he going to get rewarded? He finally does. A Blaze Olive realizes he stepped too far forward. The permafrost and the flash. Oh! That is a clean first blood from Dignitas.
That's why they always tell you patience is a virtue. Santorin, level 3, gank towards mid at Jensen. Set from Champion Select, and he pulls it off. The patience there. They get the flash. They get the kill. Huge change in how you want to be able to play this game now.
That's right.
Really good stuff from these veterans on Dignitas. This is what people wanted to see when they heard these signings. Huge names with LCS history. Santorin and Jensen getting off to an explosive start here. They want to change the narrative coming in here week 3.
And as we talked about before, you know, what were the vibes like over at Dignitas, and just considering they went 0-4 in the first 2 opening weeks, but Santorin, optimistic as ever, changes the game plan, recognizing that, hey, later on, Kemvi and a Blaze Olive are going to try to take resources away from me. I need to be proactive now, get Jensen ahead, and that means he will always have to push prio.
And it's a perfect way to attack your opponent's win cons. People always talk about, hey, we need to know our own win cons. You also, it can be a very good strategy to just attack the win cons of your opponents. You know, that Rise roaming to the side lanes that we were looking for. If you blow his flash, if you attack him really early on, you can take that away, and Santorin is keeping up that idea here. wants to make sure that Jensen will be able to scale into a monster.
Oh, Spawn looking almost daringly. Ignite traded for Barrier against Tactical. I thought that was going to be more exciting. Just the summoner spells burned here.
You got me excited. That was great stuff there,
Thank
man.
you, Kobe.
You know, that guy was on fire. It was kind of low.
Dude, when anything is on fire, you cannot help but be excited. Kenby now trying to tussle with Santorin in the top side of the map. Does he have help? No, not really.
Nice.
Nicely done from Santorin.
Yeah, able to secure it. It can be so annoying. Smoke screen, like if it's on the edge and you're not right next to the red buff, it can really mess with your head. But Santorin, steady as ever, able to secure his own red buff in the face of the Graves invade. There are two camps. The Graves players and the people who always have to play against Graves invades. I feel like a lot of people can relate there and cheer on the defender of their own jungle.
And it's always annoying when you are trying to adapt to what the meta calls for, and we are kind of in a tank jungle world. It's not often that you run into more of the aggressive invading carry junglers, but you know, when you do and you're just trying to play for the team, it's like, guys, this Graves is in my jungle, he's taking my stuff, man. But Santorin still continuing on the track, and just look how proactive he is. Yes, he's somewhat down farm, but he's not even that far behind, and he's still putting more pressure on the map than Kenby is.
And he's double the vision score. Clearing out wards around mid, clearing out wards on bottom. You strike fear into your opponents. You get the successful gank off. Then you keep them afraid by taking away their vision and make them think that there are constantly more ganks around the corner.
That's right.
Really doing a very good job. Sejuani has very powerful ganks. As soon as he gets level 6 as well, he can pull a repeat off there. A Blaze Olive still quarter of the way through the cooldown of that Rise Flash in mid lane. And Santorin, by keeping the wards clear around mid lane and bottom lane both, securing the objective here. This is the week of the underdogs. This is the week of the comebacks, baby.
Everyone who had a 0-4 start, this is their moment to take their first dub of the split. Something that Kenby was doing that I thought was interesting. He was hovering mid lane because he knew a Blaze Olive's flash timer is still down, and Jensen had enough mana for a full combo trying to Shurima shuffle him potentially into the tower. So he just had to hover, make sure, like, hey, can you get that shove in safely before you go for a recall?
Yeah. I mean, we talk about Santorin's doing a good job making the opponent laners fearful of his ganks. He's also making Kenby fearful of them.
All right, Tactical burned once again by Spawn with the Ignite. Kenby pushes Santorin back, but at least Dignitas are happy that Kenby can't really get anything done on the bottom side of the map.
Yep. Should be able to defend in there. They're using a lot of his time, too. Kenby's sticking around to make sure they can push this wave in.
Yeah.
By not having vision of Santorin, the Sejuani, they're like, all right, fine. I have to make sure that you guys can get it in. Wave is pushed right back out here by Spawn and Biofrost. And he can't spend too much time down there. So Kenby gets his recall off, gets his purchase. Probably heading towards the early Black Cleaver here. Again, can't say it enough. Got extra free 50 HP and 5 more attack damage on it this patch.
It's such a good item, man.
It is juicy, and see how quickly you can get it done. Especially when you're facing Sejuani.
Yeah.
Always love shredding armor.
It just definitely makes sense. I mean, even though Santorin is the sole tank on this front for this team, definitely helps when you can just easily shred armor for the rest of a mostly physical damage composition from Immortals, as Spawn just opens up with the culling, trying to just force this recall in, because now if Dignitas need to fight on this top side of the map, at least bot lane can join, but for them, the Rift Herald's all theirs. They don't even need anyone else to come on over. I mean, Santorin has just been doing such a great job of controlling the map.
Yeah, he for sure is my player of the game thus far. For my first 8.5 minutes, Santorin player of the game. You just saw the gold charts?
Ooh. Jensen wanted to look for that timer, but a Blaze Olive had flash up this time.
And the gold charts are what an ideal Sejuani looks like. He got all 3 of the Dignitas carries are top of the gold charts, even though Sejuani is down there at the bottom, is because he's clearing all the vision, pulling off the ganks, setting up the carries to actually be able to carry. And Jensen here, as you mentioned, also now starting to be able to do it by himself. Burns the flash early on a Blaze. And now you know Santorin with the ultimate from Sejuani, huge threat. He's actually going up to Armut.
Oh, Armut sidestepping Revenge's approach here. Santorin waiting for a flash from Revenge before committing the Glacial Prison. Goes for the Permafrost. Beautiful patience from Santorin there, and that gives Armut a kill.
Yeah, nicely done there. Melee form from Jace, so nifty in being able to stack up Sejuani ults, trying to get that little auto off. They get their double stuns, flash down from Revenge, kill on Revenge. Santorin just can't miss.
That's right. Now, we are giving a lot of credit, obviously, to Santorin because it is deserved, but, you know, we want to make sure that people remember that this is what Santorin is kind of known for, even on Team Liquid. And so, during the roster changes during the offseason, a lot of question marks were had about, you know, why is Santorin getting sent off of Team Liquid and having to look for a new home in Dignitas. But, you know, Santorin and Jensen, both of these guys are people that may have been underrated so many times in the past, not given credit where it is due after, even when the results don't come through, because this is what Santorin would do for Team Liquid last year so many times in the early game.
Yep, playing on the edge of Fog of War right there. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the price of all these proactive plays from the Dignitas jungler, of course, is Envy out farming on the Graves. Slow away the Gromp as well. I was thinking maybe they'd be able to work something out with bottom lane, but Bifrost and Spawn not giving them any openings. They both have double summoners up here for the Lucian Nami. So no opportunity for anything bigger than just stealing away the Gromp there for Kenvi.
Yeah.
And with the whip, looks like he actually is going to go for that Gore Drinker build you're talking about into some shorter range champions. Even though Lucian is not melee, obviously, is a little bit shorter of range as the AD carries go. So,
I mean, outside of that culling, you got to get into your 500 range to really do some damage here on the Gunslinger. But for Dignitas here, they have control of the map, you know, thanks to Santorin just really pushing the tempo for everyone in place. They have the opportunity to go for the second dragon anytime they want to. I'm just curious if Immortals are concerned at all. Like, obviously, the game hasn't even been close to blown and wide open, but just the control has been impressively on Dignitas' side.
Yep, definitely is going quite nicely for Dig. Approaching their next big power spike, which is going to be the Lucian Gale Force completion. When Spawn gets that, even though Lucian Nami got nerfed, they're still going to have huge burst damage between him and Bifrost. And with the bottom lane, even without Gale Force done, a lot of pressure put on Tactical and Fleshy here. So they push in. Santorin's able to get the second dragon pretty easily. Mid lane has pushed in due to his ganks.
Yep.
Bottom lane pushed in as well. Gives you another easy dragon pickup here. So all these neutral objectives controlled by Santorin, the lanes controlled by him. And it's just a bit of extra jungle camps eaten up by Kenvi and Payment, which has resulted in a pretty early Gore Drinker, 12.5 minutes. Nothing crazy, especially by like solo queue standards.
Sure.
Solo queue, you're getting kills and stuff. Super accelerated.
It's a completely different ball game.
Yeah. But we'll see if he can actually get anything done with it.
Now would be the time to try and sync up with some of your other teammates on Immortals to see if you can take advantage of this, you know, massive power spike that you have. You have not only so much ability haste, but, you know, so much upfront damage and the ability to just sustain yourself in really long periods of fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, I'll see, because I don't know if it's gonna be super useful versus like Azir and Jace. Both are gonna, of course, outrange it and kind of try and poke him down and stuff. And then Lucian with the culling, if he goes rapid fire, I don't know. We will see.
Yeah.
I'm saying things look really dang good for Dignitas right now, though.
It is difficult for Immortals composition at this moment to kind of operate in what Dignitas have just been able to do thanks to Santorin's early efforts already. You talked about the range advantage that Dignitas have. Talk about the lack of engage options that Immortals have. If you're not flanking, you're not getting anywhere into Dignitas' backline.
Gale Force is done for Spawn, so he's fishing around for an opening. Isn't going to find it. Tactical and Fleshy back right out there for Immortals. But this whole game, the minimap has been completely red. Red wards everywhere. The Vision game absolutely dominated by Santorin, by Dignitas. And Armut, quietly, because so much other stuff has been going really well for Dig. Highest gold in the game. Whew. Was able to take the top turret completely with his Jace up there. So the Armut jersey-wearing fan in the audience certainly happy. There he is.
The happiest Mad Lions Armut fan.
Armut is going to be quite rich. See how early you can get his Muramana and everything, because that poke damage is really going to be painful.
And that's going to be the big thing for Dignitas as they start setting up for the last two objectives, or the last two dragons of the game, which is Hextech Soul. That is a dragon you do not want to give over easily. Immortals, even if you guys are behind, we can imagine that they're going to be trying to throw everything that they've got at that point, even if they're down significant gold and stats. But how are you going to brute force your way through if you have to deal with calling upon entrance? Shock blast from Armut, just Azir holding up the front line with soldiers. It is going to be a tall task for Immortals.
Certainly will be. All right, can they? Nope. Not even gonna give them an opening. They're like, maybe they can.
I saw it in your eyes, Kobe. You're like,
maybe
right,
they could get a
time to lay it up.
All right, well, constant farm from the side of Immortals, but Dignitas, everything else.
Right.
Very, very proactive game from him. Really like the look from Dig, controlling all the neutral objectives, controlling all of the towers as well. Only one secondary turret is left on the map. That is the bottom one. You can see they've already made the rotation. Jensen got put down there since that's where Dig lost their outer, with Tactical being able to push it in off the rotation. Trying to keep it a little bit safe there. Azir obviously has the mobility, also can put up his own Azir tower to replace it and buy time for the rest of the team to get there. If there was any strong play from Immortals, and it looks like Kenvi is going to try and play to the bottom side here.
Need to find ways to establish vision control for the dragon, but Santorin strikes first, finds Kenvi. Only doesn't do that much damage on the back end of it, but Immortals force their TP from Revenge. Can't get on top of anyone and look for the all-out.
And look at the price. Armut holds onto his TP, says, you guys are fine, just escape. I will push down mid.
Oh, great bubble from Biofrost from Fog of War. Forces the flash and the heal from Fleshy. And now Spawn needs to be careful about how far Kenvi gets on board. Blazeolf also flashing, looking for the root, looking for the damage. Revenge Gale goes all out, looking for Santorin, and Kenvi fires, shot and true, landing on the back line, and Santorin goes down. But still, as you called it out before, Kobe, Armut is still pushing in the mid lane. Dragon's not coming up for 25 seconds, so Immortals, all they get from that is just a kill.
Hey, they're on the board though, come on, yeah. They got a kill.
That's one thing. It's something to work with.
They got the kill. The price, of course.
Holistic.
Yeah, baby. They got a kill. The price, like you're saying, is a big price. They use their teleport. They lose their mid-secondary tower. Armut's able to push that one in. The poke is going to be very painful later. Yeah. They are going to stay around the dragon and re-teleport back out with the Blaze to finish it off, though.
Armut has teleport. He's already TPing to the mid lane. Santorin has Glacial Prison once again. Immortals just trying to hold them off as long as they can. Kenvi, oh, he doesn't have Smite, but he secures the dragon. They get out at the price of Revenge, giving his life willingly so that they could escape with the third dragon. Looks like a Blazeolf is not going to make it out alive either. And Dignitas, they sacrifice that third dragon, but clean up 2 more kills for themselves.
All right, let's see how much they can actually take with this. Because with Rift Herald, this is going to be a pretty strong push. Outer tower is definitely dead. Secondary charge here, plus trying to keep up pressure with Jace mid in a 4-1 from Dig. Looking to get even more.
Rift Herald, charge!
Good job, Shelly.
You did a damn good job out there, soldier. All right, Dignitas cleaning up that last tier 2 turret on the bottom side of the map. Looks like they can take their leave. They still have some ultimates to play with the Thal Glacial Prison. You definitely don't want to be overextending your leave here.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give any more money back. Good call out. And we did get to see Kenvi dashing in and getting a 3-person Gore Drinker and then finishing off the kill with the ultimate there. So it is, more gold onto the graves. Now going for that Black Cleaver. This is our second attempt to call it the Black Cleaver, baby. Still gonna be the case here. Still gonna work on it. I just think that Dignitas here, with the amount of gold that their carries got,
yes,
we'll see if it's possible to really navigate those team fights later.
Yeah.
For Kenvi, for Immortals. Jensen here still very, very happy with the way this game is going on the Azir. 2 core items completed. He's got the extra Shadow Flame penetration on top of his Sork shoes here, so going to do a lot of damage to so many champions that have no magic resistance, namely the Zeri and the Graves. That is going to be the big weakness there for the Graves. You know, short range, has to deal with all this poke from the Azir.
Yeah. You know, it's one thing for Graves to brute force their way through a lot of physical damage as you're just constantly stacking up that true grit. Doesn't work against magic damage. You don't get a magic resist off of that. So Kenvi gonna have to pick his fights wisely and pick his targets as well wisely. For Dignitas, I mean, there's a theory that maybe if you find these carries isolated, pick them off, and don't get that proper 5-on-5 for Dignitas, and Immortals can kind of sneak their way back into the game, overcome this gold deficit. But it's, once again, what are your pick tools for Immortals? It's all single target, so you have to pick and choose. You can't just get them all.
You could do the 5-person Realm Warp right on top of somebody's head. How about
Bam!
That? The 5-person surprise party.
I love it.
Throw them a surprise party. It looks like Dignitas walk over a ward, so this party in the river will not be a surprise, as they don't have a sweeper up. It's not a surprise, but it might be effective.
Brother Blaze Olive might be gone for this world. A nice movement speed for the face rush. Sidestep the Glacial Prison. Okay, nice moves out there.
Phase Rush in action from a Blaze is able to juke out the Sejuani ult. The tower's not able to juke though.
Damn.
Terrible tower jukes.
Could you imagine if turrets could uproot themselves and start walking around?
Give him some Scuttle Crab AI or something.
Dude, that would be crazy.
All right, no counter push here allowed as Armut's going to teleport in, push Revenge off the tower as well, and Kenvi's not done. Okay.
Hey, we talked about isolated targets. Kenvi finds himself a fish. Tactical slowing him down with the zap of the wall. Biofrost still has flash. He's just deciding whether he wants to use it, but great bubble. He gets to save his own flash. He's just fine.
Yeah, Biofrost cool under pressure. Walks his way out. They've got plenty of vision still leading up to the Baron as well, so they saw the follow-up was pretty far away, and it was just the threat of Kenvi. So they don't blow anything extra. Now Dignitas, with bottom lane fully open here all the way up to the inhibitor turret, they have to deal... Jensen is the only one with teleport, so it'd be kind of difficult here for Armut to actually go down. They might want to do a 4-1 with Jensen. Looks like with Dragon spawning, though, they're just going to push out mid and bottom. Set up to secure number 3. They let the previous number 3 go over to Immortals after that nice long chase that Immortals were able to force, but they don't want to let that continue to happen.
Thankfully for Immortals, the fact that Dignitas are not on Soul Point means that...
Kenvi's in.
Oh, okay, Biofrost still has flash. Nice bubble, but Kenvi dodges it with the collateral damage and also getting some damage into the front line. And now they have to back off here.
That was some crazy confidence from Kenvi, I'll say that. Not done?
Glacial Prison goes wide. No one gets hit by it, stunned by it. Revenge is now on the other side of the wall, but because he already used all out, he can move over, and he has teleport. He's contemplating whether he wants to reposition here.
Man, that was crazy. A Blaze was still in base, too. He's walked his way up to the rest of the team now, though. Full 10-on-10.
Biofrost cannot step up here. He can only offer so much. The Tidal Wave is the only thing that he can really do. He's waiting for the angle to split up Immortals. Tidal Wave comes through. Kenvi can't get into the back line quite yet. Santorn, the rest of Dignitas burn down the Dragon. Clean stuff from Dignitas. Immortals can't get anything done.
Getting exciting there for a little bit. In the end, they do bully them off. Dignitas, good job zoning them out, pulling the Dragon over. They've got the Scuttle Crab vision. Blaze Olive tries to Realm Warp to join with the rest of the team, but the poke damage from Armut, just a couple of those shock blasts, man. This is 3 core items for Armut completed now, and they're gonna Hex Gate back over to the Baron, try and do a similar dance. Kenvi, though, that's what really got me pumping at the beginning. He just blind dashed over the wall onto Biofrost, who was able to dodge his way back out.
It's small moments like that is why all of the fans that started watching him during his days of 100 Thieves Next in 2020 and watching his career and progression go over get excited for. It's like, yes, Kenvi's not having the greatest time adjusting to LCS, but at small moments, maybe they look to pick off Santorin, but the culling from Spawn. Completely chunks out Kenvi on the front lines. Jungler for jungler is traded, but Dignitas have the advantageous positioning and health bar status as they look to continue pushing them down mid lane.
No smites available, so we're just gonna push right down mid lane here for Dignitas. Again, arm up poke is massive, so as long as they group up and use that, they've got a huge advantage, and they're gonna use it to push in mid, get mid lane priority, and then sweep away all the wards from Baron. Oh, they actually don't even sweep them away. They leave these wards up. They don't have sweepers available.
Is that the end?
There's one control ward in Biofrost's inventory that they could move. Again, no smites.
Yeah, okay, this is gonna be huge. They flash forward on the Jensen. Armut trying to follow up. Tidal Wave gets 2 knocked-ups down. Blaze Olive is traded, but Spawn still lives and holds on thanks to Biofrost healing, and Santorin is back. But if Santorin's here, then Kenvi's gotta be here as well, because both of them died at the same time. And both teams are gonna take a reset. They're not gonna fight over the Baron.
This is a fun one, though. These couple wards here sticking around in the river, let them know they were on it. And Dignitas, although they had a lot of damage in there, thinking maybe, okay, let's go bluff it. We can try and burn it down. If they come, then they turn around, trade some kills here. Both mid laners now going down in the aftermath. But with teleport from Blaze Olive, Dignitas know we've got no smite. Let's not chance it. A Blaze Olive flashes forward, trying to get onto the 2 carries back there. He did get the Rune Prison. They get the kill onto Azir with Tactical, also full committing. Flashes from all the carries to get back there and kind of assassinate him, but...
Whoa, Kenvi just right in Spawn's face. Answers back with a culling. Bubble keeps him in place so that Kenvi has to soak up all of that damage. The rest of Immortals, they're getting antsy. I mean, this is... You're calling it out before Kobe. Both of these teams are starting to really throw haymakers at each other. It was all early game, all Dignitas, but Immortals finally coming into their own as most of their item spikes are coming online. Glacial Prisons, Fleshy is able to get out. No dice there, but it is a flash that is burned.
And it's getting kind of scary here for them because a Blaze Tactical, no summoner spells for either of them. Dignitas is going to hard push forward, corral them in their own side of the map, and then return to that Baron. They've got massive Baron damage. If they could fully clear out the last remaining control ward there through the blue jungle as well, they could just rinse and repeat that strategy over and over. There's one Scryer's Trinket ward here that is available on a Blaze Olive. So level 16 Rise with Hex Gates as well. You can always Hex Gate really quickly back out on the map.
Yeah.
So Immortals...
They're just holding them. Oh, just look at the way that the rest of Armut, Biofrost, and Spawn are just holding the lines while Jensen and Santorin try to burn down the Baron. 6,000 HP already just between the two of them, but Immortals have brute forced their way through the other 3 members of Dignitas, and Biofrost has nowhere else to run. The Baron is a flub. Dignitas have to scram, all out for revenge, has isolated but Jensen, but quick moves as he shifts on over back to his team. Dignitas repositioned safely, but they've already lost on their support, whereas now Immortals, they want to press their luck.
Yeah, with a little bit of extra Baron damage going down, Biofrost is the only casualty. Immortals keeping it up.
They don't even want to commit to the Baron. They're trying to force Santorin off. They're split. 7,000 HP. A Blaze Olive is already on over the wall. Tactical and the rest of Immortals all join the fray. Tactical is going to soar and takes out both Armut and Spawn. And that's a significant number advantage. Immortals, do they turn back?
Immortals get back on that Baron. Oh, they're going to go for the Dragon instead. They don't want to give over the soul to Dignitas. Okay, so they make the call. We're going to deny the Dragon soul, pick this thing up, not go for Baron. Honestly, I do think that is the better call because they wouldn't be able to end the game with the Baron buff. And this is playing is playing the longer game. Yeah, Santorin's not able to get there quite in time.
The way the observers were zooming in, I was like, did they see the future? Is he gonna Arctic Assault into Flash and just smite it? That would have been some crazy stuff.
Ooh, we are in for the long haul here, baby.
I'm down.
This one is getting much more exciting here. So Immortals, they know they've got to get in there quickly. Dignitas has so much damage, they're burning it down. Kenvi charges ahead, gets really low. They early use the Lulu ult on him, but Revenge is able to just beat down Biofrost with the help of the Baron damage attacking him, as he was the last straggler out of that Baron pit. Jensen, thankfully for Dignitas, is able to slip over the wall and survive, but still, it's Immortals starting up on the Baron again to look for the chase. Tactical is the one who takes things into his own hands, charges forward. Here's the reaction from our Armut.
Just barely getting out alive. It's like, okay, we only lost one, guys. It's not that bad.
We can still do it. Winnable, winnable. Dignitas still ahead.
Armut fishing for some damage. Accelerated Shock Blast 1 goes wide. The non-empower one only just tickles Revenge a little bit, but it's really the damage from Jensen that is starting to make a mark, and Dignitas just playing around with their poke, playing with the range, trying to take advantage and take space against an IMT.
And the most important space is the space by Baron. Really, really good wards here from Immortals. They're looking at the Hex Gate directly behind Baron. They've got the Pixel Brush. Santorin trying to take it out, though. He gets 2 of the 3. Blaze Olive could Realm Warp right behind them from mid lane too. Look at the mini map as Tactical is trying to get a tower while they threaten the Baron vision here. So Dignitas, they lose out a little bit more. Tactical gets solo gold on the outer tower top side while Ablaze is holding middle. Immortals clawing their way step by step back into this game.
Blaze Olive is cut off here though, has to take care of mid prio as I think it was Revenge that ate the Glacial Prison from Santorin. Not quite isolated here, but Revenge already... Oh, that's a lot of damage from Spawn! Almost finds Fleshy in the backline. Tidal Wave is going to clip him. He moves out of the way, but Fleshy might not get out alive on this one, but the rest of Dignitas can't commit forward because Spawn is also sub 50% HP. This fight is so close, Kobe. Santorin wants to press the charge forward. Blaze Off now looking for the flank, but it's just a Realm Warp. It's not even a real Realm Warp. It's just a bait. It just pushes off Dignitas. My God, Kobe! They do not want to overcommit!
And the Baron still stands. All right, this is going to buy Fleshy time to go back to base. Heals up in the fountain. Santorin coming in to try and clear out that vision, but it's going to be 2 more recalls. Hex Gates means everybody can get back in time as well, so we can just keep this party rocking.
It's just this constant do-si-do around Baron until someone calls chicken and just pulls out. I mean, this is...
Okay, here's what we look for then. Big stopwatches. Next team fight is going to have some big plays. We've got Tactical already playing really aggressively on the Zeri. Next fight, he's going to have Flash, Barrier, and a stopwatch available. Meanwhile, Jensen on this Azir. When's the big team fight winning Azir sweep, you ask? Well. He also has Flash, ult, and stopwatch available.
And he can make it safely.
Who will get the better of the other carry?
And Immortals doing such a great job to keep themselves in this game, considering that Dignitas had probably one of their cleanest early games so far of the spring split. Dignitas want this win. They need this win, the statement win, to just clean out everything so that they can bounce back after the 0-4 start. As, Spawn almost getting caught out here, getting bursted down. The damage from Tactical is spattering. Good flash forward. Armut tries to get in there with the hammer to the skies. All out from Revenge. Finds Santorin the flash. He still can't get away. Immortals, they're turning this fight around.
They're turning the game around, baby. Immortals, 5 members strong, gonna head over to the Baron. What an assassination. So Spawn wanted to get value out of his culling, even though he was chunked down to 100 HP, and Tactical said, not on my watch. The poke damage lands in the backline, though.
Big damage from Armut, but Akenvi's still alive and healthy. He's still got a smite. 2,000 HP, they get the smite, it's clean. The rest of Immortals, they're blinking low, but they might just be able to get out. Dignitas have to stop it, and they can't, because it's the Realm from Blaze Olive. Immortals now control this game.
Oh my goodness. Immortals, such a tenacious team here, never giving up. And look at this. So Revenge is able to get a Q3 onto Spawn to start this out, I believe. He goes in, with the footwork dash into Q3, the knockback onto Spawn, they chunk him down to 100 HP, and look at this, he wants culling damage. Technical says, get the hell back in the fountain. Flashes on him, not on my watch, no culling for you, sir. Then they got Revenge, another big Cassante play. They're trying to chase him down through their own jungle here, though.
4,000 on the Dragon. Santorin, can he get in there? No, Immortals secure the 3rd Hextech Dragon for themselves. And now Immortals They've already burned a lot of tools. They don't want to continue to fight any further. They got what they came for. Kobe! Tenacity is the key that you said for Immortals, how tenacious they are. I mean, it plays up to the name. They never say die. No matter how awry the early game goes, they have somehow clawed their way back into this game.
Oh my goodness. Revenge and these Cassante picks that he's getting as well. Big stuff from him. And the last one, you know, getting spawned is one thing, and then he also got Santorin with the all-out, using his flash for the positioning. Earned Immortals this Baron, and they get some good value out of it. 2.6K, the Baron power play. Not an award-winning Baron power play, but a decent one at that, and a much-needed one for Immortals. And Revenge is going to make it a little bit more worth here. The Demolish proc almost taking down another tower.
And you can just imagine that, especially with a team like Immortals, who, especially from, you know, Revenge's point of view, you can see that the comms might be super momentum driven. That when a team like this that has struggled to figure out what the voice comm structure is going to be like, but when things are going good and things are swinging their way, then that's when everything starts going well, and it's just confidence, belief, trust in each other over a team that, you know, being put together, they had the vision, it hasn't worked out for them always well, but ever since the last win, as shaky as it was, it's the push in the right direction.
And that direction is forward here, right behind Tactical. 5 kills for him. There's a giant gold bounty on Tactical's head. It's massive. They dodge out on the tidal wave.
Watch Santorin. Maybe looking for a flank, and Tactical steps too far forward. He knows that he does not have flash. Santorin looks, but Revenge, good body block as Kenby snipes out Armut. That's 5-4 now for Immortals as they look to pressure the second-tier turret.
Kenby just demolished Armut in the side there on the little wall. Blasts him down, gets the Gore Drinker value as well, and Immortals are going to plow further ahead, deeper into Dignitas territory.
Immortals stepping on forward. A Blaze Olive already pushing on the top side of the map. They're splitting the attention of Dignitas at the moment. One of these turrets might just fall, but Baron buff seems to have run out for Immortals. Now they're taking their resets here. Revenge looking for one, but he has teleport to join the fray if they need him again.
Tactical. So much power here on this area. A lot riding on his shoulders. Has not died yet in this game. Immortal's gonna take the breather. Top side, a lot of work was done by a Blaze Olive in that split push that you're mentioning. The tower really low. It will slowly heal up, but only to 33% health. Meanwhile, bottom lane has already been destroyed completely, so that inhibitor is fully exposed. There's one real big step left for Immortals to take. They've fully taken back this gold lead into their terms, 4,000 now on their side. 1 minute, 40 seconds left on the soul, though. The final dragon here. One team will get a soul.
I feel like that could be the last fight of the game, where both Immortals and Dignitas just throw everything that they have, and with an open lane through the bottom side of the map as well, that could be Immortals' window to close out the game. If Dignitas are the ones successful in claiming that Hextech soul, momentum is completely changed once again after losing it just several minutes ago.
All right. That pretty dark leading up to it too. Baron spawn time is very close to the Dragon spawn time. Of course, Dragon goes down way quicker, so gonna want to concentrate your vision over there toward that area. Santorin going to help Biofrost in cleaning those wards in preparation for what might be the ultimate team fight of this game. Certainly will have huge rewards.
For a second, I thought Santorin would pull the Glacial Prison right on top of Fleshy, but probably just did not have information. Oh, Kenby! Oh, that's a bad place to be, buddy. Flash already burned. Cleanse used. I believe it was the Mikhails from Fleshy, making sure his jungler doesn't go down right before the Hextech Soul. But that's a huge opportunity for Dignitas now.
Interesting, too, because that was also Sejuani ultimate. Jensen's getting chunked out a little bit.
Immortals, but Revenge is here looking to start things off. Cargo Stoneplate gives him a massive shield. Oh my god, look at the damage! Tactical Revenge just plowing through Dignitas! And now the rest of them are scattered. They don't have a front line anymore. Dignitas on the cusp of trying to retreat it all. Immortals somehow just clawed their
take your Nexus instead. Spawn, the only hope for Dig.
Spawn, the last one standing, but I don't know how much he can do realistically against all 5 members of Immortals. Never say die if you are an Immortals fan, as your team just picked up their 2nd win of the spring split.
Cassante and Zeri, baby, Immortals. They weather the storm. Santorin did such a good job the early game for Dignitas. Dignitas ruled the early game. All the lanes winning, pushing ahead, all the neutral objectives, all the vision in the map, but Immortals never gave up. Tactical continued farming on the Zeri. He goes deathless the whole game.
That's right.
Following up on these plays, and Revenge, a lot of very important key Cassante plays. Cassante picks.
And just huge props to Tactical as well. I mean, you called it before. Went deathless the entire game. It was just kind of silently farming and picking up kills here and there. It never was super flashy up until that moment where he flashed forward, taking out Spawn under tower, stepping a little too far forward. And that's huge for someone like Tactical, who, you know, if we're going to be honest, had an unimpressive showing in week 1, twice given the Draven, nothing really to come through it. They banned the Draven away, trying to prep up Spawn for this Lucian pick, and Tactical says, that's fine, give me the Zeri, I'm going to farm up, and I'm going to be a monster in the late game, and he delivered.
Congrats to Revenge, getting that dub on the Cassante. Good stuff from him. Looking forward to the next vlog.
That's gonna be a happy vlog.
And how they can snowball.
No sad Revenge vlogs either. We love when Revenge gets to be joyous in those ones. That is really, really nice stuff from Immortals all around. Good bounce back. I mean, strength of schedule, you know, could be more towards their side of the map, but as well, Immortals, this is a team that has been trying a lot of different things this year. Obviously, the first week didn't go so well, but, you know, this is the bounce back, and this is the confidence, a statement win that you can say. It's just like, hey, guys, we have something good going on. We just need to fine-tune it even further and further.
Resilience is key. This is definitely a mental game. Immortals have shown time and time again, you know, they will not give up. They are a resilient team, and pulling this one back was definitely impressive. Just under 40 minutes to make the full comeback here for them.
Yeah.
I don't know what the extent of the gold swing from the highest peak of Dignitas lead to the end game Immortals lead here.
Yeah.
But it was definitely up there. That was a huge swing.
Yeah.
Well played by them. To come
Very
back.
awesome swing. And also, you know, all the amateur fans being able to see Kenvi just have such a remarkable game on Graves, just frontlining and kind of being full on Evil Knievel Daredevil, just taking up so much damage as well. That was like a big thing that I was getting concerned about, because there's definitely a lot of times where Kenvi just tanked the full culling, like, you need to back up at some point, right? But
he sniped multiple kills with his ultimates.
That's right.
He got the 1v1 solo basically on Armon at the end there as well. Big stuff, yeah.
Yeah, well, congrats to Immortals. But for now, we're going to hand it over to the LCS Lounge to close out day 1 of week 3.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Tactical is actually in the room right over there.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's coming.
He'll be joining us in a few seconds.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he's right there. He's waving at us right now, I promise. I'm not trolling. So yeah, interesting day games. I just wanted to say I went 5 for 5 with predictions.
Yes, you did.
Is that this rarely happens.
I had a really bad day.
Take a look at our predictions.
I believe.
Judge us.
Look at the one non-believer.
Yeah.
Really weird. Former coach.
That is weird. That is weird.
Kind of messed up.
What do you have to say to Jet now that he didn't believe in you?
I mean, it's definitely not IMT Jet.
Oh, man.
1 for 4.
I love the fact that we did say at the very top of the show that this was going to be one of the hardest days to kind of predict. So Emily nailing it. Congratulations on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, any day is just as hard as any other day.
No, I don't think that's how that works.
Okay.
I don't think that's how that works. Welcome.
Tactical is
Thank
here.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That was a fun game to play.
Was it?
Honestly, it was, yeah.
Nice.
Because I was playing Zeri and I got 6 items and they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, going into this, did you kind of just take a look at your draft and you're like, even with obviously rough early game, kind of rough mid game, what were the comms in that kind of like, oh, just wait it out, we have better scaling, or what?
So the early game was pretty rough for us. We did get further behind than, I mean, we weren't supposed to really get behind at all, considering our champions. But I think I was doing pretty well. I was feeling really comfortable most of the game. Nice. I think we figured out how to play the map. Like, for example, we were obviously getting outranged on mid, so we had to play through the side wave for objectives. I think we figured it out well. I think we team fought decently. That's something we've been focusing a lot on.
Nice.
So I'm happy to see that we had improvements on stage as well. Yeah.
So we saw your scoreline there. You had an insane scoreline, but you're playing Zeri.
Yeah.
So who do you think should have been the player of the game? We were all debating who it should be. There's some votes for you, some votes for Kenvi, because in the mid game, even though he didn't find a lot of kills, he was being very aggro and like buying space in a lot of situations. Revenge was really good in team fights. If you were casting a vote for player of the game, and you can say yourself, who do you think
be objective.
Be objective.
Yeah, of course.
Who would you give it to?
Ooh,
It's a hard call.
I'd say it's a toss-up between Revenge and me.
Yeah?
Okay.
I like that.
My opinion.
But because Revenge entered a few times in early lane,
Then you give it to yourself.
I'd say I kept us. I feel like I had very good comms this game.
Yeah.
I had us like leveled, you know. I had us grounded. I feel like we had like no one was really panicking.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously we're nervous. The game could explode at any moment, but like, we were all level-headed. I kept saying what I need in fights. Yeah.
did you have to clear comms at all? Because when you see fights like this or the one at top, like Baron, there were a lot of fights, really scrappy. Jad did mention something where it was like, it felt like a Game 5 scrims kind of block.
Yeah, Game 5 LCS has like Game 5 scrim vibes.
Yes.
But like, did it feel hard? Because you said the comms were calm. Like, did you have to make it calm, or was it calm from the get-go?
Okay, when I say calm, maybe calm's not the right word.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, during fights, we're like yelling like champion names.
Yes.
We're not like screaming at the top of our lungs. We're just saying like, I'd say we're being loud, but not saying any unnecessary information.
And just focusing on what you have to focus on. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Nice.
I heard a lot. Oh, you go first.
Well, we want you to stick around to go over the recap of the day, so we're just gonna like be rolling highlights from game 24.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you what it's been like playing with Fleshy, because I've seen you in like some revenge vlogs, but you've had quite the journey, right? You started with Core JJ.
Yes.
I mean, before that, you started with Treats, right, in TSM Academy. Bunch of supports last year as well. So what's Fleshy been like?
I really like Fleshy. I think I could tell from the get-go that he has really good game sense. I was surprised, honestly, because he's like one of the lesser experienced players in our team, right? But I was really surprised at the game sense that he has. I think it's really good and has a good direction. And I'm excited to see him improve, because welcome to the bigger leagues, I guess.
Hell yeah, man. 2 and 3 as well. That's a good bounce back so far.
Yeah.
So I've been hearing personally, as we kind of start rolling in the clips, I'll just ask one more question, a little bit selfish of me, but like, you guys have been doing quite well behind the scenes. Like, at least from the vlogs I've been hearing, like, oh, you guys have been pretty positive about like scrims and stuff like that. Have you had difficulties in terms of like translating that environment onto the stage? What do you think has been hard?
I think that the first week and the first game of the second week, we were not improved yet.
Yeah.
But I think now, today, I think this game is an example, our game was an example of improvement.
Yeah.
We worked on our team fighting a lot more. Even though maybe it wasn't the cleanest, we got it in the end. I think if we keep up what we're doing right now, we can keep improving on stage.
Sweet, I love hearing.
How much do you watch the games on game day? Your game 5, you know, are you watching these games as they play out, or are you guys like locked in on prep and stuff?
We'll like do the prep, and then if there's like free time, we'll just look at the games. Like, for example, in the back room, we'll just be watching the game, and then, okay, guys, we have our presentation for our match coming up.
Yeah.
And then we'll just do our presentation, and then we'll go back to the game after we're done.
Did you see this beauty? That was
Oh, yes, I saw it. It was really clean.
Oh, my God, bro.
Very clean.
Damn. That was hilarious.
Yeah, this felt like the closest. Well, your game was obviously very close, but this was the other really close one of the day, back and forth between EG and FlyQuest. Again, Prince just popping off on the Caitlyn. You know, as a fellow AD carry player, do you think he is like the clear standout, or do you think it's closer than it's initially appearing on stage?
Okay, so I couldn't watch today's game really because I was traveling to the studio. But so far, it seems like he's just the most solid AD carry out of everyone.
Who else do you got up there?
I think Berserker is really good too.
Yeah.
I respect him a lot.
Jan is a name that I've actually been hearing a little bit. Have you been able to play against Jan a little bit? Just kind of seeing where he's at?
Other than the match we had, we
Yeah.
haven't had too much experience.
That makes
Team
sense.
Liquid, so I can't really think about opinion yet.
That makes sense. Taking a look at this game. Which game is this one again?
This is the Team Liquid 100 Thieves one.
Yeah.
I watched this game.
Yeah? You have any thoughts on their bot 2v2?
Yeah, give us the breakdown.
Oh, that was a really good timing with Buzio right here.
Right, holding his Q
Yeah,
until the end of the spell shield. That was sick.
That was good.
And then the wards betrayed Jan.
Yes, that's so sad.
One thing I really liked about this game from 100 Thieves is that it felt like how they played around Herald and mostly Dragon felt really calm. Like, that's something that, specifically there was like Bot Dragon when they didn't have any vision of it, but they were slowly pushing for it. Don't really see that a lot from teams. You usually will lose like a lot of HP on your front line to just try and get like push for vision. Felt like that's one thing that they've been really good at. Poza did mention about just the fact that they have been really focusing on the fundamentals.
Summit Watch, ooh,
Man, he's
starting
a,
up Boostio
he's a
there
maniac,
again.
and that can mean multiple different things. Like
That's true.
sometimes it's for the good, but he's had a couple just huge whoopsie teleports.
Whoopsie teleports.
already.
He had a couple whoopsies in this game too. It was another, I don't know. Summit's maybe the most interesting player to watch in the LCS. I'll say that.
This game definitely actually came down. As much as I talked about, who he's gonna roam like from this lane, this actually came down to just several 2v2 wins in the early game.
Actually, yeah, Poom got killed 2 times within the lane in this matchup. How many times have you actually played this matchup specifically? Ezreal Karma versus Caitlyn Lux.
It's such a classic, honestly.
Yeah.
It'll always happen whenever Caitlyn is meta. Like,
Yeah.
it'll just come back no matter what.
And you feel more comfortable in the Ezreal Karma side? Or is it
I
the
think
opposite?
it's kind of a skill matchup, in my opinion.
Okay.
It also depends on what you do level 1. Like, if you push him out, it can help the lane a lot.
Yeah.
I'd say skill matchup for the most part.
That makes sense. And I mean, that was the best performance from Stixxay Huhi. Huhi had pretty good games up until this point, so it must be frustrating that he wasn't able to pick up a win until now, but like that laning phase was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a tough strength of schedule that they had. Opening week, Jet, you were talking about the top of the Golden Guardians had played like a lot of really difficult teams.
Yeah.
Corey had showed up late. And
Who was it?
you
They
can see-
played FlyQuest, C9, EG, and I think TL. And like 100's the only team they haven't played. It's been tough.
Yeah. So strength of schedule has been weird for a lot of teams right now.
Well, including them, right? Including you.
Yeah.
You
We have
guys had a really tough schedule.
On Super Week, I believe, we have, was it C9, EG,
was C9,
and
Oof.
100? I forgot what the third team.
Yeah, your Super Week is going to be
is it?
big. Yeah.
Perfect.
Your Super Week is going to be a big one.
Quickly go.
Easy 3-0 for Immortals. Become the contenders.
So you guys are feeling really, so because you mentioned on the you guys are focusing on team fighting primarily, and it seems like you guys are getting a lot of practice on stage. What's the progression of your improvements felt like? Has it been like, wow, we're improving quickly? Or is it just like step by step?
I'd say step by step.
Mhm.
Like, for example, like week 1, week 2, we focus on the early a lot more.
Yeah.
And then we transitioned to team fighting, which was more this week. But so it's been kind of like we work on one thing and then another. I feel like we're making progress in each area slowly, so it's pretty good so far.
One thing I wanted to ask specifically was team fighting, because I feel like team fighting is something that everyone says they want to practice, but the way that scrims go, you have so much more of an opportunity to repeat really specific situations in like early to mid, whereas team fighting, especially like mid to late game, is typically when massive 5v5s happen. So like, how are you guys kind of trying to replicate that?
So it's not about like always replicating the exact fights. I just want everyone to know what their job is in the fight, or like, and who our key targets are, how to win, what's our win con for the fight. Like for this game, it was like trying to get on the backline, for example, in the mid game. Like we got on Azir. It's really hard to replicate the same exact fights. So as long as we're on the same page and we can like think about it during the match, that's all I ask for.
And honestly, you said that for this game, that it would be either you or Revenge getting player of the game. But in terms of like just overall scrim environment, team environment, who is the player? Who's the MVP in that front? You can say yourself, but if you're gonna say yourself, you can also say someone else.
I'd say I like Revenge a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's good.
Just
for
good
that.
vibes?
Yeah, just good vibes, solid, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah.
Real scores, yeah.
Personal feedback too is you got that guy looking over your monitor. is that the case? The top laner's like, yeah, I think you could take this trade. So that's the case?
No. It's
no. Okay. I was interested. I was like, yep. That makes a lot of sense. Well, first of all, congratulations on the win. So that was a lot of win.
And we're going to pull up the standings, the current standings. Now.
Let's take a
I
look
think
at
you
what
guys moved up a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
not
Oh,
bad.
wow. There's a
Position, man.
monster there. Yeah.
He's coming for top 5, man.
Yeah,
Immortals.
let's go.
We might have to. We have a. See if you guys put us all to shame with the power rankings. It's we had not expected as much, but you guys have actually come out and looked really good. I think so far, definitely more impressive than I think a lot of us were expecting. So, breaking into the rest of the top 5 is pretty tough with EG, C9, 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest.
Yeah, biggest surprise for me so far, probably be 100 Thieves, only because it's been consistent for us to rate them at 4th and below, mostly 4th, because you have a lot of respect for EG. EG did have a really tough game today versus FlyQuest. The other big surprise, your opponents in Dignitas have 0 and 5 right now. They've just been not having a good time so far. It's been a rough one for them. I mean, them and Golden Guardians didn't have key members. At least Golden Guardians did have Gory. Dignitas still waiting for Ignar, so that has to play a factor.
Yeah. And we'll pull up the schedule for tomorrow. Do you know who you're playing?
Now you do.
Trick question.
Golden
Guardians. Golden Guardians.
All right, he got it. He looked away. So yeah, we're kicking it off with 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, TSM versus CLG, EG versus C9, Dignitas versus Team Liquid Honda, and then GG versus IMT. Good job. Sometimes players do not know who they're playing the next day.
He definitely
I know
didn't
you
look,
guys
right?
are like
No,
really
actually,
focused.
remembered. Like, I had to remember it all.
Guaranteed 3 and 3 coming up.
Eddie, last question. What's the rest of the night look like for you? Do you have a victory meal plan?
Maybe I'll just...
Your go-to?
Not really, honestly. I might just go back and play some more League.
Okay.
Okay, we're saving the team dinner until after the week is done.
Of course, put a 2-0.
Of course,
There you
okay,
go.
of course. That makes sense, that makes sense.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And that will do it for the LCS for today. Have a great night, everyone. And we'll catch you tomorrow.
5 for 5 predictions.
Nice.
Top laner yet again. It's Fandango, but Fudge has already died. Berserker got a Quadra. Maple's the last man standing. C9. They want it. They want it. Little help. Maple's gonna try to fight all 4. Blabber goes in with the spell shield. He's able to find the fear. Deflex coming in for the taunt. Laser over the wall. Berserker firing. Pentakill for the Cloud9 AD carry.
Give him the pentakill.
Penta. In 4 seconds. Just kill him, maybe. Wait, get Penta. Maybe just don't die.
Don't die, just don't die.
Maybe please don't die. Okay, nice. Very nice. Wow. Threat to die, but this is risky. JoJo's arrived.
Oh, Vikla, man, that was not lined up the way they needed it to be. Spica tried to grab, but he won't get it. Spica's trying to cover now. He's going to be in the front. Damage on his own, but Impact makes his way into the back line. Prince grabs the kill and Inspire, and Evil Geniuses will find no more. Prince flashes forward and grabs a double kill. Now looking to find even more after, but the shutdown from Vulcan over the wall. FBI is still alive, but Impact flashes in to guarantee that won't last. Oh. Well, bottom side, 2v2. They got the damage on Core JJ, and Bucio's gonna take the kill. Now ready with the piercing arrow. Spell shield is done, but Yawn outplays it to take him out. It'll be a 1-for-1 with those two, but a 2-for-1 overall.
No flash. Look what that man. Silver. We can win. Good. It's flash. Right there, flash. No flash. No flash. Maokai, no flash. Maokai has flash.
Good job.
River, isolated Palafox, and goes through the Emperor's Divide with a well-timed cease and desist. Dokla still overextended as well. CLG cannot save him. Licorice is teleporting in. They should be... Whoa, wait. Oh! But he flashed back in, and he secures the Baron. Now Golden Guardians potentially have baited CLG far too deep into the river. They take him out. They're split. 7,000 HP. Ablaze Olive is already on over the wall. Tactical and the rest of Immortals all join the fray. Tactical is going to soar and takes out both Armin and Spawn. Gargo Stoneplate gives him a massive shield. Oh my god, look at the damage! Tactical Revenge just plowing through Dignitas. And now the rest of them are scattered. They don't have a front line anymore. Dignitas on the cusp of trying to retreat it all. Immortals somehow just clawed their way through thick and thin.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみた